Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Third Federal Trade Commission Third Federal Trade Commission Conference on Marketing and Public Policy. Just like yesterday, before we get started, I'm going to go over some quick housekeeping for folks who were not here yesterday. So really quickly, please silence any electronic devices. This conference is being recorded and webcast. And for our guests, please be aware that if you leave Constitution Center for any reason, you will have to go back through the security screening. Additionally, if you need an escort, you need an escort with an FTC badge to return to the 5th floor. Please do not go into the elevators without an escort. Finally, meeting rooms 5101 to 5104 around the corner are available to you to use as well, but please stay within the area surrounding this conference room. From a security standpoint, we need to minimize the number of people who are wandering around, roaming the floor. So please feel free to ask any FTC employee or volunteer where the restrooms, conference rooms, or any other accessible spaces are. We also recommend for security reasons to stay on this floor throughout the entirety of the conference. We had breakfast this morning. We'll have some snacks throughout the day, and we'll also be providing lunch. But if you do need to leave the building, please remember that you do need to be escorted downstairs and back upstairs by an FTC employee. And finally, if an emergency occurs that requires us to leave the auditorium, please follow the instructions broadcast over the building PA system. And with that, I'll send it off to Leon to introduce our first session for today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Leon Guzman, and a consumer protection economist at the FTC, and I'm very happy to introduce our first session of the day, which will bring together 3 papers which, broadly speaking, try to think about consumer search and try to think about what happens when you have frictions in this search process in terms of the welfare of these consumers. So very briefly, and at the risk of oversimplifying what I think are really good papers, let me give you a high-level summary of some of the ideas that we will be discussing today. The first paper presents an empirical analysis of consumer search in the U.S. ride-sharing market, emphasizing how you can have search frictions even in situations in which there's no obvious technological barrier preventing consumers from comparing prices across different competitors. So you can think at the high level of the first paper as being really concerned about what's the nature of this search cost and thinking about how this nature has implications for the design of policies preventing these frictions and things like that. The second paper targets a different aspect of the search spectrum. So rather than being concerned about the nature of this cost, the second paper tries to think about how the technology that mediates this search can have an impact over the alternatives that consumers end up seeing. This is going to be in the context of online search. The paper will document changes following the introduction of large language models, or LLMs, as substitute to the traditional online search engines. And we'll try to offer an interesting discussion on what these shifts imply for the alternatives that consumers end up seeing and that they use to choose from, and also for the advertising market or companies overall that depend on this architecture of these online platforms. Finally, the third paper will speak to yet another branch of the search literature that views firms not as passively waiting for consumers to find them, but will think of firms as actively trying to have an influence over the alternative that consumers get to see. Okay? In this case, the focus is going to be on the lead generation ecosystem, where information about consumers is collected and then sold to other firms that can use this information to target consumers via telemarketing or other forms of ads. And the paper will document empirically some privacy and spam risks associated with these practices. Okay? So in other words, we're having a fun session, and I hope you all enjoy it. And I also hope that even from this very brief introduction, you get a sense that while all of these papers are under the consumer search umbrella, they really speak to different aspects of the problem, which makes for a very interesting session, intellectually speaking. But I also think that in the spirit of connecting this with the work that we do At the FTC, the session really does a good job at mapping many of the challenges that we face when trying to implement policy and regulate some of these firms, okay? And it gives us a good opportunity just to reflect on what are some of the things that we can learn from the work and the insights that you all generate via your work. So just to give you a couple of examples, as discussed yesterday, the FTC has authority to engage on rulemaking that at the high level defines and regulates unfair and deceptive practices. And some of these rules involve mandates that speak directly to consumer search problems or considerations. So that's the case, for instance, with the funeral rule that tries to impose some mandates about disclosing price in markets for funeral services and goods, where you would imagine the situation of consumers having to make a decision very quickly about the funeral arrangement, and under a lot of stress, that can be very problematic in terms of choice. And well, the funeral rule is very old, and when you read the rule, you really get the sense that the rule is trying to deal with the classical search environment, so a la Burdett Judd or Diamond, where everyone is just physically visiting the store, or if you're like very sophisticated, you grab your phone and you make a call or something like that. So questions naturally arise, like, are these mandates still effective given how search takes place today? Would requirements focused on online disclosures be better given this? And more broadly, are frictions here of a technological, a behavioral nature, and would this matter for the design of policy trying to reduce these frictions? These are things that we take very seriously in the agency when thinking about these problems, and we benefit enormously from some of the insights that you all generate via your work. Beyond rulemaking, the FTC also engages in substantial enforcement efforts, bringing cases to court against companies that engage in illegal conduct that affects consumers. For example, the agency has brought many different cases that directly speak to consumer search. For example, we brought a case against Mercury Marketing and other defendants, alleging that they deceptively interfered with consumers' search process by using fake online ads under a competitor's name to route consumer traffic to their own website. So not that great. And from a policy point of view, this case invites very interesting questions about how emerging search technologies might affect some of our analyses, and these questions will be discussed to some extent in the papers that we will see now. So for example, the shift to LLM-based search could on the one hand harm consumers if they end up with less alternatives, but on the other hand, if this technology ends up filtering some of the deceptive ads, that might actually take some of the burden away from the consumers, and it might be a positive. So it's an empirical question which one it is, but these are things that we could really use some insights into this, and we will be discussing some of it in our session. Finally, as another example, some of the agency's recent work responds directly to the same privacy and spam concerns associated with the lead generation industry that we will be discussing in a paper today. And this is captured by the FTC's efforts to deter violators by making clear and communicating in a clear way what are the legal boundaries of the practices of these firms, for example, by sending warning letters to different firms in the healthcare industry, and also via multiple enforcement cases targeting violators, such as the ones that I think Devesh mentioned them yesterday, the Assurance IQ and the Media Alpha, that ultimately ended in a settlement. So we could discuss this and many other examples, but I hope these are enough to convey the sense that the academic work that you all generate is very important for our agency, and that besides us serving as consumers of what you generate, we can also be a source of challenges, problems, and questions that we would like you to tackle. So in many ways, a conference like this one is just giving us an opportunity to have this exchange so that you get your questions and we get our answers. So that's kind of the best of the worlds. Okay, so let me not delay this more. Let me just then introduce our first session. We will as Catherine said, we will have basically a paper, and then a discussion. At the end, we will have questions, so save your questions for the end. And without further delay, I introduce our first paper titled Leaving Money on the Dashboard, Price Dispersion and Search Frictions on Uber and Lyft, which will be presented by Jeff Frost from Johns Hopkins University. So thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Make sure I'm working here. Okay, great. So hi everyone, I'm Jeff Fawcett. I am a research fellow at the Technology and Society Initiative at Johns Hopkins Carey Business School. Like Leon said, I'm going to be presenting a paper titled Leaving Money on the Dashboard, Price Dispersion and Search Frictions on Uber and Lyft. This is joint work with Mike Luca and Yajia Shu. Mike suggested that I start with an interactive exercise for us to get the juices flowing since this is the first session. So can I see a show of hands in the room for people who have taken an Uber or Lyft ride in the last week, say? And now keep your hands up if you checked both prices on Uber and Lyft when you took that ride. Okay, so a fair amount of hands go down. This is sort of what we're up to in this paper, is studying this phenomenon in a slightly more general setting. So a couple of motivating questions for this work. We're going to be interested in three main things. One, do consumers compare prices between Uber and Lyft? Two, how large is the potential gain from doing so? And three, sort of thinking a little bit about what are the aggregate consequences of this for consumers when we kind of zoom out at the end. In the work, we're going to do essentially four things to address these questions. So first, to think about price dispersion, we're going to conduct a novel sort of synchronized audit of Uber and Lyft prices for a representative sample of New York City rideshare trips. I'm going to tell you more about how we do that exactly. Second, we're going to benchmark observed rates of price comparison in this setting using device-level data from ComScore. Third, we're going to try to kind of bring those pieces together and think about, we're going to essentially develop and calibrate a simple sequential search model and sort of bring these benchmarks together to see what they say about the kind of implied search costs in this setting for consumers given the rate of searching that we observe. And then finally, we're going to zoom out and think a little bit about sort of the aggregate savings that are available here in a kind of back of the envelope partial equilibrium sort of sense. If consumers were searching more, how much would they be able to save? And so just a preview of the results, not hiding anything. What do we find? On price dispersion, we're going to find that for identical New York City trips, the mean absolute Uber-Lyft price gap is about $3.50 or about 15% of the average fare in our data set. So there's meaningful price dispersion in this setting. Despite this, we see that sort of price comparison behavior in our benchmark data is relatively low. So only about 16% of device days with any rideshare activity show that the consumer actually opened both applications to check prices. Bringing those pieces into our calibration exercise, then we find that there's kind of two ways to think about this, but one way is to think about how much search would we expect to see given the amount of price dispersion that we observe. And so if you think about it that way, our sort of framework suggests that under some reasonable assumptions about search costs, we would expect to see far more searching around, searching is worthwhile the vast majority of the time if consumers were searching optimally according to our theoretical framework, much more than we observe in the benchmark data. Or if you want to kind of flip it around, you can think about this as, kind of pinning down the implied search costs in this setting, given the amount of searching that we do observe. And so if you think about it that way, we find that consumers behave as though they're valuing their time at, some very high amount. And kind of zooming out in this back of the envelope exercise that I'll show you at the end, combining these facts in the New York City setting where we have good ability to observe things, implies that riders are sort of in aggregate leaving something like $300 million on the table, or about 6% of gross bookings, by not comparing prices if we sort of add everything up. I think this work fits into a kind of long literature about friction in the digital economy, some of which was alluded to in the introduction. Just putting a little bit of context here, early on in the on the internet, there's this idea that search is going to be really easy online. competition is only a click away. As we've heard already in some of the sessions previously, friction still persists. There's a number of studies showing that price dispersion persists online, in the early 2000s, sometimes worsened by firm behavior in some of the ways we talked about yesterday. This paper is going to be kind of like revisiting some of these questions about price dispersion and price comparison in this mobile app setting, right? And so, in the intervening years, a lot of commerce has moved to mobile settings where, there's some evidence that search is actually more difficult as well. And so we're going to be looking at these questions in the context of rideshare, as I alluded to. This is a pretty nice setting to study these types of questions. It's a kind of large and economically relevant market on its own right. It's also like a clean setting to think about some of these questions because it's, we have these two relatively homogeneous services. There's upfront pricing, and really it's quite easy to price compare, in principle. Assuming you already have both apps on your phone, you just have to open the other one and kind of search. And so just returning to this slide and the rest of the presentation, I'm just going to walk through each of these pieces and kind of tell you what we find. So first, thinking a little bit about price dispersion in this setting. So to estimate price dispersion for a typical rideshare consumer in New York, like I said, we're going to conduct a novel sort of synchronized audit of Uber and Lyft prices for a representative sample of New York rideshare trips. We're working in New York because in New York we have this nice New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission data, which is kind of all the historical rideshare trips that are taken in the city. And so we're going to measure price dispersion just using the distribution of price gaps between the two platforms. So this price gap measure is going to come back. I'm not going to go through all the details of exactly how we do the audit. It's fairly involved, but the basic idea is we're going to build a reference sample of trips from this historical data. So we're going to kind of draw a random sample from this historical data from the year prior for the week of our audit. We're going to essentially search for those trips simultaneously on Uber and Lyft in new accounts during our audit period, and we're going to collect price and wait time quotes for those, kind of matching as much as we can on the observable features. Where that's going to end us up is with about 2,200 matched trip level price and wait time quotes. We're going to focus on UberX and Lyft standard offerings from this audit period in February. A couple of little caveats to keep in mind. We're going to focus throughout on base prices in the main analyses. We understand those to be uniform across users once you sort of control for trip and time. One limitation of this to keep in mind then is that, we do know also that Uber and Lyft frequently are offering personalized discounts that could be more sort of customized. And so we just don't really have ability to observe that in our audit because we're always collecting from a single account. We did observe some Uber discounts that you can read more about in the paper, but we're going to focus just on the base prices here. And we can talk more about that in the discussion if you like. So what do we find? So this is our kind of main result. If I direct your attention to panel A, so this is just a histogram of the price gap, that price gap measure that we observed. So on the right-hand side are the cases where Uber is more expensive, and on the left is cases where Lyft is more expensive. And then the bottom panel is just a CDF of the same data. And so a couple of things to draw your attention to in this plot. First, this sort of distribution of price gap, the distribution of price differences is relatively symmetric, and it's centered near zero. So the kind of median price difference is, Uber is slightly more expensive, but is fairly close to zero. So neither platform is really consistently cheaper than the other. Also, we find that price dispersion, like I said at the beginning, is meaningful. So the average absolute price gap is about $3.50, or about 15% of the average, 14% of the average fare. And the sort of absolute gap is greater than $1 in like 75% of cases that we observe. One other thing that wasn't presented there, but it's in the paper, is this percentage gap is relatively consistent across trip lengths. So there's sort of larger absolute dollar gains for longer trips or more expensive trips. And one thing I'll just flag is that you might be wondering about the wait time, which is another sort of component of the price or quality offering in this setting. We find actually that wait time gaps are positively correlated with price gaps in this setting. So it's not the case that like the price gaps are explained away by differences in wait time. And so together these facts kind of suggest that there are potential gains for consumers from comparing prices between these two platforms. And so that leads into the second piece of the project, which is thinking about, do consumers actually compare prices in this setting? And so to develop a benchmark for price comparison behavior, we're going to use this panel from ComScore Mobile. It's an opt-in panel that covers about 4,000 devices across about 3 months. In that data, we're going to observe which apps are opened, but not exactly what a user did on the app, but just observing whether the apps are open is sort of sufficient to see if a user could have compared prices. We also observe some basic demographic info, which we can talk more about. To think about price comparison, we're just going to construct this very simple measure. Here is the kind of math version, but the basic idea is just we're looking at given sort of like we did the opening exercise, given that a device opened any rideshare app on a given day, what proportion of the time did they actually open both rideshare apps on that day, and therefore could have sort of compared prices. And so the punchline, what do we find? We find that in this setting, price comparison behavior is relatively infrequent. So about 16% of device days we see conditional on opening one of these applications. Does the user actually open both of them? We also find that there's limited systematic variation across income and age groups. So here we're showing age in the colors, and then household income. So we can talk more about sort of some of the demographics later. And so bringing those two pieces together, right, we've shown that consumer search is relatively limited and price dispersion is present in the setting. So this motivates the kind of calibration part of the exercise. So again, there's kind of like two ways to frame this exercise. One, you can think about, are consumers searching less than we would expect in this setting? So kind of fixing the price dispersion that we observe and kind of trying to benchmark some reasonable, consumer search cost estimates. Would we expect to see more or less search? Or you can kind of flip it around and say, what level of search costs would actually rationalize the level of price comparison that we do observe, sort of fixing that piece of the puzzle. And so like I said, to answer these questions, we're going to develop a simple sequential search model and kind of calibrate it with our benchmark evidence. I'm not going to go into all the details of the search model, but it's a pretty straightforward model based on this sort of optimal sequential search theory from the 70s. Basic idea is you have a representative consumer choosing between two platforms that offer a relatively homogeneous product. Consumers know the joint distribution of prices, but not the realized prices for a given trip, so they learn only by searching. We think about search costs as this C as being decomposed into like some value of time and some time that it takes for the consumer to get the marginal quote. And what our model finds, like a lot of this theory, is that there's a kind of optimal search rule with a kind of reserve price structure. So you search the second app only, or you should search the second app only when the first price is high enough. And in the context of the paper, just the purpose of this exercise is to provide a simple mapping from this price distribution and search parameter data that we, benchmarks that I just told you about, to like an expected price comparison rate. So thinking about this R as a function of these like price parameters and search cost parameters that we can use for this benchmarking exercise. And so what do we find when we do this calibration exercise? Just looking at the first row here, this is the version where we're sort of asking, how much search would we expect to see, fixing the search cost at some benchmark values. The benchmark values that we use, there's more detail in the paper. In this case, we're taking 1 minute as the time to search, and we're benchmarking value of time based on some recent literature. And so like I said at the start, we expect, our sort of theoretical framework suggests that, consumers should be searching vast majority of the time given the amount of price dispersion that we observe in this setting. Alternatively, sort of now focusing on the second row, if we fix the price comparison rate at this observed level, the sort of level of search costs that we have to, that would imply is, quite large. So consumers would have to be valuing their time on the order of $200 an hour, which is far higher than the benchmarks that we see in the literature. I won't talk too much about this. This is I like to think of this as our like choose your own adventure plot. So if you don't like our benchmarks, you can use this plot to think about some alternative benchmarks. But the basic finding is like you really need to have some pretty extreme assumptions to kind of make these parameters meet. And so just transitioning into the final part of the project, we do a kind of back of the envelope calculation at the end to try to think about, kind of a ballpark for the aggregate savings that are being foregone by riders who, are not comparing prices in this setting. So this is like, just to emphasize like a partial equilibrium exercise. So we're just thinking about, if we kind of, had everyone comparing prices rather than just this sort of small proportion, how much sort of savings are left on the table. And when we kind of add that up in New York City, the sort of aggregate numbers are quite large. So even though, these numbers are sort of modest on the kind of individual level, in aggregate, they're fairly consequential, on the order of 300 million or 6% of gross bookings left on the table by riders who don't compare prices just in New York City. And so, yeah, just to kind of conclude, we've shown there's sort of considerable price dispersion between these platforms for identical trips in New York. Despite this, we saw a sort of limited price comparison by consumers, despite the sort of apparently low switching costs. These frictions are modest at the individual level, but they create these sort of significant losses to consumers in the aggregate. One thing we talk a little bit about in the paper is the idea of like aggregators that could potentially help. There's some limitations in platform policies that might be relevant there that we could talk more about in the discussion. Of course, we know aggregators might not be the whole, might not solve the problem completely either, but it's something to think about. And just to kind of conclude with some takeaways, this idea that sort of small frictions, even just opening another app can meaningfully shape the distribution of surplus between consumers and platforms, even in these sorts of markets where comparison is easy, sort of connects into a lot of broader challenges in the digital age. There's abundant information. It's easy to, see other prices, but, limited attention or, friction still matters. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
Okay, so next we're having the impact of LLM adoption on online user behavior by Tai Lam.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tai. I'm from UCLA Anderson. I'm going to be presenting work by my brilliant co-authors, Nicholas Padilla and Anya Lombrick and Brett Hollenbeck. We're going to be talking about what happens when people adopt LLMs in respects to their online search behavior. I'm sure we've been all here searching for information online. In the pre-LLM world, what might have happened is you Google, a 5-day trip in Japan, you see some information here. For this particular search query, there probably isn't enough information surfaced for you right here for you to discontinue your search. And so you might click through to one of these websites. I'm going to choose the second one here. It's a blog by Janice. She describes her trip in Japan, and this information is provided to me for free. And this was really how things worked pre-LLMs. And you also notice there's an ad on this particular website. Post-LLM world, I'm sure we've all been kind of trying this on places like ChatGPT, asking for an itinerary. We're probably getting good results in terms of being able to personalize this experience of planning a trip, and we're probably getting a lot of benefits from it. But here in this paper, we really want to think about the incentives behind information provision. The traditional quid pro quo of the internet was Google would collect some of this information, surface it. Sometimes people would end their search there, but other times people would click through to websites that delivers ad revenue to the providers of that information, and that incentivizes this provision of information that really characterize the information age. This is changing post-LLM world, and we want to document how things are changing and what are the potential implications for this. This isn't a new thing. People are realizing that maybe AI is killing the web. You've heard terms like the zero-click internet. And this really has real stakes. Chegg, for example, sued Google over the introduction of AI Overview. Our data doesn't cover AI Overview, but we do have something to say about it with respect to our results as well. And so really, our question's pretty simple. LLMs transforming how we search for information. They could be a complement or a substitute to traditional search engines. We probably think one direction is stronger than the other, particularly with respect to substitution. But we could also imagine a situation where the delivery of knowledge is so much expanded in terms of market expansion that these things could, in principle, be complements. So we really want to bring some data to bear as to whether people are substituting away from traditional search engines towards LLMs. Our question kind of breaks down through investigation of various outcome variables. In particular, we want to know when consumers adopt LLMs, what's happening to online search behavior, browsing activity, and then advertising exposure, particularly because we're worried about those incentives. And then if I get to it, if I have time, I'll talk about some domain-specific outcomes as well. Just to preview what we're going to do, we're going to use user-level ComScore web activity data. So we have URL information for the period of 2022 and 2023. We're going to estimate the effect of adopting LLMs on a bunch of outcome variables using a staggered difference and difference approach, controlling for general web activity. Broadly, what we're going to find is people are going to reduce their search behavior, although the particular types of search behavior that are affected will be interesting to dive into. There's not going to be effect on top websites, but we're going to find a reduction in visits to niche websites, and this has important implications for provision of niche contents. And we're also going to see a drop in advertising exposure, closing the loop, demonstrating that this has monetary implications. We see reduction in visits to education websites, which, if we all know our students, probably makes sense. And we don't find much detectable effects in terms of user-generated content, except for Stack Overflow, which also reflects some existing work focusing on Stack Overflow that has been demonstrated. There's obviously a big literature out there. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip over most of that. All right, let's get into the actual data. We're going to be using ComScore's web panel for 2022 and 23. So I just want to take you back in time and talk to you about what LLMs looked like back in the day. This was just in the heyday of ChatGPT. Importantly, for our setting, we don't have live search, so that knowledge cutoff was still really important in this particular setting. That's going to help motivate some of our controls to really absorb general web activity and separate it from the effects of LLM adoption. The other thing is no AI overview at this particular time, but we think our results are also going to be reflective of what's happening today with AI overview in terms of substitution away from the ranked search results towards AI overview within Google. Okay, this is a US panel of respondents. We're going to have URL by URL activity. We're going to choose the November 2022 to 2023 period. That's 1 year. Because we have all of the URLs with timestamps, that's going to allow us to see a lot in terms of the search queries people are making on traditional search engines. We won't see what prompts people are using on LLMs, but we will see they are visiting LLMs regularly, and that's going to help us with categorizing adopters. We're going to look at a variety of websites by category, and also because we have URL information, that allows us to pick up ad impressions on particular websites. So it's important how we actually define when someone actually adopts LLMs. We've tried a variety of ways. We're going to first focus on balanced panel of respondents on this data set, and then we're going to code up adoption as 3 consecutive weeks of greater than 1 URL use to the main LLM chatbots. This will turn out to mainly just be ChatGPT. That gives us 2,000 LLM adopters, and we're really going to just focus on these adopters for our main analysis. This is around 3% of this balanced panel. If you're thinking about whether it's representative of outside information, ChatGPT during this period, if you make some assumptions around their public reporting, they're telling around a 10% user base. In the US, we're saying a 3%, but we're really focusing on active users. And so we think we're realistically in the ballpark. Okay. Just to show you that our particular sample seems like a good set of individuals. They participate regularly in terms of web activity across our sample period. In terms of some of the outcome variables, I'm going to preview. We're going to look at search. We're going to break down that search to different types of search. We have website traffic. We have traffic specifically referred from Google that we can also investigate. Ad impressions. We're going to use a variety of controls to make sure we soak up general web activity, particularly during this period. We think LLMs are not going to affect email activity, retail activity, and news activity, and we show that using the staggered diff as well. This chart is showing you the adoption across our sample period. You see there's regular adoption across that 1 year. There are some spikes here associated with some releases, but really the the majority of the mass is adoption of ChatGPT pretty consistently over this 1 year period. Because we've got adoption across this 1 year period, that's also going to mean that when we move on to our staggered diff and diff, we have different number of observations to pick up the long-term versus short-term effects of LLM adoption. And this is just showing you that, when I'm going to be talking about the longer-term effects, we're going to be focusing on a sample of users who have adopted earlier on in our sample, but we still have, I think, enough observations to provide some interesting results. Okay, so obviously we're going to do staggered and different diff because we have well-known problems with two-way fixed effects. We're going to do this in a very standard way, but this is very much average treatment effects on the treated because we're focusing on these adopters. Standard setup for the staggered diff and diff. Our control group is going to be constructed from individuals who have not yet adopted, but for the same time periods we're interested in particular, one period before adoption as the reference period. The main assumption here is obviously parallel trends. There's no magic bullet here, but what I will say is we think we're pretty well robust to obviously calendar time shocks, level differences between control and treated. We've got allowance for heterogeneous treatment effects because we're building this up from the group time cohort levels. And we've got the controls in terms of email, news, and retail to soak up any spurious effects. All right, so let's get into the actual effects. I'm going to show you this event study and some of the event studies throughout. A few things to note. This is the effect on online search as a whole. Looking in the pre-period, we don't see any evidence of violation of pre-trends. You'll see right after treatment period, we have 3 weeks of an activity spike. That's almost by definition by our adoption definition of 3 weeks of continuous LLM usage. Really what we're going to be focusing on is the longer term effects from 20 weeks and out. And that's where we find pretty consistent effects across the outcome variables that we're interested in. So for the most part, because these standard errors are noisy, I'm going to aggregate that 20 weeks out and show you the effects in these regression tables instead. So let me jump to that. Yeah, so what we find is around a 20% decrease in the use of traditional search engines. For Google specifically, this is around 30%. Because we see the search queries here, we can break up the types of search queries that are affected. For searches that contain in column 3 words like what, where, how, and why, we see a pretty strong effect, which is what we would expect. People use search engines for a variety of ways. For example, you might just Google Amazon to get to Amazon. Those are navigational type searches in column 4. And predictably, we don't find a substitution away from traditional search engines to LLMs because they're not really useful for that. So that's a reassuring placebo and null. However, sometimes people might write Reddit, what's the best tennis shoe, to kind of query a particular platform. Those are the navigational plus other searches in column 5, and we do find effect. Again, something we would expect. We did look into complexity through short and long queries, but we didn't find a clear story there between the two. Okay, so that's search, and just if you were interested in the event studies, I'm just flashing it here. Search is very much the great gateway to general web browsing, and so let me jump into overall web activity actually doesn't change, but this actually masks the effects on those niche websites. So we find very strong effects on websites outside the top 1,000, or equivalently for accounting for the bottom 25th percentile of traffic. And this is very important in terms of those niche content providers. We can validate this with looking at data that shows the referral from Google searches specifically. We're a little bit more underpowered, but we see a consistent effect that there's less referrals from Google to those niche websites. Okay, so to close the loop, these websites might be getting less traffic, but is there any monetary implications in terms of advertising? So we look at ads, and we do find a decrease in ad exposure for the individuals who adopt LLMs. For these individuals, when we break out the types of ad exposure that they're affected by, we really don't see an effect on search ads through the ads that appear on the Google search results. Really, all of this is coming from display ad exposure reductions. You might find this a little bit puzzling, but this is actually quite consistent with the effects we're finding in terms of navigational searches not being affected. A lot of the high-value ads are really Amazon buying ads against Walmart and vice versa. And so it really is those websites using Google Ads that are seeing the reduction in ad exposure. This is consistent with what public reporting on Google's own revenue splits are. They've seen decreases in those display ads, but not so much in search ads. Okay, so we can do a whole bunch of stuff, but one of the things we wanted to think about was with these advertisers getting less eyeballs on their ads, are those eyeballs particularly valuable or not? We can break out our adoption sample by retail activity, and what we find here is it's actually the high retail activity individuals which see the greatest decrease in ad activity. And so these are, in fact, valuable eyeballs. Okay, so I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip the results on education and user-generated content since I've previewed those and get straight to the conclusion here, where we're seeing LLMs change the way people search for information online. We see a decrease in search activity, but particular types of search activity. No effects on the top websites, but those niche websites are seeing less traffic, both referred and general traffic. We're seeing a decrease in ad exposure, and so there's a monetary implication. Decreases in education websites, and Stack Overflow. And so all of this suggests LLMs are, in fact, a substitute for traditional search engines, and there's a changing of the incentives for information provision online. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so for our final paper in the session, we're having understanding data collection, brokerage, and spam in the lead marketing ecosystem. And we're doing things a little bit different because we're having two co-authors present the paper. So Jas Recaria and Nurullah Demir.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yash, and today me and my co-author Nurullah are going to present this research on understanding data collection, brokerage, and spam in lead marketing ecosystem. This work will also be presented at 47th IEEE Symposium on Security and Privacy in May this year. So what is lead marketing? Lead marketing ecosystem comprises of certain high-value verticals, such as finance and insurance, where it is crucial for businesses to have personalized and real-time offers generated for users so that they are prone to buy the products of that particular business rather than any other business. FTC has made various enforcement actions over a period of time against these lead marketing companies for their deceptive practices. And one of the most relevant to our research that summarizes our work is the recent settlement with Media Alpha, where Media Alpha was found to mislead consumers who are looking for health insurance online to obtain their personal information and then share that information and sell that information to downstream telemarketers. And as a result of this selling, these consumers were exposed to millions of spam calls, telemarketing, robocalls, and various unlawful sales practices. FTC also has a do not call registry where consumers can go and file complaints against these unsolicited calls. In 2024, FTC received around 2 million complaints on this DNC registry, which rose to around 2.6 million in 2025. And a majority of these calls were from health-related telemarketers, comprising of around 175,000 calls in complaints in 2024, and then around 208,000 complaints in 2025, showing the aggressiveness of how telemarketers call these consumers and harass them. Oh. And that's yet another spam call. So let me explain why have I been receiving so many spam calls, messages, and emails over last couple of days. And this is despite my phone number being registered with DNC in last December. So let me walk you through what process I followed online in discovering these lead generation websites that landed me in this misery of spam. So first, I opened Google, and I started searching for health insurance quotes. I got various results, which were both organic as well as sponsored. I started exploring these websites in order to compare quotes from different websites and then find a most cheapest or best solution that works for me. It's important to note that these lead generation websites use various keywords to rank themselves higher in the search results. For example, affordable, low cost, ACA and Obamacare that Devesh pointed out yesterday, and so on. Now, when I clicked on one of the search results, I landed on this lead generation websites for health insurance, where I entered my zip code and verified my location. And then I was asked to provide a series of personal information, which comprised of date of birth, my gender, my household income, my personal income, household size, and various health conditions, if any, I have had in the last 5 years. After I provide this information on the last step, I'm asked to provide my personal information, which comprises of my name, email, phone number, and the physical address. And then finally, after filling up the form, I clicked on See My Results, hoping to see quotes. And when I clicked on the View My Quote, unfortunately, I did not see a single quote. But rather, I was redirected to this another lead generation website, Smart Financial, where it asked me to repeat the entire process again, asking me to provide my information and start a new quote. So this is outright deception, because consumers, when they go to these lead generation websites, they are hoping to find relevant quotes regarding health insurance or whatever vertical they are searching for. But instead, they are asked to provide this personal information, and then they are trapped in this lead funnel, never receiving any online quotes. Instead, they start receiving all the telemarketing calls that I was referring to earlier. So to understand this ecosystem, we perform a systematic methodology wherein we first identify health-related lead generation websites, and we focus on health lead generation websites because that's a more sensitive vertical. We curate certain phrases to search on Google, and then come up with a list of 105 lead generation websites which are related to healthcare. Then we create personal personas, which are consisting of distinct phone numbers, email addresses, and physical addresses, and we fill these lead generation web forms with these personas to keep a one-to-one mapping available. And finally, this allows us to log various information like network traffic logs, phone logs, SMS, and emails that we receive from these form submissions. Now let's look at what happens after we submit these forms on 105 lead generation websites. We received an 8,214 calls, and that's over a period of 60 days. And you would say, like, okay, only a handful of people are calling, but we found around 1,240 distinct callers, which means you cannot just block a number. If you block a number, they try to continuously call users by using new numbers. And just imagine, you are receiving 281 calls by submitting your information to just one lead generation website over 60 days, which is equivalent to you receiving 5 spam calls every day for the next 60 days. And when we look at the infrastructural setup of these callers, we find that 80% of the calls were from VoIP-based infrastructure. And the major players were Cinch, Envoy, and FlowRoute. And then another 59% of websites that we found, 59% of the calls we found, they were trying to use call spoofing. So the caller would change their caller ID to match their area code with that of the receiver, so that the receiver is deceived into thinking that, okay, some local person is calling me, so let me pick up the call. And they fall into a trap. And in most of the cases, we found that around 78% of the total calls we received were initiated within minutes of the form submission. So to look at so this plots explain the aggressiveness. The first plot on the left shows a number of retry attempts that these telemarketers carry on. And on the right edge, we can see that some telemarketers called around 150 times within a single day. And then the right plot is one of the distribution of the first day of calls that we receive for a website which is known as moneygeek.com. And we see that there was like spike of like phone calls in the first 30 minutes of the form submission, and then the phones still continue coming in over a continuous period of 24 hours. This is probably not readable, but this is like a whole distribution of all lead generation websites and how many calls we receive over a 60-day period. The top three here were moneygeek.com, pickhealthinsurance.com, and code.com, where we received more than 500 spam calls over a period of 30 days. And this, again, is a distribution that shows around 42% of the callers call one time, around 22% 2 to 3 times, and so on until around 2% of the callers that call more than 50 times to the same user. I'll skip over this in interest of time, but we also record the SMS practices that we observe and the email practices. And in both of these cases, we see non-compliance with the options to opt out of these things. So to more systematically understand opt-outs, can we really opt out of these telemarketing calls and stop them? To understand that, we classify them into 3 groups. The first group, where we exercise a random sample of websites where we exercise phone call-based opt-outs, which comprises of calling these phone numbers which are available on the lead generation website pages or in their privacy policies, asking to stop these calls. And then we also register our phone numbers on Do Not Call registry. In the second group, we perform email-based opt-outs, wherein we send the emails available on their websites or privacy policies, and then also we unsubscribe within the emails that we have received. And finally, third group is a control, where we do not do anything. And I'll just go over the results for call-based marketing. We see that the number of calls reduce when we do phone-based opt-outs. However, none of the opt-out mechanisms we attempted were able to fully prevent these calls from originating, even after the end of 60-day period. And similarly, the same goes for SMS-based marketing and email-based marketing. We see like they'd never stop. And there's no way to opt out. This is a screenshot of one of the phone numbers that we own that we used on when we initially started pilot testing on one of the lead generation website. And we have, after a year, still been receiving phone calls on this, even though we have exercised all the DNC and all the opt-out mechanisms. So this is just showing how much deceptiveness exists in this entire ecosystem. And this is just lead generation websites. But there are other verticals where the same kind of deception exists. Now, to understand that we have provided our information to these websites, can we act as a buyer and buy the data from these lead generation websites? And to surprise that we can buy the data just as we buy stuff on eBay. It's as easy. There's no validation. There's no certification required for you to buy. And you can access all this sensitive information on individuals. Now, Nurullah will continue and explain how we go about doing this and some recommendations for the ecosystem stakeholders.
Thank you, Yash. So next, we want to understand how the stakeholders in this ecosystem trade with customer data, so with data they put in the web forms. And to do so, what we have done was we purchased data from leading data brokers in this ecosystem. So, and these data brokers are making a lot of money. So just to give you a sense, in the last quarter of 25, Quad without LendingTree, so which is belonging to company LendingTree, so they made over $200 million in the last quarter. So, and it turns out there is no verification, no certification. The only thing you need to access highly sensitive information on these platforms is just any credit card. So once you provide this valid credit card, you get access to this highly sensitive information, including major health conditions of individuals. And we purchased 400 leads from these platforms. And then we have seen that the targeting mechanisms on these platforms were pretty precise. So we could easily buy our own data. So, and this is how it looks like. And this is how the targeting mechanism looks like. So you can target people by their location, by their income, age, and also major health conditions. So you can target people with AIDS, cancer, drug, or alcohol abuse, and there are a lot of filters you can set and target specific people. So, and when we purchased the data, what we have also seen was the data we received contained fabricated data. So like weight, height, income. So this information is never gathered in the platforms, in lead generation web pages of the data brokers we purchase data from. And they were just randomly and frequently included in the leads we have received. So next, we wanted to understand who has access to the customer data in this lead generation web page. So, and you will see a similar notice on these web pages, which says, we might share your data, for example, with Excel Impact and or the listed companies. And when you check the web page behind listed companies, you will find many marketers, and which includes also other pages. And when you follow all the pages, it turns out on a single web page, over 8,000 marketers get access to your data. And this is how the network graph of the marketers in this ecosystem look like. So they are pretty interconnected in this ecosystem. So why don't we receive quotes from these lead generation web pages? Because they are by design not intended to provide you a quote, but calls. So once you put your information on this lead generation web page, what they do is their business model is that they trade with your data and sell your data to the marketers we have just seen. So these are lead brokers, lead aggregator, and lead exchange providers. And again, these marketers sell your data to multiple agencies. So your inquiry in the lead generation web page turns into hundreds of calls you cannot avoid anymore. And there are many regulations that should govern lead marketing ecosystem, but we frequently see also these deceptive practices. So we believe that there is a lack of enforcement, which gives freedom to these marketers so that they can they have this deceptive practice at that scale. And I want to highlight some other gaps and dark patterns we see in this ecosystem. So when you visit these web pages, you will see clear big buttons which says start my quote and view my quote. So the expectation is here that you are going to receive and see your quote. And but the reason is here that their business model is actually they are acting as consent firms. So you will never receive a quote. So the only thing you are going to receive is calls. So they are just interested in getting your consent so they can trade with your data. And this is another example. So when you submit the form, so you acknowledge that these lead generation web pages will ignore do not call registry, which is maintained by FTC. So even if you put your number on FTC, the agencies will still be able to call you because they have your consent, which you are not aware of. So I want to conclude with two recommendations. So we have many dark patterns in this ecosystem, in this lead generation web pages. So I think there's a significant lack of transparency here, and so people ideally should be aware of that they are not going to receive quotes but calls, and receive hundreds of calls, and that their data is going to be shared with thousands of marketers. So finally, we also need, as we have seen, opt-out mechanisms in this ecosystem don't just work. We need a real-time and centralized opt-out mechanism that enforces the opt-out across all the marketers. So to conclude, so we believe that there's a lack of respect for consumers' opt-out, so which is deceptive, and current laws, and particularly like the TCP and DNC have notable gaps, and there's also a lack of enforcement. We think that might be helpful to protect consumers by these deceptive practices. And thank you very much.
Thank you to the speakers for these very interesting papers. To conclude, we will have Leon Mousson with some concluding remarks around these papers.
Well, let me begin by saying thank you so much to the organizers for giving me a chance to carefully read these 3 excellent papers. I learned a lot, and I am certainly going to be very careful about what websites I put my phone number in after reading this last one in particular. So I'm going to discuss these papers sort of slightly out of order here. I'm going to start by talking about the impact of LLM adoption on online user behavior. So just to sort of remind you, we saw it just like 20 minutes ago, but I know we've all, not had enough coffee this morning. So what did we see? What we saw is that consumers who adopt large language models eventually use traditional search engines less, right? And in particular, this effect appears with a bit of a lag, with a 20-week lag, in fact, but then seems relatively persistent. And crucially, and I think, somewhat reassuringly, it is concentrated in informational queries, which is exactly where we would expect this effect to concentrate. There is much less of an effect on navigational queries, which makes sense because you're not going to ask ChatGPT, like guide me to facebook.com or something, but somehow people can't type in facebook.com and ask Google to guide them to Facebook. Okay, this is a thing that happens. A second effect that we spent a little bit less time on, but that was also in that paper, is that consumers, after adopting large language models, seem to visit less popular websites less often. So there is a little bit of an effect of, the winners becoming even bigger winners in this post-LLM world. Now, I really enjoyed reading this paper because this is going to be an extremely important topic going forward, right? Even since the data for this paper was collected, large language model adoption has gone through the roof. They have become much better at handling informational queries, even with real-time information. And so I really view this paper as an excellent sort of early exercise warning us that there are big changes afoot here. And these changes will only sort of become bigger. Now, let me make a couple of comments here. And the first thing I wanted to say is that I was lucky enough to not attend just one conference where a paper was discussed on the impact of LLM adoption on online user behavior, but 2 in these recent months. And this other paper that I saw by Golami, Firolo, Chair, and Acquisti found the opposite pattern. Okay, so this paper that we saw today found that LLMs are substitutes for search. This other paper found that LLMs are complements to search. This paper that we saw today found that LLMs lead to a decline in visits to smaller websites. The other paper finds that LLMs lead to a sustained increase in the number of unique websites visited. And both papers use ComScore data, and both papers use a staggered adoption or event study design. So I would like to understand what the difference is. And to be clear, I'm not saying, one of the papers has to be wrong. I think there is important choices that we're making here in terms of like, what is the subset of users that we're computing an average treatment effect on the treated for? And those choices might matter. And one other thing that might matter is that Ty's paper from today has a much longer post-event study window. And we're seeing here that these effects take a while to kick in. right? So that might be what's going on in the difference between these two papers, but this is just something I would like to understand because, you know, it's rare that I see two papers using the same data set to study very similar questions and come to such different conclusions. One other thing I did want to mention here is that I'm struggling a little bit with the dynamic pattern of the effect. So we do see this immediate spike in search activity right after LLM adoption. And I know that this is because there is some sort of activity bias here. But at the same time, there is some argument in the paper that activity is actually being controlled for. And so I'm struggling a bit with either activity is controlled for, and then this is a sign of some actual bias being left over, or activity is insufficiently controlled for, and then the dynamic pattern is plausible, but maybe I worry a bit more about whether activity is really controlled for as well as we think. Secondly, I'm a little worried about this persistent decline in search activity taking quite this long. I think it's pretty rare for effects that are sort of working on the user side online to take sort of 20 weeks, that's 5 months, to kick in. Maybe it is plausible because this is in a world where chatbots are just like not that useful yet. So back then, you needed to learn a lot more about how to use chatbots. So that could be it. I've got some minor comments here. Let me go very quickly. I'm going to run out of time. We already talked about chatbots changing. The adoption rate seems a little bit low relative to sources I found. I know Ty said around 10%. What I found is something like 18% in July 2023. So it feels a little low, but on the other hand, you've got this really intense adoption definition. So I'm not so worried about that. And, just briefly, these event study figures, like they are the core of the paper, and I think you can do a lot to dress them up visually in a way that they're like a bit easier to parse. But I mean, that is just a silly comment. All right, with that, let me move on to the second paper here on the lead marketing ecosystem, right? So just to summarize again, lead generation websites ask you to fill out a form on a website to receive a quote. And what actually then happens is your data is sold on to multiple companies, up to 8,000 companies apparently, which may contact you with offers. And the resulting contact can be very intense and arguably has some sort of spammy feel to it. Also, these brokers sometimes fabricate sensitive data and fail to honor opt-outs. So I think, here I'm really going to sort of own my role as an economist for a second and say I totally agree with you that this, on the face of it sounds spammy and sounds problematic. But I can't really make an assessment for how problematic it is unless I also learn something about the benefits here, right? And the benefits could be zero, and I think the paper is sort of like implicitly assuming there is just no benefit here, but it'd be good to have some data on that, right? Because lead generation plausibly reduces search frictions a little bit, right? Someone is calling me, and it's just like, hey, here's how much we would charge you. And, one question is, could you survey consumers to find out, do they value this at all, this lead generation? Because you have these reviews in the data set, but they're from the Better Business Bureau. And, only people who complain go to the Better Business Bureau. So that might be quite a selected sample. Even better would be if you could collect data on the actual offers that people receive. So there is some sense, like if I put in, my phone number and I get like 100 calls, but I get like a bunch of quotes, am I going to end up making a better decision than if I just sort of like go with the first place? That comes to mind. Okay, and then, the paper proposes some targeted fixes, which I really enjoy. I think they're really tightly scoped to make sense and to be very easy to implement. And, this is the setting to propose some targeted fixes. So I hope the FTC economists in the audience listen closely to that. But I'm also wondering whether we can think bigger, right? So my initial reaction was, can we just get these firms to, there is no, they contact you. They just have to post the price menu online. Maybe that's a bit challenging because the price menu is so large, but could there be some sort of non-binding quote mechanism where, the disciplining factor is just consumers are going to get annoyed at your company if you keep saying, oh, my quote is this, and then you call them and the quote is very different, and the reputational mechanism disciplines that a lot. I wonder whether something like this would be possible. All right, some minor comments here as well. The phone line, as far as I understood it, that was used in this audit study was never actually answered. And I do wonder whether if I answer the phone the first time, then that marketer won't call me another 100 times, right? And I think it's a pretty reasonable conclusion from that marketer that I just put in my phone number to receive quotes. It's probably not the case that I'm not answering the phone because I'm not interested anymore, right? I was interested 3 minutes ago. Maybe I'm not answering the phone because I'm just like otherwise engaged right now and they should try again later. I don't think that's super unreasonable as an inference for the marketer to make. And then there's some details about the SMS opt-out method. All right, overall, I think this is really important reminder that more quotes, more information isn't always better, right? And that's something we can sometimes forget in consumer search. And I really enjoyed this meticulous and creative data collection in this project, which answered some policy relevant questions I have not seen addressed elsewhere. So I really enjoyed this paper too. With that, let me move on to that last paper on price dispersion and search frictions on Uber and Lyft. So just to summarize again, for a given route, Uber and Lyft, they offer very similar services. You might think they're identical services, yet the prices often differ between the two. And what this paper found is that if consumers checked both apps, they would save something like 6 or 7% on average, and that amounts to $300 million in New York alone. Simple model of search, consumer search, suggests that given these potential savings, consumers really should compare prices around 97% of the time. However, in practice, using some ComScore data, we see that they only do so around 16% of the time. So this is kind of presented as a little bit of a puzzle, right? Are we getting search costs very wrong, or what is up with this? So, my main comments here are I would like to think a bit more about potential remedies, in particular in the context of this Ellison and Allison paper that I think a bunch of people in the room know, which suggests that, if you have these comparison tools, that would be like the natural next step here, right? The app that checks Uber and Lyft at the same time, then these companies will try to obfuscate prices by making the pricing, the product more multidimensional, more differentiated, right? For instance, rideshare apps really offer like a wait time price car type bundle, and they could easily try to like differentiate a lot more by offering you different car types or different wait times in a way that makes it a lot harder to compare on such an easy interface. As a similar example on Amazon, the Amazon buy box algorithm, which makes it very easy to compare offers, it really drives product proliferation because sellers would rather sell the same object in green where no one is competing, and that might happen here as well. Maybe, however, here chatbots or some sort of LLM-based price comparison that can take into account the product differentiation could help in the future. And the last point here is that I'm aware that in China, aggregators like Meituan have a very large market share. So I wonder how the regulatory environment differs, and sort of, is that just a historical accident, or is there a lesson we can learn here? Some minor comments as well. One thing I was wondering is to what extent this result is driven by people who don't have both apps installed versus people who have both apps installed but only check one of them, right? It's not clear to me that these are exactly the same channels. There might be a lot of sort of horizontal brand preference for the people who just have one app installed. Also, I often use Uber and Lyft on business trips. I actually still price compare on business trips, but I might be the only person. So, that might be a driving part of the results. I'd like to see some robustness on that. Overall, excellent data, a really, I say a straightforward analysis, but I really mean this as a compliment, because in the sense that straightforward means here, I can't, none of the steps is complicated enough that anything could have gone wrong. You had this really clear idea, this really clear way of analyzing the data. And so I think that the conclusions are stark, but extremely believable. All right, bringing it all together, this is the consumer search session. And I'm afraid I kind of have to conclude consumers don't really search, okay? And I think that is a bit of a problem, right? So consumers don't like to search. That makes them willing to trust chatbots synthesize information rather than go out and sort of search on their own. it makes them vulnerable to lead marketers who promise to do the work for them and then maybe don't really do the work for them, or maybe they do some of this like effortful part because they call you. You still have to answer the phone, but maybe there are some benefits in that. It's a bit unclear. And it makes consumers willing to overpay for rights. And the question is obviously, what could be remedies here? And in some sense, price comparison platforms and APIs sound very attractive. But here, I really like to reiterate this Ellison and Ellison point, which is not to say that we shouldn't have price comparison platforms. We totally should. But I wonder that it won't go far enough because providers will differentiate and obfuscate. And then the question is, can we get around this somehow with this new technology that's recently coming online with these large language models that maybe start being able to offload some sort of product decisions, even in a world with product differentiation? And I think that's incredibly attractive and interesting as an option, but I do worry that then consumers are not going to compare between the large language models. And to the extent that the large language models are like advertising driven or like they extract some monthly payment from you, right? Maybe they just become the aggregators that can extract the rent here as opposed to like Uber or Lyft being the aggregator. All right, thank you again so much for the chance to discuss these excellent papers.
Okay, so we invite the speakers to the front of the room for a short, I think 8 minutes, Q&A session.
Geoffrey, great, great project. I was wondering, so if I got it right, during your audit, you are using profiles that are sort of blank, right? Now, partially the reason why some consumers do not want to switch all the time, right, is because they think that probably if they stay loyal, they build a reputation, high ratings, and these could get probably in the future better quotes. So my question probably is, which type of bias do you think are you introducing by only using profiles that are sort of blanked without any history?
So, sorry, what do you mean by which type of buyers?
Bias.
Yeah.
Which type of bias, sorry.
Oh, I see. In terms of like the level of price dispersion that we would expect to see? Yeah, that's a good question. I would have to think more about that. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, it's sort of a question that we've definitely thought about, and I'm not sure, we can sort of say too much about it like empirically, just in terms of like the methodology. But yeah, I think I will just say I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it more. And I think like we're interested in doing some extensions of this work to try to get at some questions like this, but I don't think, we can say anything empirically just yet.
I also have two questions for you. So I was wondering whether you somehow know whether people live in New York City or they're from elsewhere, because it could be that if you're from elsewhere and Lyft is always cheaper elsewhere, then maybe you check once, figure out, okay, that's the same here, and then you just keep on using this, which I guess changes the interpretation of your effects. I guess I was also wondering about the reimbursement and like why doesn't like driver competition lead to more similar prices, I guess, or like platform competition for drivers?
Yeah, thanks for those questions. Yeah, on the first piece, we have some limited ability to observe like the geographic region of in the ComScore sample, I think you mean. We don't observe exactly New York, but we can observe like kind of like the broader New York metro region or something like that. And the story is relatively similar. So there's a plot, we don't have it in the paper right now, where we kind of try to break things out by geography, and the story is relatively similar. On your second question, sorry, remind me, your second question was about
Like drivers, why aren't
Oh, drivers. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely want to think more about that side of the story. I mean, as you saw, like we're very much focused on the kind of consumer side of the equation here. But I think, thinking about the sort of equilibrium part of this and kind of the driver side more would be great, and is something we want to do more of in the future. So I'm not sure. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much to the presenters, great projects. I had a question to Ty. I was curious, so your sample does not include AI overview, and I was curious, what are your thoughts on how would your results change with the AI overview introduced, especially like not only with the search advertising, but your results had the display advertising stuff too. Thank you.
Yeah. So obviously we don't have that data, although we might be trying to collect something in that direction. We see it as, the same substitution away from kind of the use of those ranked search results to still be the case for the AI overview. The AI overview is appearing before those search results. They're providing information, although it is definitely true that AI overviews don't necessarily trigger for all types of search queries. But for example, the null results on navigational search queries, we expect that to be the same, because if you do Google Amazon right now, the AI overview is not telling you what Amazon is. It is providing you the link to Amazon. And similarly with the search results or search ads and the display ads, we think that dichotomy, where we're seeing a reduction in display ad activity, but not for search activity, we think that's also still ongoing. Yeah. And kind of makes sense that it would be consistent with Google allowing AI overviews in a way that doesn't cannibalize their search ads, right? Yeah.
I just want to thank all the speakers. This was really great work. I have a question for Jeffrey. So one thing I'm wondering about is whether or not the apps themselves have information about whether you're visiting the competitor app, sort of in the process of searching, and how like that information might be used sort of to adjust like via a discount, and sort of how your methodology, like is your methodology like focus on base price, like is it going to sort of potentially miss sort of endogenous responses to search from the platforms? Mm-hmm. And sort of, do you have any thoughts about sort of, how that might factor into your results?
Yeah, so on your first question, I don't believe, and I'm not 100% sure, I don't believe they observe directly, that you've opened another application. I believe, but, they presumably can see, that you opened their application and now are not, on their application, and now they're, you're back or whatever. So, I'm sure they can do some inference about, whether, you seem to be someone who's searching. I think, yeah, definitely the question about discounts is a limitation of the work. We just, like, in our methodology, we just don't really have a way to get at that. I think that is something that we're really hoping to explore further in future work, and trying to see if that's, so one thing is we're trying to collect some more kind of systematic data across different users to understand sort of how prevalent these sort of discounts are, and if they seem to be sort of correlated with other user attributes. So that's one thing. And I think I would be super interested to sort of extend this work methodologically and try to kind of tease out some more information about the sort of prevalence of those discounts, and whether they're driven by particular types of behaviors that we could vary. So I think it's a great question. Yeah.
Yeah, great papers. I have a question about the lead generation paper, and I'm curious about the buying side, and if you can tell us a little bit about what you might have learned about what it would have cost to buy the leads, but how that might have varied by the information that the consumer provided.
Just to clarify, your question is about like what was the cost of buying the leads? So it varied from platform to platform, but mostly it was in the ballpark of $10 to $15 as a base start rate. We could also buy some leads for like $3 to $5, and then we also tried to buy age leads, which varied from like 3 days to 20 days, and then 21 days to 80 days, and then up to 365 days. And there, the price range was mostly between 0.5 to 1.5 or $2 per lead. So yeah, it was vastly different. If like more the real time the lead is, more valuable it is, and as it gets more and more old, the value decreases.
All right. Well, thank you for all the speakers for excellent works. I have two questions for Jeff. The first question is, and there may be suggestions as well. When you compare the price, when I open the apps, I see a couple of prices, right? That's the top one is the most standard one in Uber X, and then you could potentially have Wait and Save, could be Uber Large, so on and so forth. Yep. Similarly for Lyft. So I wonder, which price you're comparing. Yep. And if you have data for other prices as well, naturally you want to compare the other options as well. Yep. So that's number one. And then the question is, my own experiences, I do compare prices, but I do have, this worry that sometimes when I switch back and forth, when I switch back to Uber, oh damn, the price goes up, And then when I switch back to Lyft, oh, the price goes up again. I wonder, you have any thought on that?
Yeah, thanks for those questions. Yeah, so in the paper, we're focused on just kind of like the two standard offerings, the prices for the two standard offerings, which is Lyft like standard and UberX. We do, so like when we collected the data, we collected screenshots for the kind of full set of menu of price offerings. So we could definitely do more to like compare the other cases. We kind of, focus on the one in the interest of sort of simplicity and clarity. But I do think there's more that we could explore with that. So I definitely take that point. The question about switching back and forth is interesting. We don't sort of, have the ability to observe that in the setup that we did, but, it's kind of related to the previous question as well, where it's like, are they able to kind of, see that like, oh, you sort of tabbed away and now you're sort of back and maybe we should adjust. So that's an interesting hypothesis that could be worth exploring more.
Well, thank you everyone for your great questions. It seems, as usual, we have more questions than we have time. So I encourage everyone to please go up to the front and ask the speakers if we were not able to get to you. But meanwhile, this is the conclusion of our consumer search session. So please join us back after the break at 10:45.
Okay, welcome back from your break. I'm Eric Sperlino. I'm a staff economist in the Division of Consumer Protection here at the FTC, and I'm going to be introducing the panel on FTC research and consumer protection. Rather than give a long introduction, we're just going to go straight to the talk. So first we have Brett Windling presenting on Why Do Brands Matter? Brett.
Great, thanks. I'm very happy to be here. I'm excited to be able to talk about this paper that I think exemplifies the synergies that arise from the consumer protection and antitrust missions at the FTC. And it begins sort of with the collaboration of the paper. This is joint work with some colleagues of mine, Zhao Dong and Devesh Raval. Zhao is in the antitrust division along with me, and Devesh is in consumer protection, and Paul Koh, a former colleague of mine, is at Yonsei University. Now, this paper came out of a project where we were trying to evaluate the effectiveness of merger remedies in supermarkets. And in trying to figure out how do firms compete, we learned that we needed to have a better understanding of what is the value of a brand. Why do some firms have multiple brands? Is there vertical or horizontal differentiation? Or is it related to sort of legacy issues associated with the costly retirement of poor performing brands? Are some brands more valuable than others? And if that's the case, what accounts for those differences? Why are some brands more valuable than others? Now, we're going to try to answer a lot of these sort of fundamental marketing questions using data that we've compiled from a long history of antitrust investigations into supermarkets. And using these data, we've put together some unique information about sales, revenues, costs that is at the store level for a large number of supermarket chains. We have this time series of information, and that's going to allow us to consider how changes in banners affect store performance, like profits, revenues, and margins. In addition, because we're looking at supermarkets, we get to see that there's stores that are competing in various market conditions all across the country, and because they face different market characteristics, we can see whether the effects of banner changes are different depending on the local demographic characteristics or various store characteristics. And then finally, the information that we've collected not only includes information about store level costs, we sometimes have information at the project level. And that's going to allow us to sort of treat these brand changes as an investment and look to see are there returns to these brand investments. Now, for these reasons, grocery stores are an excellent source, an environment for looking at these issues. Now, first of all, there are literally hundreds of banners associated with thousands of stores marketed across the United States. Indeed, 3 of the largest grocery chains in the United States, Albertsons, Ahold Delhaize, and Kroger, they together account for 50 banners. In addition, these firms that when they have multiple banners, they sometimes will acquire those banners through consolidation. Indeed, Albertsons and Kroger have engaged in a series of acquisitions that each of the acquisitions that they've engaged in has sort of expanded their brand portfolio. Now, by acquiring brands in this way, these chains are able to sort of evaluate the performance of their existing portfolio and then compare it against the brands that they're acquiring during these mergers, and And then they can consider, well, how should they put those brands to their best use? Now, there exists some evidence that suggests that these chains segment their product offering in order to target different consumer types. So for example, many firms will offer brands of different types, like value and premium brands. And we can see that if we just sort of look at like basic income statistics where stores are located. So for example, Albertsons, they have a brand Pavilions, and if you look at the sort of average income statistics in the zip codes where the Pavilion stores are located, they tend to be located in areas that are higher, that have higher incomes than their United brand. This suggests that the Pavilions brand, a premium brand, is being used to sort of as a premium brand to target high-income consumers. Kroger has a similar strategy with their QFC and Payless brands. The QFC is a premium brand targeted high-income consumers, and their Payless brand is a more value brand targeted at lower-income consumers. This is not just limited to the largest chains, however. H-E-B and Raley's, which are regional chains, they also have premium and value brand strategies where they're targeting high-income consumers. H-E-B has Central Market and JV Smart. Raley's has Nob Hill and Food City. Income is not the only demographic characteristic that firms seem to target with their consumers. Some chains, for example, will offer Spanish language banners that are aimed at serving the needs of Hispanic consumers. We can see this with Albertsons and H-E-B, for example. Albertsons has an Amigos brand, which tends to be located in largely Hispanic areas, and H-E-B's Mi Tienda is similarly placed in largely Hispanic communities. Now, although there exists some evidence that suggests that these brands are being used to target different consumer types, there is also evidence that suggests that some banners just simply perform better than other banners. We can look at that by sort of exploiting the fact that in our data, we sometimes see the banners change. If we compare the banners from which stores change, against the destination banner where they go to, and look at their different performance, we can see that the destination banners, where they're changing the banner into, tends to perform better than the origination banner. So for example, if Kroger is changing their Harris Teeter brands into QFC, something I don't think that actually happens, but if they were to change Harris Teeter into to QFC, we would see that on average, the Harris Teeter origination banner would be performing worse than on average than the QFC banner. This is not surprising. I mean, we expect that firms want to change banners from lower performing banners into higher performing banners. So next, we want to see, well, when firms do change their banners, are they effective at improving the performance of the store? And first, we're going to look at sales. So this is an event study figure that looks at the effect of banner changes on store level sales. Yeah, we're comparing stores that changed banners against similar banners that did not change during the period. Now I've run this regression using different samples, different control groups, different timing events, different specifications, and this event does not change. This is robust to anything that I can do. We find that immediately after a banner change, there's a large and persistent effect in sales. It looks like in our sample, banner changes results in higher sales at the store. Next, I'm going to look at gross margins. Now, gross margins are revenues minus the cost of goods sold. So these are in the grocery industry, the firm executives tend to look at gross margins in a way when they are making strategic decisions like pricing and where to invest in their departments or stores. This is a good estimate of the price cost margin. Now, because gross margins can change either due to the effect that costs reduce or prices go up, it's important to sort of understand what our econometric specification is. We're dealing with staggered treatment timing here with Callaway Santa Ana, but more importantly, we're including in our control group both the origination and the destination banners in our analysis. So if we thought that there were changes or concomitant with the banner change that were affecting costs, we would find that these results are going to be above and beyond anything that affects these other stores of those same banners that did not switch during the period. What we find here is that the margins go up as a result of the banner change. And if we don't think that there were changes in, say, the infrastructure of the distribution or other sort of supply chain things that might have affected the marginal cost of these firms, we would interpret these results as maybe a change in price. That the change in banner results in an increase in price, and if that's the case, combined with our previous results in sales, we're seeing that the banner changes results in higher prices and higher sales, consistent with a perceived increase in quality after the change. So out of due diligence, we also looked at profits. Not surprisingly, we find that when margins go up and sales go up, the profits go up. Perhaps somewhat surprising is that the magnitude of the effects. We have very large effects following a banner change, and by the end of our sample, it looks like profits have increased by nearly 30% relative to control group stars after the banner change. Next, we considered, well, perhaps following a banner change, we see that the store attracts a different type of consumer, ones that prefer a different basket of goods. In order to sort of test that, we consider the effect of the banner change on different departments, fresh and grocery. You can think of fresh as sort of like meat and produce, and grocery as like dry goods and laundry detergent. If the banner change is resulting in some sort of compositional difference in the consumers, we're not seeing it through this comparison. The new consumers that they're attracting do not seem to have much difference in their composition between fresh and grocery. So hopefully at this point I've convinced you. Well, the banner changes that we're observing, they appear to have increased the profits of the store, they increased the sales of the store, and they even increased the margins of the store. But as I alluded to earlier in the talk, another feature of our data is that we can compare like these benefits that a banner change incurs for the store against the cost associated with the banner change itself. With this, we can get a rate of return on the investment, and we find that if we assume a 5% interest rate, these banner changes have about a 7.5% return in 5 years, and a net present value of about $12 million over time. Now, given that these banner changes are profitable for these stores, it sort of begs an additional question. It's like, well, why don't we observe more banner changes? It turns out that there is a relatively few set of stores actually change banners. Even amongst the origination stores, we observe fewer than 20% of the origination stores actually change banners. And so what's likely accounting for that? Well, in part, it may be due to the fact that the average difference between the origination store's performance and the destination store's performance masks sort of heterogeneity at the store level. Indeed, if we are to plot the distributions of the store performance for destination stores and origination stores, we see a significant amount of overlap between them. Although we do see that the destination performance is shifted to the right relative to the origination stores. In addition, if we look at the effect of a banner change on different types of banner strengths, where we're going to measure banner strength as the number of other stores in the same MSA with the banner, you can think of this as sort of like a brand awareness statistic. If there are more Safeway stores in Austin than there are in Houston, then Safeway might be a stronger banner in Austin than it is in Houston, for example. Well, we see that the effect of a banner change is larger for weaker stores. So, which is consistent with what you would expect. You would expect a bigger effect of changing the banner on the store that's not performing as well. Moreover, but the differential between the weak brands and the strong brands suggests that there provides an additional reason for why we think that there's sort of selectivity in which stores they choose to change the banners for. So in conclusion, we find that banner changes for the stores that we consider are profitable. However, there is selectivity in which stores get chosen for banner changes. In the future, we're hoping to model more formally, which banners switch and which banners are selected not to switch. We want to dig more. We want to dig further into sort of the mechanisms for the effects that we're finding, and specifically into decomposing sort of whether there are differences in sort of horizontal or vertical differentiation. And then we want to consider the effects of other sort of interesting compositional and market conditions, such as the effects of competition. And we have some information on private label sales at each of the stores. And then finally, we'd like to sort of add some new banner changes into our analysis. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Brett. Next up, we have Will Violette presenting about influencer endorsements and sales.
Great, thanks so much. I'm also an economist in the Consumer Protection Group at the FTC, and I'm excited to share some research with you on influencers. So I think people spend a lot of time on social media, and while they're on social media, they often see a lot of products. And firms have noticed and capitalized on this. So it's pretty common now for firms to pay creators or influencers on social media to endorse their own products. Firms, I think, have generally been excited about this because they see a lot of engagement with their products on social media. So it seems like it's helping them out. But there's limited causal evidence of the effect of these endorsements on sales. For example, firms may worry that the people who are seeing these endorsements may be the same people that would have bought the product anyway. And it's not just firms that care whether endorsements affect sales. We could also think that regulators care. But they may be coming to this from more of a consumer protection focus. So is this type of advertising helpful for consumers and sort of welfare enhancing? So from sort of an informational advertising perspective, we could think that influencer advertising is great. It's reaching these niche audiences. It's spreading awareness of these different products and maybe reducing search costs for consumers. I think there's also a concern, and a lot of regulation is focused on this, where the FTC and others are worried that there's an incentive for influencers to hide their paid endorsements. And that matters if consumers really trust their content creators to give them credible information about products, something that they may have trouble observing otherwise. So I think could be another perspective, which is that really what we're looking at is persuasive advertising. So influencers people already know what products are available, and they can find that through other sources. What they're doing is turning to social media to figure out what's in style. And so that gives the influencers an opportunity to kind of influence the preferences of their audience, and that may have more ambiguous welfare implications. So kind of guided by this, I'm going to look at these questions empirically, and I'm going to estimate the effects of around 1,800 product endorsements in Instagram influencer posts on short-term sales for these products. I'll do that by combining about 10 million Instagram posts from 2017 to 19 with daily product sales for mentioned products. Since there's a pre-trend leading up to an influencer's sales leading up to an endorsement, I'm going to use synthetic control difference in difference approach to control for that. And I'll look at 3 different dimensions of heterogeneity to kind of get at these mechanisms underneath. So first, I'll compare bestsellers to niche products. Second, I'll compare endorsements with a hashtag ad type of disclosure to those without. And then third, I'll look at really popular or viral kind of posts compared to less popular ones. As a quick preview of the findings, I'll find a modest sales bump that's short run, especially for niche products, endorsements that do not disclose hashtag ad, and popular endorsements. So jumping back to 2018 Instagram, which definitely looks different than today. It's a fast-moving world. I want to talk a little bit about how endorsements could lead to sales. And so the first one we've kind of talked about already would be a paid endorsement, where an influencer is approached by a firm. They negotiate a flat fee to make an endorsement, and they usually the firms will allow the influencer to make the post in the next week or two. The timing is often up to the influencer. And it's a little unclear whether it's the influencer that chooses to disclose that they're paid or whether that's specified in the contract. Then there could also just be organic endorsements. So influencers find products they like, they make posts about them, and then their followers can see that. And so these 2 types of endorsements can lead to sales. So I'm picturing an Instagram user is scrolling through Instagram, and they'll encounter a post that highlights a product. They'll often encounter a post likely within 48 hours of the post being posted. That's because the algorithm heavily favors new content. And so they'll look at the post, maybe watch the video or the image, and then see in the comment text the name of the product and the brand. So Instagram famously doesn't allow you to put a hyperlink in your comments. So it's up to the consumer to go and find that product and brand to complete the sale. And you could also imagine sort of follow-on sales. So these consumers could be really excited about the product, maybe reshare the post, or make their own post highlighting this new product they got. So to measure this channel, I'll connect Instagram data with sales data. And the Instagram data include metadata for posts, and they include the last 300 posts for about 30,000 influencers, and those were taken in early 2019. Those were generously shared by computer science researcher Sungbae Kim at the University of South Florida, and he defines an influencer in this data as someone with at least 1,000 followers, over 300 posts, and at least 1 post with hashtag ad, and these would be public accounts. So I'm going to take this data and find product endorsements by matching the name and brand, exactly the brand hashtag in the comment text in my sales data. And so I'll exclude one-word products to avoid false positives. I'll exclude endorsements within 60 days from the previous one so that we kind of have a clean event study. And I'll exclude endorsements missing sales within 10 days, so we have a balanced panel. And that whole process is going to leave me with almost 1,800 endorsements across 1,600 products and 400 influencers. And in the comments, I'm also going to see the other hashtags. So if there's hashtag ad, advertisement, or sponsored, I'm going to call that ad disclosure. Great. So just taking a little look at the data. This is daily sales data, so there's a lot of variance. So we can see in the first column, this is all products together. Average sales are about 45 units per day, and there's a really wide standard deviation. So I'm going to account for that by splitting the sample further based on your pre-endorsement sales level, whether you're below or above median. So for the low sales products or niche products, they're selling about 8 units a day, but the high sale products are selling over 10 times more. So we can think of a very skewed sales distribution that we'll have to work with. Prices are around $23 per unit. It's pretty constant across the groups. And if we look at the endorsements themselves, around 12% are disclosing hashtag ad or an equivalent. And the influencers making these posts are pretty popular. They have over 500,000 followers on average. Their posts are getting around 13,000 likes. And again, this is also a very skewed right tail distribution. So there's some super popular influencers in the data. Now, if we look at what's happening with sales around the time of an endorsement, here's the decreasing trend I was talking about before. So you can see, sales are decreasing right up until the day of the endorsement. I think my best understanding for what's going on is that endorsements follow spikes in demand. So maybe a new variety or something comes out, there's a spike in demand, maybe a product happens to go viral, and then by the time the influencers get around to making that post, demand is already kind of recovering to its level. And so that's going to be the challenge I'm going to try to grapple with the empirical strategy. So I'll use a synthetic difference in differences approach. And what that means is that I'm going to pick controls and then weight them to best match this pre-trend in the sales data. I'll pick from a pool of never endorsed products and products that are endorsed but at least 60 days away from the treatment at hand. And that's going to result in about 2.4 synthetic controls per product endorsement. I'm going to use a Poisson specification to deal with the fact that sales data are count and there's this long right tail. And in this difference in difference, I'm stacking up all these treatments and their paired controls and then weighting them. So the event study specification is pretty standard. I'm going to look 10 days before and after an endorsement, include endorsement cohort, fixed effects, and standard errors. And the identification here is really coming from the fact that now that we've taken out this pre-trend, any kind of shifts in demand, we're assuming are uncorrelated with the exact timing of that endorsement. And so I'm leveraging the fact that back in 2018, it's not like today where there are large talent agencies that manage hundreds or thousands of influencers and have formed contracts and it's quite organized. Back in 2018, these were bespoke contracts and influencers had a lot of control over the timing of their posts that may be unrelated to demand. For example, I'll see influencers that pick a certain day of the week that they make their posts. They often post when it's a sunny day in their city. So these are the kind of factors that I'm thinking of driving identification. So to give a little bit of what's under the hood with the synthetic control, here instead of breaking up by median sales before an endorsement, I'm breaking up by quartiles. And so if we look at the lowest selling products in the first quartile, our synthetic control, which is the weighted average of those controls in the orange line, is tracking pretty closely to the blue line before the endorsement, which are the endorsed products. So there's a lot of low sales products to pick from, so we can really find a good match and match quite well. But if we move up to the fourth sales quartile, we can see that we're having trouble matching the average level of sales for the endorsed products. And that's because both there's not many high products to match with, and endorsed products tend to be the more highly selling ones. But at least we're getting the trends pretty closely, and that's where the difference in differences is going to come in to help net out that level difference. Okay, great. So now let's jump to the results. So here's the event study plots from our specification. On the left side, I'll have the percent effect on sales. And on the x-axis, I'll have days to endorsement, where the bins on both ends are pooling periods outside of the window. So what we see overall is really not much, so no detectable sales effect of these endorsements. But when we move in and break the sample into niche products or low sales products versus high sales products, we do see an effect for these low sales products. And so on the day of the endorsement, sales go up by about 10%, and then that starts to decline down back to zero within around 5 days. For the high sales product, we don't see really any effect. And so, I think what's going on in the main effect in the previous slide is really the zero for the high sales, and the fact that there's such a large and variable outcome is drowning out the signal from the low sales products. I think from an economic magnitude, these effects are small. So like a 10% increase on a base of, we remember from the previous slide, is about 8 products sold per day for these low sales products. And from industry reports, firms are paying a couple $1,000s for these types of endorsements. So, just to get maybe $100 of sales after this investment is sort of hard to rationalize. And I think the other message here is that it's really the low selling products. So these are maybe, you can think of more niche products. And so this informational advertising may have some value there that, people already know about the best sellers, but they may be learning about these niche products when their influencers spread them. Okay, I do one quick robustness. So we saw there were some bad matches in our synthetic controls. What happens if we throw those out? And I find very similar results. That's mainly affecting the high sales group. And if anything, the pre-trends get a little flatter, but still a zero. Now I'm going to look at a couple dimensions of heterogeneity. So first, we'll look at what happens if you include hashtag ad or an equivalent in your post versus not. So the first slide here is when you don't include hashtag ad. And so this is going to be both organic endorsements and maybe some paid endorsements where people are not disclosing their payment. I think other research has documented that that's a pretty frequent practice, but I can't really see who in the data. But what we see is, so for those without the hashtag ad, we see a slightly stronger effect for the low sales products, again, a zero for high sales products. When we look at that 12% that do disclose hashtag ad, we really don't see a bump in sales for the low sales products, and maybe, if anything, a decrease in sales for the high sales products. And so this is consistent with consumers really caring about there being this disclosure of payment and caring about the credibility of their influencers. The next dimension we'll look at is what happens for really popular endorsements or viral endorsements. And so first, I'm going to look at effects for endorsements that get over 20,000 likes. That's like the top 10% in the data. And you can see that this is what's really driving the effect for the low sales products. So we're getting around above a 30% for its first day effect. And then that starts to fade out, but maybe stays at least a little bit longer than 5 days in the data. So, I think what's really surprising to me is that the high sales products don't even move when you have these really viral posts that go out. And again, since the likes distribution is pretty skewed, there are some super popular posts in here. If I then look at what's happening under 20,000 likes, we still see some effect for the low sales products, statistically insignificant, again, a zero for high sales products. I think, it's not obvious that super popular posts would be the ones driving the effect, because there's a literature on niche influencers. And, it could be that you're an influencer who has an audience of very particular tastes, and you're able to signal your preferences to them. And those are the people who really buy products. And since the effects I'm finding are on this example of 1 or 2 products, it wouldn't take much for your followers to really boost these numbers. But again, we don't see huge effects here. So I think my takeaways overall is I was pretty surprised to see how small these sales effects are. It could be because we're back in 2018 and people, are maybe less responsive to this type of advertising. But I think it could also be that this type of advertising is really about brand awareness, and that's not something I'm able to look at in this study. Firms might not care if you buy the specific product in the post, but they may care that you become aware of their brand and start buying their products or buy other products over time. I think another possibility is that firms are just too positive, their expectations are too positive for this type of advertising. So I think part of what this paper shows is that estimating causal effects is difficult with various variable sales data, and you really do need a lot of treatments to get some signal. That's maybe difficult for firms to do, especially in this time period. And another possibility is that firms get excited seeing their engagement with their sponsored posts, and they can see that sometimes they have discount codes. They can see that influencers are using their discount codes to purchase products, but since influencers are targeting to an audience that may purchase that product anyway, the causal effect there may be overstated. And then I think from a policy perspective, the results seem at least pretty consistent with some informational advertising. It's the niche products that are generating effects. Maybe people are learning about new products. There may be some scope for deception. People seem to care about #ad being disclosed or not. And then viral posts do really well. That could go both ways. I think, informationally, it's exposing these posts to a lot of people, but people may be especially persuaded by viral influencers. So I think that's all I got. So thanks so much.
Thanks, Will. So for our last talk of the session, we have Patrick McCavanagh presenting about the effects of suppressing negative product reviews.
Great. Hi, my name is Patrick. I'm a staff economist in the consumer protection half of the FTC. So pretend it's March 1st. You're doing some online shopping. You check the reviews on a product, and you see 5 stars. Oh, my husband loves this so much. I bought him a second one in a different color. 5 stars. I love this. 5 stars. Love this. You can dress it up or down. Great. Now suppose your counterfactual twin checks in on a month later on April 1st. And April Fools, here's what the review distribution looks like. The old reviews that are 5 stars are still there, but now it's 1 star. I ordered a medium, but it ran small. I emailed customer service and never got a response. 1 star, crap, followed by a still tasteful number of 3 exclamation points. Or 1 star, I can't believe you would have shipped this without a box or any type of protection other than a small plastic bag. So this happened. At the FTC, we brought a number of cases where the firms were essentially deleting all of their 1, 2, and 3-star product reviews. And then we investigated them or brought actions against them. And then essentially the firms had to resume posting their negative reviews, either because initially of our lawsuit investigation or because of a settlement. And so this forms a perfect natural experiment to estimate the impact of reviews on demand, or specifically the impact of hiding all of your negative reviews on demand. So depending on the firm, we're going to observe the next 2 to 4 months after they have to allow negative reviews to resume. In an 18-minute talk, I don't have time to walk through a full theoretical model, but let me just present the main predictions. So if reviews are a signal of product quality, but firms are hiding their negative reviews, then we can make the following predictions: that sales will decline after negative reviews are posted again. Or conversely, sales are going to be artificially boosted when consumers are seeing this biased positive picture of reviews. Sales are going to decline even more for low-quality products. That is, hiding your negative reviews is going to make a bigger difference for low-quality products. And after review transparency, refund requests will decrease. Again, the intuition is just that when you're seeing an honest picture of your purchase decision, then the consumer experience is going to match the expectations, whereas you're going to have a biased picture when reviews are being hidden. Again, the verbal intuition is just, if you buy a 3-star product and get a 3-star experience, meh, I took a chance. Whereas if you buy a 3-star product that was advertised as 5 stars, that's when you're going to be outraged and request a refund. And just to give a graphical intuition of the point that this is going to make a bigger difference for the low-quality products, here's, suppose we have a distribution of reviews, and this would be a relatively higher quality product. So suppose the true mean would be 1, but the firm is deleting any negative review, any review less than 0. So the true mean would be 1, but the biased representation would be 1.3 for a 0.3 difference in presented review score relative to the truth. Compare that to a lower quality product where the true mean would be negative 0.5. When we're deleting all of that, now the displayed mean would display as 0.6 for a gap of 1.1 compared to what we saw as 0.3. Again, the verbal intuition would be, if I'm a 5-star product, delete all the negative reviews you want. That actually won't make a difference for me. Whereas if I'm a lower quality product, yes, then the displayed mean is going to be very biased and from a very selected sample. So it'll make a bigger difference. Okay, the data we see, so we've had a number of these cases, and I've combined them all into one large synthetic company. Every firm in the data obviously is an e-commerce retailer. Some of them are exclusively e-commerce retailers, and some of them also have brick and mortar locations as well. So this amounts to over 100,000, technically I have to call it product variants because for some of them it's a product ID and I don't technically know if it's a SKU, but you can essentially think of it as I observe over 100,000 product SKUs. The data is from 2017 onwards. It's in the neighborhood of, it's somewhere in between 10 million and 20 million product day observations. So a representative observation would be, we see sales of 492 of this shirt in this particular color on a given day, and I do observe the price. All of the reviews, we're talking about reviews that are posted on the company website and for their particular products. So I'm not dealing, there's a few papers in dealing with, seller reputation about the seller itself, or, firms manipulating, say, their Google reviews or their BBB reviews. I'm dealing with reviews about the products themselves and how this review suppression was enacted. I just found this interesting as an economist, is every firm in my data was contracting with a third-party review management company. And so the alleged purpose was to help clean up reviews before they were publicly posted. So it was allegedly to delete off-topic reviews and irrelevant reviews, or to scrub profanity from reviews before they were posted. However, so for a few of the firms, we straight up found the smoking gun document where they straight up said, hey, yes, delete any profanity, but also find a reason, any reason, to delete any negative review. So here's the review distribution by the star score. So red means it was rejected, and blue means it was published. Every single 1 or 2 star review was deleted, and effectively all 3-star reviews. And then the 4 and the 5-star reviews were mostly allowed to go through. It's an empirical fact that the most reviews that are submitted are actually 5-star. It's over 80%. So here's the actual distribution. On the left in red is what was actually submitted. And on the right is what was eventually published. And so, yes, most reviews are 5 stars, but effectively, these firms were just deleting and truncating the left tail of the distribution. So in practice, you essentially only saw 4 or 5-star reviews. Okay, great. Here's the main effect plotted as an event study. So each one of these bins corresponds to a 2-week period. And it's all relative to the omitted category is the 2-week bin before each company had to allow negative reviews to be posted again. And so here we see right after negative reviews are posted, there's a decline in sales, and it amounts to around a 40% decline in sales. This is, for all the empirical fact, that there are a lot of SKUs that essentially don't sell well at all. And if you just naively run the regression, that gives equal weight to all of them. This is weighted by units. And so it's also giving more weight to the larger companies in my sample. So this is the effect, just letting the market rip and weighting everything by units. This is reweighted. So it's still weighted by units within company, but this is giving equal weight to each company in the samples. This is giving equal weight to the small companies and the large companies. And what do we see? It's essentially the same result. I think the first one was 40% net effect, and this is a 43% net effect. So the same pattern is holding for the small companies in my sample as in the large companies in my sample. I wish all my results were this consistent and robust. Okay, getting back to the issue of heterogeneity by product quality. So we can test this. We observe the review scores, the star ratings, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 stars. One really nice thing about this data is we observe the published review scores, but we even observe the rejected review scores. So the few other papers that touch on something similar to this are usually basing their results only on the published ones, but I actually get to see the full counterfactual distribution. If there is review text, we get to see that. So what I'm going to use is natural language processing to transform this review text into an alternative measure of quality that's independent from the submitted star score ratings. So we had a paper yesterday that used the Vader method for transforming text into sentiments. I'm using the Roberta method. But what this does is you feed it text, and it classifies it as, it's going to spit out a probability that this associated text is either positive, neutral, or negative sentiment. And I'm going to use another one to classify the emotional content of the text. So it classifies it as either sad, joy, love, and that's romantic love, anger, fear, or surprise emotion. So for those of you who are just unfamiliar with exactly how this natural language processing transforms text into probabilities, I'll walk you through an example. Here is a hypothetical review of the presentation that I am giving right now. Patrick is absolutely crushing this presentation. This is unquestionably the best paper I've ever heard, and that purple shirt looks good on him. So this would spit out as positive sentiment with 98% probability and neutral sentiment with 2% probability. And this would get classified as joy with essentially 99% probability, and this one was easy, so 0% on the other emotions. Okay, so I'm going to run every review through this classification method, and now I'm presenting the time trends interacted with this measure of qualities, and I'm using the different ones. So for example, using the review score, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars, for a particular product, its average in the pre-period interacted with the time trend. What do we see? A positive and significant effect. So the interpretation is the products that had a higher review score in the pre-period don't show as steep of a decline in the post-period. And even if we only use the published reviews, again, we see a positive effect and significant effect. And so I like this actually because this is suggesting that even though essentially all the reviews were either 4 or 5 stars, that consumers could tell the difference between, say, something that was rated 4.3 stars and 4.9 stars. We're still seeing a positive significant effect in the post period. Using the review text classification methods, for the products that had a higher fraction of positive sentiment reviews in the pre-period, again, positive and significant effect, but conversely, for either higher fraction of neutral or negative sentiment reviews, there's a negative and significant effect. And I guess the interpretation, given that neutral is loading just as highly as negative, is, a review is either 5 stars or it's nothing. But even if it's neutral, that effectively ends up being a negative. Turning to the emotional ones, again, for products with a higher fraction of angry text reviews, we see a negative and significant effect. So the products with the angry reviews show a steeper decline in the post period. We still see a negative and significant effect for sad text. And I essentially view the rest of these as placebo tests. I'm not expecting that much of a impact on fear and joy. So surprise ends up being positive and significant. The rest of them are negative as well, or excuse me, are insignificant. And finally, looking at refund requests, I'll make the caveat here. I observe if there is a refund associated with an order. I do not observe the reason or the amount. So unfortunately, I can't distinguish if it's a refund because they paid for expedited shipping and it still arrived late, or if it was a genuine product refund or return. And I don't observe the amount I can't tell whether it was $6, which was probably shipping, or say $50, which is the product. So just trying to disclaim that. Take these with the tiniest grain of salt then. So for each product, I'm going to take the percentage of orders that had a refund. And what do we see? The refund request rate declines by 9% after honest reviews are posted again. Okay, so in conclusion, review suppression, it biases the quality signal, and specifically it compresses the difference between low quality products and high quality products. We found a 40 to 43% effect on sales. We can demonstrate that this makes a bigger impact for low quality products, and refunds statistically declined by 9%. I'll caveat that there's an external validity limitation if we're trying to project this to how this would affect other firms. The firms we see and the firms the FTC investigated might have been the ones that had the most to gain from review suppression. So in that case, that would overestimate the effects. Conversely, we only got to observe 2 to 4 months period after review transparency. That might not have been time for the full effect to work its way through. So in that case, I'm even underestimating. Thank you all very much.
All right, now we have a few minutes for questions, so our 3 speakers will come up and can raise your hand if you have a question.
Hi, I have 2 questions for Patrick. One is that the literature have shown not only the star ratings that matter, but also the number of reviews would matter. So I wonder whether the scrubbing of negative reviews also changed the number of reviews shown on the website, and do you identify that separately? And my second question is, I think at least I have seen some arguments saying, okay, this website should care about their long-run reputation. If everything is 5-star, then that sounds too good to be true, and they probably want to avoid to sound too good to be true because that's going to hurt their future reputation. So I guess you may be able to test that by look at repeat purchase rate.
Yes, the first, thank you, Ginger. Good seeing you again. I do have number of views. When I was pulling the data out, I even did record number of views and the standard deviation and the distribution. Didn't load those up yet. That is totally fair to test. I will test that. The second point about the long-run reputation, yeah, again, the economist in me, even though I am a behavioral economist and a tiny bit skeptical of the hardcore rationality, as if rationality, it was surprising to me. I mean, a piece of me wants to say exactly what you were saying of every single product review is either 4 or 5 stars. There is not a single negative review. Consumers must have been figuring that out or altering their purchases. The empirical fact remains that this practice was persisting on every firm in our sample for years. I don't know how to address it other than that of this was happening for years. Yeah.
I have a question for Brett. So I wonder whether you can determine whether it's the change itself that triggers the effect that you find, or whether it's the change to a particular banner, because it could be that consumers had like a negative experience with the original banner, and then now they observe that there's this new one, and now they give this another chance, and therefore as long as they're not disappointing, they continue shopping there.
I think there's a related issue associated with sort of like are there mismatches of banners, and so that's something that we're thinking about exploring. Is like what's is there something about specific banner changes that are that is affecting the results? Do some banners perform better in certain areas? You know, in some states, is the banner stronger than in other states? Yeah, that's, we haven't done that yet, but that's definitely on the agenda to look into. And yes, it is something we can explore.
I have a question for Patrick. I wonder could you see if the effect changes for firms was service may change over time, whereas in other case the product could be fixed? I'm asking this because, you know, maybe 1 year ago I got a nasty reviews, but you know, I changed now my service, right? So at the end of the day, you could think that removing that negative reviews, I mean, it's not really so bad for consumers, right? Whereas if the product is fixed over time, you know, they better know.
Yeah, absolutely great question. If I'm understanding correctly, so I have product fixed effects in all my specification. What I was thinking of doing, or the next extension would be seeing if the product mix changes over time, looking at the dots, because some products drop out of the mix, and this might be a great time to retire some of those crappy products, if that's what you were getting at.
I have a question for Will and for Patrick. I'm just wondering if there's anything you learned about product heterogeneity, like product type, whether it influences, again, influencer effects or the negative reviews popping back online by product type.
I don't have great information on the different types of products. So I'm basically the niche and bestseller divide is the best I've done so far, but I can look a little further. Thanks.
Yeah, hopefully I convinced you that I was at least able to get at some issues of the product heterogeneity. For some of the firms, and maybe even all, I have broader categories of you know, was this, say, women's apparel? I'm considering adding those fixed effects, or just seeing if I get classifications, you know, by that. That I have the potential to do that.
Hi, I have a question for Will. So I work with a lot of social media influencers, nano, micro, macro, and in reference to the product endorsement characteristic, I just want to know, with celebrity endorsements, what are the expectations?
In terms of the sales effects? Or?
Sales effect and also influence when it comes to per brand.
Yeah, so I do find strong effects for the really popular, really a lot of likes accumulating on those endorsements. I don't have like a measure of whether they're celebrities or not, but they're definitely very popular as influencers.
And in terms of just the ROI for sales, does it impact directly or does it correlate?
Yeah, so the endorsements that are getting a lot of likes definitely have stronger sales effects for sure.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
I have a question for Will. So I was wondering whether you have any information on whether those products are still in stock, or whether it could be that some companies are just, well, using this to create some feeling of scarcity if it's sold out anyway, and then their next product will.
Yeah, so I've looked at that quite a bit. The endorsements are happening while products are in stock. It's very rare that an endorsement will happen when a product isn't in stock. There's maybe a concern that the effects are underestimated because a product, if a viral influencer has everybody go buy a product and there's just not that much of it, then that may affect the estimates a little bit.
Thank you, everyone, for your questions. Again, we have much more questions than we have time for, so I encourage folks to go up to the people at the front if you have more questions that were unable to be answered. Meanwhile, we are now breaking for lunch, so please come back at Yeah, sorry. Please, yes, please come. Please. Yes, please come back at. I'm so sorry. Today's been a rush. Please come back at 1 p.m. for our next session on information disclosure and gaming. Thank you. I'm honestly not. But I'm holding on. Like everything.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Ben Kastner. I'm an antitrust economist at the FTC. So I was asked to introduce the information disclosure and gaming session. When I was asked to introduce this, I'm not going to call out names, but I was asked to justify why this is important. I can't say it was not Catherine that was calling me out. I happen to know that she watches Stardew Valley streams on Twitch. So yeah, this is a field that often feels like it still has to justify itself because it's a relatively new subject. For those of you who were at the micro conference here last month, Joel Waldfogel had a slide at the beginning saying, here's a slide saying why my paper is important, but I don't really care or believe it. I'm just interested in the economics here. So I'm going to try and convince Joel Waldfogel that his gaming paper is important. So YouTube, this is a very conveniently timed article, has apparently become the world's largest media company. About 13.4% of US TV watch time is on YouTube. And things like the League of Legends World Championship had about 6.7 million viewers, which is comparable to the size of the MLB World Series. So I'm going to introduce a paper I've written that's relevant to this market because I think it introduces the factors that the FTC cares about pretty well. And then I'm going to talk about how the papers in this session relate to it. So Kastner and Te was looking at discovery platforms and membership platforms. So you can think of a discovery platform as a platform that helps consumers find content. So you can think about YouTube, you watch, you get a recommendation for content, you decide whether or not you like it, and typically you'll see an ad before the content, and that's how the platform makes money. A membership platform is a platform that helps facilitate direct value transfers. So basic idea here is that it's difficult to set up a payment system and difficult to gate content, and these platforms help with that. And so these platforms, they don't necessarily help enable discovery, but they help enable monetization of an audience. And that allows the creator to actually make a living at what they do and continue making content. And then we have hybrid platforms that have both of these features. So they'll include a discovery algorithm, usually have some advertising revenue, and they'll also facilitate direct value transfers. And the reason we are interested in this is that we've seen a lot of moves from being discovery and membership platforms towards being hybrid. So we're trying to understand what's driving this and what's driving the situations where there isn't a change. So we do this via a theoretical model. In this model, we have a monopoly platform where there are a mass of content creators who are choosing their content design, a mass of consumers who are looking for content, and these consumers are searching for content. And whether or not they like the content is going to depend on the design of the content. We're taking a Johnson and Myatt style demand rotation approach to content design. So basically, we can have niche content where you like it a lot if you like it, but the probability that you like it is low, or very broad content where you like it a little bit if you like it, but everybody likes it. If the platform operates a discovery portal, then it is going to recommend a creator to the consumer at each step of search. This is a very short presentation, so just believe me that this makes the consumer better off in terms of the search process. And the creator is only going to be able to monetize via advertising revenue because there's no direct value transfer mechanism. Alternately, you could have a pure membership platform where consumers are going to search randomly, but the creator is able to extract some value from consumers, and the platform makes money from a commission set on that transaction. So in equilibrium, it is always going to be profitable. So on the right there, you can say it's always going to be profitable for a platform to move from being a peer discovery platform to a peer membership platform. So what's going to happen is it's going to be able to get commission revenue. When there's a direct value transfer, the creators are going to care about how much consumers like content because you're going to be willing to pay more for content you care more about. So that's going to incentivize them to create broader or less broad content. But a platform going from pure discovery to hybrid can always induce the pure discovery content design by changing the commission it sets on content. It's not always profitable for a platform to move from pure membership to hybrid because that's going to lead to higher broadness. Essentially, creators are competing for recommendations from the platform. The platform will favor broader content. And so we call this the chase the algorithm effect. And if this chase the algorithm effect is strong enough, it can actually not be profitable to introduce this discovery component because, as Patreon wrote in a blog post in 2019, it's getting between creators and their audience. And so it's influencing the content design. I think I'm going to skip over the competition effects. The high-level takeaway here is competing platforms are going to strategically differentiate where you always have one pure discovery platform and almost always have one pure membership platform so that they're not directly competing with each other. And the reason for this is if you have direct competition for creators, that pushes down the commission, which leads to more niche content, and that can significantly reduce advertising revenue. So why do the FTC care? For our competition goals, creator incentives impact platform business models and competition, as I just went over. And from a consumer protection perspective, platform design changes creator content design incentives. So in this session, we're going to have two papers. You and Lynn, it's thinking about platforms that are not the only players. So if you have game companies, you can think about it as an upstream input supplier for content. And content design is going to change with the contractual terms for free supply of input. And truthfulness of recommendations is a pretty key point here. Lee is looking at more in-depth at creator incentives. Creators face a trade-off between sponsorship revenue and authenticity. And say the key innovation here over Feynmesser and Galeotti is that content design can obfuscate sponsorship. That's all the slides I had. So we're next going to see Chiyu presenting organic content, embargoes, and quality obfuscation, evidence from the gaming industry.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited to speak in this session, and thanks, Ben, very much for motivating gaming industry as an important context to study these questions. So today I'm going to talk about the organic content in influencer marketing, how firms manage this content, and also how this content affect consumer choices. Okay, let me start with influencer marketing. Okay. So influencer content has become an important source of information for consumers in addition to advertising and also consumer reviews. Okay, so this is because influencers has already established their expertise and also personal engagement with these audiences, so consumers expect them to be trustworthy and also will provide independent information for their product evaluations. So influencer content is especially important during product launches. Okay, so consider a typical product launch. So before the general public have access to the product, the firms will typically send advanced copies to the influencers for them to test and also produce content. This content will be provided to the consumers prior to product launches. And because during product launches, third-party information is scarce, and also consumers are actively searching for information, this influencer content will have huge impact on early demand. Okay. So to protect consumer welfare, FTC, along with many other entities, has already been regulating sponsorship. Okay. However, across many reports as well as my data set, okay, so we can see that almost more than 90% of the content are organic. So if we see a piece of organic content, does it mean that this is influencers' full and also honest opinion? The answer is actually no. So increasingly, what we are observing is that the companies are using non-financial methods, so including embargoes, which I will talk about, to manage influencer content. So the way it works is that when influencers receive these advanced copies, so they will at the same time sign an NDA. And the NDA will instruct the influencers about certain terms or content that the influencers should not disclose in their pre-launch content. Okay, so and this is exactly what embargoes do. Okay, so you may think that embargoes are ways invented to circumvent the sponsored regulations, but in fact, embargoes has a much longer history, and they are initially designed for benign purposes. So, for instance, to avoid spoilers in industries such as films and also games. Okay. But increasingly, anecdotals have suggested that embargoes are strategically used in order to selectively withhold negative product details. Okay. So for instance, in the context of Microsoft, when Microsoft launched this device, Surface Duo, so influencers were instructed to not provide information, okay, so or any comparisons regarding cameras and also processor informations. So these details later are found to be problematic. So the result is that so early influencer coverage are overwhelmingly positive, okay, so leading to a lot of pushback from the consumers. Okay, so if embargoes are strategically used, the concern is that it may hurt the efficient transmission of information, bias influencer content, and also ultimately hurt consumer welfare. So the question here is that, so in the market, how exactly are embargoes used? Are they used in a fair manner, or they are strategically used? How do they affect information provision? And also, how do they ultimately affect demand? So I'll just skip the theory here, since some other fellow speakers have already covered it. But really, it drills down to whether consumers are sophisticated. So if consumers are inattentive, okay, embargoes will have a positive return. And in the equilibrium, we will observe that embargoes will have a meaningful impact on influencer content. So to empirically examine this, okay, so I'll be adopting data from the gaming industry. Okay, so this is an industry of very high value, and at the same time, it's characterized by severe information asymmetry. Because games is experience goods, so consumers rely a lot on influencers for product discovery and also evaluation. Okay, so I'll combine influencer content and also relevant product outcomes, such as consumer engagement and also sales here. So in this paper, I'm going to build a matrix that, and also validate my matrix that summarizes the extent of information that are hidden in the influencer content. And I'm also going to estimate the impact of such content restrictions on consumer outcomes. So to preview these findings of the project, so I do find that embargoes are strategic use, in the sense that influencer content under stricter embargoes contains less information, but are more positive in their language use. And this content has an impact on consumer outcomes as well, in that they are more effective in terms of driving engagement and also sales. And unfortunately, despite that consumers are repeatedly exposed to such practices, there are limited consumer learning over time. So this effect is persistent. So this will provide a lot of policy implications. So there are gaps here. Okay, so there are actually gaps here. I'll skip the literature here. Okay. So more specifically, so the products I'm going to investigate are the video games sold on Steam. Okay, so Steam is the largest online distribution platform for games. Okay. So for games, okay, so the influencer content during the product launches are mostly promoted on YouTube. So I'm going to collect gaming information, okay, so gaming content on YouTube. Okay. So altogether, I have around 20,000 videos, okay, from YouTube. And I'm also going to combine that information with the product outcomes. So there are two outcomes I measure, which are the followerships of the product pages on Steam and also the sales on Steam. And I'm also going to combine these pre-launch content with a few other post-launch content for the exact same set of games. So altogether, I have that information for more than 500 games. Okay. So I want to clarify that all of these outcomes that I measure are during product launches. So this is another cool feature of the gaming industry in that for games, pre-sales are allowed, meaning that before the product are actually made public, so consumers can already place in orders. So this allows us to estimate the immediate effect of this influencer content. Okay, how do we measure the extent of content restrictions in these embargoes? So unfortunately, these embargo terms, exact terms, are not observed by the researchers because typically the embargo terms themselves are part of the embargo. So we are going to use a content-based measure. So the idea is that if we observe an counterfactual unembargoed content for the exact same product, the difference between the embargoed and also unembargoed product would be a good measure. The difference would be a good measure of the content restrictions. So what we do have is that we know that all the embargoes are lifted after the product launch. So this means that we can use the post-launch content as the benchmark. So the way we operationalize it is that we are going to calculate the cosine differences, cosine dissimilarity between the pre-launch and also post-launch content using their vector representations. Okay. So from that cosine dissimilarity, we construct a embargo index and we normalize it to 0 to 1. Okay, what does that mean? So if that index is close to 0, okay, so it's here I show two examples. On the upper panel, so these pre and also post-launch content are very, very similar. So the embargo is minimum, meaning that there are little to no restrictions on the pre-launch content. But when it's close to 1, in this case 0.8, this, you can see that there are a lot of differences in the pre and also post-launch content. That means that there are a lot of content restrictions. And this measure is validated through its ability to predict non-instances of the embargoes that are reported in the public. So for instance, in the news, we see that there's this one game, Cyberpunk. So for this game, the influencers face very strict embargoes in that they are not allowed to use the game footage at all when evaluating these games in their early content. So we can see that for this game in particular, the embargo index is 70% larger than the sample average. Okay, so just suggesting that this metrics actually meaningfully captures, okay, so the extent of content restrictions. Okay, so with that metrics, so we want to see what are these content restrictions about? Okay, so what are these content restrictions about? So we correlate this embargo index with multiple video characteristics we can observe. This includes some of the characteristics that measure the amount of informational content in the videos. Okay, so we use the length of the videos and also the complexity of the spoken words. Okay, so spoken content. We can also correlate with the embargo index with the sentiment of the content. So what we find is that more strict embargoes are correlated with shorter videos and also less informative content. But at the same time, we find that stricter embargoes are correlated with more positive language use, in the sense that there is an increasing positive language relative to negative language. So this means that instead of being used benevolently, embargoes are actually used strategically in order to omit certain negative product details. Let me continue to present another style of facts on embargoes. I also find that embargoes are correlated with product quality when we study the use of embargoes across products of high quality and also low quality. So more specifically, embargoes are actually used more intensively on products of lower quality. This is again consistent with our intuition that embargoes are selectively employed in order to obfuscate product quality among the consumers. Okay, so next, what we want to do is to understand whether these practices has a meaningful impact on consumer behavior. So for that, we need to estimate the causal effect of embargoes on product outcomes. Okay, so we have two product outcomes. One is customer engagement, so that is their followership on the product page, and the other is sales. So here we face some challenges because we know that embargoes are correlated with product quality. So our empirical strategy will use two complementary approaches. So one uses a matching slash weighting idea. Okay, so basically that since we do have information on the quality of the games, okay, so quality of the games, we are going to balance our sample based on these qualities. And the other is that we are going to use a Houseman type of instrument in order to correct the endogeneity. But across these methods, the findings are pretty similar. Okay, so what is the number like? So is there really a positive return on embargoes? Okay, so this is our workhorse model. Okay, so basically this is just a simple regression where we regress the outcomes on our embargo index along the usual control variables, including the number of content and also the presence of the content at all, along with other fixed effects. Okay, so what do we see here? So we do find that the embargoes across different models, we estimate a positive return of embargoes. So speaking of the numbers, so this will translate to a 60% in page followership or customer engagement. And down the funnel, the effect is a bit smaller on sales, but it is still around 1 to 2%, meaning that an average video content, okay, so average video content in our data set will be able to generate 6% more in terms of engagement and also 1.5% in terms of purchase. So this means that there is a positive return to embargo and that the consumers actually have limited attention. So we find that the return to embargo is heterogeneous across different products. So we can divide the products depending on whether they are backed by major publishers. So these are publishers of huge marketing budget, and they publish multiple titles a year so that they are basically playing a repeated game with these influencers. So we find that the embargoes have a larger return for these publishers who possess larger marketing budgets. And at the same time, looking at the consumer side, we divide the games into the free games and also the paid games. So of course, for the free games, the consumers are paying less attention. So we do find that for the free games, so the return to embargo is larger as well. So similarly, these are the effects on sales. Okay, so now we have established that embargoes affects customer outcome. So why do they affect customer outcome? So we have a elasticity analysis where we estimate the elasticity of these game outcomes with respect to different characteristics of the content. So this includes the amount of informational content that is included and also the sentiment. So this elasticity analysis suggests that consumers are, on average, not very sensitive to the amount of missing information in that in influencer content. However, at the same time, they are very, very sensitive to the presence and also the amount of negative content in influencers' coverage. So this gives us the reasons why embargoes are effective. Okay, so exactly because embargoes restrict influencers' ability to reveal negative content. Okay, so this translates to a positive return. And for firms, actually, this also tells that omission is actually a better strategy, right? Okay, so since we have more than 3 years data, we also investigated that within these 3 years, whether there are changes in firm and also consumer behavior such that eventually this will converge into a good equilibrium. So what we find that on the firm side, that for firms, the extent of content restrictions in the embargoes are actually increasing over time. So this means that firms realize that there is a positive return to these embargoes, so that they are changing their practices and increasing the restrictions over time. So however, on the consumer side, if we look at the return to embargoes within these 3 years, we don't find a systematic change, increase or decrease. Okay, so the return is always positive. So this suggests that there's limited consumer learning. So there's limited consumer learning, and the effect of embargo is pretty consistent. And this calls for some more interventions for consumer protection. We also invest a few alternative explanations. So one very important alternative explanation is that embargoes can be used in a good way, in a sense that it generates suspense and also surprise among the consumers. So we use GPT to generate the scores that measures the level of surprise and also suspense in the influencer content. We don't find an expected direction. In a sense, we actually find that the more embargo in this content, the less surprise and also suspense element there is. So this basically rules out the alternative explanation. So what we observe is actually firm strategically using these embargoes. Okay, just to quickly summarize, okay, so in this project, we find that among the organic content, so firms are actively using embargoes to manage this content, in the sense that firms restrict the amount of information that influencers can reveal in that pre-launch content, and more specifically, reduce the amount of negative information relative to positive information. And for firms, this is a very successful strategy in the sense that it did meaningfully increase customer engagement and also sales. And depending on different firm sizes and firm characteristics and also consumer characteristics, the return to embargo can actually differ. And in the long term, we don't see that we are converging to an equilibrium where the consumers actually learn over time. So what does it mean for the firms and also regulators? So for firms, I have already mentioned that embargo is a very useful strategy. But for regulators, I do want to mention a few recommendations, okay, so based on our findings. So the main findings we have is that embargoes are hidden and also unregulated right now because no financial agreements are involved. But to protect the consumers, there are several things we can consider. So one, so this research use game as a context, okay, but the economics can work in other contexts as well, for instance, in pharmaceuticals. So in those categories where there are indeed critical product information, it is very important to consider mandate those information so that consumers can make choices. And the second, this also relates to some of the studies that were presented yesterday. So platforms can also actively invest in tools that can help the consumers to better comprehend influencer content. So these kind of tools can include, say, AI summaries, so that consumers can better capture what information is revealed and also what information is withheld in this influencer content. And finally, for the regulators, so sponsorship is required to be disclosed right now, but there's no requirement on embargoes. So perhaps this can be also taken into consideration as well. Okay, I think that's all I have, and thank you very much.
Okay, next, we're going to have Ivan Lee present signaling in paid product placements theory and evidence from sponsorship disclosure on Twitch.
Yeah, before I get started, I want to just thank the organizers. Thanks Sudhir, Ginger, and Yesham, and the scientific committee for the opportunity to present. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Ivan Lee. I am an assistant professor of marketing at the University of Texas at Dallas. I'm here today to present signaling and paid product placements, theory and evidence from sponsorship disclosure on Twitch. So I have the fortunate job of not really needing to introduce much of the context because Will and Chi have done such a great job of already talking about influencer and gaming, those industries. And so I'll just jump right into an example. So pretend you are a consumer on Twitch. And so Twitch is an online live streaming platform where influencers or streamers play video games, and then they'll broadcast that video game live to audiences. Okay, and let's say I am on the following tab. The resolution isn't the greatest here, but believe me, that's what the following, it says following up there, highlighted in yellow. You're on the following tab, and let's say I want to watch the influencer called Buddha. Okay, and so highlighted in blue, I see Buddha's stream. There are two places I can click into it, and prior to clicking into the stream, there's some information that is revealed to the consumer. I see the game that he's playing, which is Marvel Snap. I see the concurrent number of viewers that are watching, which is 2,400. And then I see the stream title, which begins with checking out Marvel Snap. Okay? In the stream title is where the disclosure labeling exists, and that's where the FTC and Twitch requires the disclosure label to exist. And in this case, I observe #ad as highlighted in yellow. Okay, and so this behavior where the disclosure is clear and obvious to the consumer prior to clicking into the stream, I call this behavior high disclosure. Let's take a look at another example. So now I want to watch Fextra Life, who's playing the game Synced. Prior to clicking into the stream, I don't really see any disclosure labeling in the stream title, so let's click in. We click into the stream, and what do we find? We find a gigantic video in the center, and we find this interactive chat on the right-hand side. But we see the full stream title below the video. Okay, and at the end of that stream title, we see #ad. And so this hashtag was cut off from this consumer, and so the consumer has no way of seeing it prior to clicking into the stream. Furthermore, because we're talking about video game gameplay, it is quite unlikely that the influencer is going to stop every 5, 10, 15 minutes and be like, hey, by the way, this game is sponsored, right? And so it requires the consumer to realize that the disclosure labeling was at the end. And so this kind of obfuscation I call low disclosure. And so this is the motivating example for this paper, which uses theory and also this unique setting on Twitch to study disclosure. And the first research question asks, why does the prominent disclosure of paid product placements exist, especially in a situation where you can be like Fextra Life and you can obfuscate that disclosure? The second research question asks, why do some platforms enforce prominent disclosure policies while others do not? Clearly, Twitch, in my data period, was not enforcing any sort of prominent disclosure policy. The roadmap for today will be as follows. I'll try to tackle the brave task of presenting a theoretical model where signaling is going to be a mechanism that drives these influencer disclosure decisions. I'm going to analyze a counterfactual comparative static where we enforce prominent disclosure on these platforms and we look at how that affects equilibrium outcomes. And then I'll try to convince you that influencers on Twitch are actually behaving in a manner consistent with one of the equilibrium of my model. Okay. One thing to note is that if I do slip up and say disclosure instead of prominent disclosure or high disclosure, I do mean one of those because I cannot identify the non-disclosure of these games. Okay, so maybe Will can subpoena some people and get me that data, but for this paper, I do not have that. Okay, so many great papers on online live streaming, disclosure of sponsors and marketing, and also empirical signaling. I mean, Ginger has a paper on counter signaling. Go read those papers. I don't have the time to talk about them. Okay, so let's jump into the theoretical model. So there is one influencer and one follower in this theoretical model, and I'm only modeling the decision to disclose. All right, and this comes from conversations with practitioners where, at least in the data sample period, disclosure is never causing these contracts to be hung up. All right, so if the brand is like, you have to disclose, the influencer's like, cool. If the brand doesn't say anything about it, the influencer doesn't say anything about it. These contracts are negotiated based off of like compensation, deliverables, yada, 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 not disclosure. All right, and so I'm going to separate the disclosure decision out separately from the sponsorship acceptance. Okay, so the influencer, having already chosen the content that they're going to produce, that means they're going to exogenously realize a type theta, which can either be a high type, a low type, or an organic type. And so this will be private information to the influencer. So for example, if an influencer has a kid-friendly audience, an example of an organic game that they might choose to play will be Minecraft. An example of a high-type sponsor will be a game that appeals to children, so Stumble Guys. And an example of a low-type game would be a graphic horror game like Outlast, which may not be the best fit for a kid-friendly influencer. So what are some of the restrictions here? I assume that the high type is better in match value than the low type. And I assume that the organic type is going to be better in match value than the low type. Okay, so they realize these types. These types have some distribution in the population that is assumed to be common knowledge. So Q is going to be the proportion of a sponsor that exists in the population. And then PH is going to be the conditional probability that one of these sponsors is a high type. Okay, so the influencer is going to choose an intensity of disclosure. If it is one of the sponsored types, they can choose either high disclosure or low disclosure. If it's the organic type, it has to choose low disclosure. And so I'm assuming there's some background search process where low disclosure of nothing, because you have nothing to disclose, is the exact same thing as not seeing a disclosure label prior to engaging with the content. Okay, so here's the timing of the game. Step 0 is that the influencer realizes a type. Step 1 is they're going to choose either high disclosure or low disclosure. Step 2 is that the follower is going to browse streams or content, and they're going to stumble into the influencer's content, and they will observe either high disclosure or low disclosure. With that, they can form beliefs about the type that the influencer is playing. If it's high disclosure, then they only form beliefs over 2 types. If it's low disclosure, they'll form beliefs over all 3. Okay, then the follower has the choice to either engage with the content or ignore the content. If they choose to engage, then they will realize theta, which is the match value, and they will incur some cost G, which is a cost of engagement. So on Twitch, maybe they have to watch for a few minutes in order to realize the actual value of theta. I assume that there's some cost of engagement, and if they don't engage or if they ignore, they get a payoff of 0. Okay, and so they will make the choice that maximizes their expected utility. Then conditional on engaging, I assume that there is some engagement intensity called V, and also decisions to follow or beliefs that update that impacts future engagement with the influencer. I'll call that C. All right, and so now the influencer receives the following payoffs, where if the follower engages with their content, they will get a payoff of a V times 1 minus C, and then they will also incur a tiny cost of high disclosure, even if the follower decides to ignore, right? And so this is what happens when we see a hashtag and we're like, oh, this guy's sold out. I'm not going to watch them in the future. I'm going to allow that channel to exist. Okay, so V is going to be intensity. You can think of it as watch time. You can think of it as liking content. All right, it's going to increase in theta. C is going to be some reduced form reputation cost or some probability of incurring a reputation cost. I'm assuming that high disclosure is going to cost more than low disclosure. CHD is that high disclosure without engagement cost. It's strictly positive, but it's going to be bounded. And then the influencer is going to make the choice of disclosure in order to maximize their expected utility. Okay, so there are multiple equilibria in the model. There's a pooling and a partially separated equilibria. For the purpose of time, I'll just talk about one. So the partially separated equilibria, before I introduce that, actually, let's talk about a single crossing condition. And so the single crossing condition states that the incremental costs from choosing high disclosure over low disclosure must be greater for low types than for high types. Okay, and this looks very similar to a single crossing condition that you will find in a traditional Spence signaling model. Okay, the partially separated equilibria, perfect Bayesian equilibrium, is the following. So under single crossing and some mild assumptions, a partially separating equilibrium can exist where high types choose high disclosure, low types choose low disclosure, and the organic types also are forced to choose low disclosure. Okay, and so I've gotten pushbacks from referees that are like, look, in practice, there's no way anyone ever plays pure strategy separating equilibrium, and so I allow for mixed strategies, which now I call this mixed strategy partial separation, where under the same conditions, there can be an equilibria where the high types choose high disclosure more frequently than low disclosure. The low types prefer low disclosure to high disclosure. And of course, the theta types are, the organic types are fixed at low disclosure. Okay, so what's interesting is that if we enforce high disclosure in a mixed strategy, partial separation, perfect Bayesian equilibrium, enforcing high disclosure may actually decrease platform engagement. So why is that? So pre-regulation defined alpha as the conditional probability of a high type choosing high disclosure, and that is greater than beta, which is the probability of a low type choosing high disclosure. After regulation, both sponsor types are forced to choose high disclosure. And so there's a proposition in the paper that states that if the high type is greater than the organic type, and the conditional probability of high types existing in the population is above some threshold, then regulation actually decreases engagement for all content types on that platform, including organic content. Okay, and so what does that mean? That means that platforms actually might have an incentive to not enforce prominent disclosure policies. Okay, let's go to the data and look at some empirics. So Twitch, I collected this data over a period of about 2 years. So I collected it at the 5-minute level. I aggregate this up to an observation, where an observation is a stream by game session greater than 30 minutes. So the median influencer in the data has about 530 observations over about 400 streams. They have 4 sponsored observations during this time, and I'm talking just strictly game developer deals. Okay, they could have like Doritos sponsor them. I'm not counting that. These influencers are quite large. The average influencer has about 1,500 concurrent viewers per stream and start out with about 200,000 followers. Okay, how often does high disclosure happen? Not very frequently. So on the x-axis here is the location of where that hashtag ad or hashtag sponsored appears in that stream title. We see this mass at 0, which means that disclosure labeling is the very first thing. And then we see this distribution that goes between 0 and 140 characters, which is the maximum length that a title can be. Okay, and so if we define high disclosure as being less than 15 characters, as indicated in that red dashed line, high disclosure happens about 1/7 of the time. Okay, and all the results of the paper are actually robust to defining high disclosure at 0 here, but for the sake of just some power, I'm going to make it a little bit larger than that. Okay, here is the relative location. So 0 means the very first thing in the stream title, 1 means the last thing in the stream title, and we see this bimodal behavior where the disclosure either happens at the beginning of the title or at the end of the title. Okay, so in the paper, there is an extensive empirical framework that tries to generalize across multiple contexts and not just influencer and Twitch marketing. So what I do is I try to document equilibrium patterns that are consistent with the partially separating equilibrium. And so the way I do that is I run regression, and then there's a mapping from the model to the data. So the regression that I'll show you today, I regress Y, which are these outcomes of interest, such as log average concurrent viewership or follower change. Okay, and so follower change is going to be like a proxy for the costs of disclosure. We're going to regress it on ad, which is an indicator for a sponsorship, HD, which is an indicator for high disclosure, and a rich set of fixed effects, including influencer, month, and also the game fixed effects, and also other time-varying X's as well. Okay, so the empirical framework loosely is as follows. These descriptive regressions and reduced form facts provide evidence for the maintained assumptions in the equilibria statements. And then, of course, high disclosure, as motivated in the introduction example, is going to be endogenous, and so we're going to need an instrument. And then finally, I show painstakingly under even more assumptions that simply comparing the IV regression coefficient to the OLS coefficient regression is sufficient to show that single crossing holds. Okay, so first let's look at this regression. I'm going to regress ACV, which you can think of as viewership. You can think of that as V in the model, engagement intensity. This is positively and significantly correlated with high disclosure. All right, even controlling for like game fixed effects and influencer fixed effects. Okay, so this is interesting because the change in followers is also not negatively correlated. And recall that I showed that only 14% of sponsored streams chose high disclosure. So what does this mean? We can either interpret this, if you're a behavioral economist, you'll say that influencers are not rational. However, I'm not, and so I say that this is evidence that influencers are behaving strategically. Okay, so in the paper, there is a proposition where I show that, look, if we run an IV regression and we compare that to an OLS regression under a painstaking number of assumptions, that proves that single crossing holds empirically. Okay, and so what I have to do is first I'm going to restrict that sample to only sponsored streams, and this is going to abstract away from the selection into sponsorship, which I'm allowed to do so because I already did that in the theoretical model. And so all I have to do is worry about the endogeneity of high disclosure. Okay, we also need a mapping from the model to the data, which is done extensively in the paper. And then finally, we need an instrument for the prominent disclosure decision. So the idea behind the instrument is as follows. So Will and Chi both have suggested that the game developer might have some power in their contracts to mandate disclosure clauses. And so that's great, except I can't see that, right? And so the way that I'll operationalize this is I'll look at other influencers' behaviors that are playing the same game within some radius, and I'll use that to infer if a disclosure clause exists. So here is a graph of Apex Legends, which is a game produced by Electronic Arts. Each circle is like a month, and we have on the y-axis is going to be the proportion of sponsored streams that had high disclosure in that month. What do we see? Before October 2022, almost nobody is ever choosing high disclosure. All right, but after October 2022, all of a sudden 75% of sponsored streams have high disclosure. So why is that? It could be that EA is choosing influencers that are always choose high disclosure, but it's more likely that EA started placing disclosure stipulations in their contract. Okay, and so this is going to be the relevance of that instrument. The exclusion is that, look, the game developer has to not strategically align these disclosure decisions that affect campaign performance. So they can't mandate high disclosure if they're expecting like a demand shock, if there are shifts in beliefs about the game. That's painstakingly covered in the paper. Okay, so let me just show you quickly the OLS and the IV results. So OLS is on the first column, it's 0. The two-stage least squares IV result shows a negative and significant effect. Columns 3 and 4 are essentially saturated instrument critiques and robustness to that. Okay, and so by the Wu-Hasman test, we see that the IV coefficient is going to be statistically different from the OLS coefficient, which means that single crossing will hold. Okay, so in conclusion, what did we find? We find that I presented a theoretical model where influencers could use prominent disclosure to signal alignment with their sponsor. Empirics show that Twitch streamers appear to behave in a manner that is consistent with the mixed strategy partially separating equilibrium. A policy implication is that, look, if we enforce prominent disclosure in one of these equilibrium, engagement can fall for all content types, not just sponsored content on that platform. And so platforms will have an incentive not to enforce this type of policy. Okay, and broader applicability, this is meant to be a general framework. And so in the paper, I talk about settings outside of Twitch, such as radio, TV, search ads, and also other social media platforms. Thank you so much.
So unfortunately, Avi couldn't make it today. So Devesh is going to take the place of Avi. We can call him an instrumental Avi. So for discussion, please, Devesh.
So the FTC recently promulgated the impersonation rule that makes it illegal to pretend to be a business or the government or someone else. So I want to disclose I'm not Avi Goldfarb. Now, unfortunately, I don't watch Twitch streams like Catherine, and I'm not watching these YouTube videos from influencers either. I think the closest I've been to this market is pretending to be Ben Kasner for Halloween. But I will do my best. So let's start here. So both these papers examine how companies can influence what influencers say and do. So the first paper, or I guess the second paper in our order, by Lee, looks at video game companies that pay Twitch streamers to play and stream their games. Streamers can decide how prominent to make the ad disclosure. Sometimes they make it prominent, sometimes they don't. The paper by Yu and Lin looks at early access for streamers that video game companies can give. They're sometimes going to have embargoes that say you can only describe some of the features, not all the features. The video game reviewers can agree, and they're not going to mention those features. So that's the two papers we've had. So I'm going to go over the history of this. So there's been a long history of the challenges of paid placement and thinking about how to have disclosures for such paid placement. So there are a few examples here. This is the advantage of having Avi because he has a longer history than I do thinking about these issues. So the top left is Rishi's Pieces. So this is E.T. So I don't know if you remember E.T., but the kid puts a long, trail of Rishi's Pieces to get E.T. to get out of hiding and come to the house. So that was paid product placement and increased sales of Rishi's Pieces by 40 to 60%. So that was, pretty extreme example of how important this can be. And there were some cross promotions in the contract for Rishi's Pieces. I think Mars apparently refused to do it, and so that's why it wasn't M&M's. On the right side, you have Coke. So in American Idol, the judges are always drinking Coke, so Simon Cowell is drinking Coke. The bottom right is The Price is Right. If you think about game shows, which have been doing since the 50s if not earlier, there's a lot of promoted products, and it's because the contestants, on these shows are super excited about winning a new washing machine or a new car, and the firm wants you to associate that excitement with the product. And so that's why you're going to have, say Ford's car to be the car that is shown on The Price is Right. So if you think about the FTC's role in this, the FTC has developed rules about product placement and enforced these rules for a long period of time. The key principle from the FTC is that any discussion of product performance should have disclosure, because otherwise those representations may seem objective when they're not. You can read the next slide. I wasn't supposed to say that, but anyway. So if you look at here, this is from 2005, so this is a while ago, and they're going into why would you read an advertisement? And the reason is that, or why would you identify an advertisement? And the reason is that consumers might give more credence to an objective representation about the performance if they think it's by an objective third party as opposed to the advertiser itself. So if you go back to the previous slide here, like if you see a trailer reach a species in ET, that's not making any objective claims about that. But you could imagine other advertisements that are making such claims, and you want to know there's an advertisement. So there's a long history of this here at the FTC's marketing conference. So this is a paper that was presented at the first FTC marketing conference in 2016, and then subsequently published in Marketing Science by my former classmate Nadeem Sani and Harikesh Nair. And so what they find is they do an experiment, and they actually find that disclosure is good, in the sense it's the high type disclosing. Consumers are more likely to react positively to the content when it is disclosed. So now Avi is going to give you a sketch of the industry. So this is a model of the industry where there are three players: viewers, advertisers, and influencers. So let's go through all of them in turn. So if you think about viewers, what do viewers want? They want entertaining content to watch, and they want to find related services like the games that they may want to play. Right? So I may be watching this stream just to have fun and waste time. I may be watching it because I'm thinking about whether or not to buy the game. I'm going to select an influencer that provides the most entertaining and informative content. And so in this context, ads may not be bad, but if they're bad, it's because they're boring or they're not informative, right? So they're not providing what I want out of watching the stream. So if you think about advertisers, advertisers want to inform people about their products. They want to target messages to people that are particularly likely to be influenced by the information provided. And they also are going to want to select the people to target using the influencer and the information to send. So they're making the strategic decision of, what influencer do we want? What's the audience to get? Now, lastly, is the influencers. So the influencers here are intermediaries between advertisers and viewers. They're getting money from advertisers, either directly from sponsors or indirectly from ads. But in order to get this money from the sponsors, they need viewers, right? And so they need to provide viewers with entertaining and informative content to get the audience to get sponsorship money. And here, the perceived informativeness is going to depend on the novelty of information, the accuracy of information, the fit with the influencer's reputation, etc. So always when we think about this with regulation, we have to think, what is the market failure? And here the market failure is that the influencer has an incentive to hide information. So we saw that in the second talk. Depending on who the influencer is and what their type is, they may or may not want to reveal that information. So here there's a couple of types of information. First of all, is the message sponsored or not? And second, who is the sponsor? Is the sponsor a high-quality sponsor or a low-quality sponsor? So the worry is, without regulation, you could end up in a pooling equilibrium where everyone disguises the sponsor ads and viewers don't trust anything. Nobody believes any messages. So this is Avi's slide. I actually disagree a bit with this slide. I think, if you think of the JPE paper of Raya and Segal, if you have a pooling equilibrium, as long as there's some organic content, there's going to be pooling between organic content and sponsored content, then you may get some average. So I don't trust it that much because I know some of it is ads, but I also know that some of it is not ads. And I think that the second paper gets at this because there's organic content, kind of crappy sponsored content, and good sponsored content. And so you could imagine there are multiple pooling equilibria depending on what's pooled. So this is the world where everyone is rational and they're doing the right Bayesian update. There's also the world where they're naive or unstrategic people. If they're naive people, maybe you can trick them into thinking that everything is organic when a lot of it is sponsored. Or maybe you can trick them to think that, stuff is unbiased and in reality only positive information is provided. So what's the role for regulation here? So the role for regulation here is to avoid this market failure by providing information through disclosures. And so here, the FTC, for example, would enforce rules on disclosure. Advertisers would benefit, influencers would benefit, potentially viewers would also benefit from that. So that's going to be true even in the world where everyone is rational. In the world where you have naive people, maybe you're protecting them, they don't understand that this native advertising is happening, there are undisclosed sponsorships, there's withheld information. So you may also think here in terms of the viewers, there may be differences between strategic viewers that understand what's going on, naive viewers that don't. Maybe some of the more benefits are happening to these naive viewers. And I think there are good reasons here to think that some consumers wouldn't be fully strategic in these markets, because these are low-stake markets, there's not that much feedback, I think the first paper found there wasn't much evidence of learning, which again is consistent with a lot of people may not be strategic. So here are the FTC's Disclosures 101 for social media influencers, which I assume Avi got from our website. So these are the FTC's best practices for social media influencers. So I know it's hard to read, but I'll try to read the first things in the box, which is disclosures are likely to be missed if they can appear only in About Me or Profile page, at the end of posts or videos, or anywhere that requires a person to click more. Don't mix your disclosure into a group of hashtags or links. So they're basically, FTC is saying not to do what I think you find the low-quality influencers are doing in the second paper. Second, of what else to know, if you're paid to talk about a product and thought it was terrible, you can't say it's terrific. And that is a little bit what the first paper is about. First paper is, I think, a little bit more complicated because it is a omission. So it's not exactly saying it's terrific. You're just not talking about the terrible parts. And from a consumer protection perspective, I think omissions are a little bit harder to deal with than lying, because you can't say everything about, all aspects of the product. So you have to think hard about when we think an omission is potentially deceptive or unfair. So let me get first to the Lee paper. So this paper found that there can be a separating equilibrium under the right theoretical conditions. And then he finds empirical evidence consistent with a separating equilibrium. So in particular, the hashtag recognizing sponsorship is more prominent when the sponsor is a high type. That is, the sponsor is a better fit for the gamer's reputation and audience. And you can sort of see this here. Basically all the disclosures are either the first word or the last word. So they're either going to be, high disclosure or low disclosure. There's not much in the middle. And they're very clearly strategic about whether they're going to be high or low. So the second paper looks at social media influencers and embargoes. So first of all, they find that influencers are going to get larger audiences when they have earlier information about the game. So there's a reason why they want to get content earlier. But the gaming companies can be strategic and say, we'll give you this early information, we'll allow you to play the game, but that's in exchange for a contract where you can't share some of the content. And because this is a repeated game, you can sustain this kind of embargo. If I'm an influencer, I don't want to get cut off from the company because I violated that contract. So here it does seem that consumers are affected, and in particular that the selective disclosure increases outcomes because people don't fully update the fact that because the game doesn't show the gameplay is probably bad, for example. So let me wrap up. So this is an important consumer protection topic. There's a market failure through pooling and through naive consumers. So this is really two channels. The first is a rational channel if you're pooling organic content with low quality sponsored content or high quality versus low quality sponsored content. Second is naive consumers that aren't doing the Bayesian updating at all. So as marketing scientists, I'm not a marketing scientist, but Avi is. We're building a deep understanding of this phenomenon. So there's failures to disclose, there's trust in sponsored ads, there's when influencers can be trusted, and there's also voluntary disclosure more generally. So this is building on a lot of earlier work by many people. So Avi singles out Mary Sullivan, who was an economist in BE who had done some of the work on this in the past. And so these papers are providing a meaningful contribution to the broader understanding by just demonstrating why disclosure is selective and when selective disclosure can work. So that I'll conclude.
And we now invite Chi and Ivan up to the table for a Q&A session.
I have a set of questions for T. So I was wondering whether you know anything about whether those products are finished already or not, because it could be that an embargo or partial embargo is justified if the company is still working on those performance issues and it wouldn't represent whatever reviewers see is not the final product potentially. Then I know that in the board game industry, publishers claim, at least, that they have this embargoes for a limited amount of time that is still earlier than the launch, so that reviewers can actually thoroughly test the product, because otherwise whoever publishes the review first gets the most clicks, and so it takes pressure off this. And so I was wondering whether there's also something like this going on in, I guess, this industry that you're looking at. And finally, if I understood your results correctly, the effects are stronger for free games, but then isn't the impact on welfare also limited, because consumers can then find, or I guess the harm on consumers limited?
Okay, thank you for your question. So your first question is regarding whether some of the games are still under development, so that this is another legitimate reason for firms to use embargoes. So among the 5-ish products in our sample, I think about 10 to 20% of the products are in such cases, but the rest are actually, I think, already well-shipped products, so that influencers are only releasing content a week or so in advance. And we also believe that the patterns we find, that the overwhelmingly positive content is more consistent with, firms strategically withholding negative information instead of, trying to develop the product a bit more. So that's my response. So your second question is, so are the welfare implications from these like free products? So indeed, so the effect is the largest for free products, because this is where also the consumers have the least amount of effort, cognitive effort invested in exploring influencer content and also these products. So in that regard, probably I agree that if, say, the stakes are high, probably the effects are lower. So the welfare losses from these like misleading content may be smaller there.
Hi, I have a question. It seems that the partial and selective information disclosure is the main goal and role of the embargo. If so, can we compare embargo as a type of advertising? And the advertising's goal is just to raise the wellness. Given your results that engagement is promoted, it seems that the awareness goal is achieved. If so, if we can compare embargo's kind of advertising, as long as the content is not deceptive, why should we have to regulate that?
Right. So I think the thing is, embargo does raise awareness, but controlling for, say, other factors such as product quality the same. We do see that when there are more information restricted, right? So such products actually receives more attention. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, because the other way to look at it is that if a product is of lower quality, it seems to can have an advantage by hiding the fact that there are some problems with the product. And I don't think that's a kind of the market outcome we want to see.
Thank you so much. Great presentations. I had a question to Ivan. I was just curious. I don't know much about Twitch institutional details, but in some sense, I always thought that for the influencer, it is good to disclose that it's advertising, because it kind of takes pressure from the influencer in case there are any, as Boya mentioned, some deceptive advertising or something like that. How does platform regulate it, and how do you think influencers take that into account when they disclose or do not disclose?
Yeah, so I do have influencer fixed effects in the model, and so what you actually see all the identified variation is based off of influencers who like flip-flop between their disclosure, right? Because you actually see quite a lot of influencers that either always like put the hashtag as the very first thing or never put the hashtag as the very first thing. And so all the results in the paper are essentially dependent on the influencers that like switch, right? And so what Twitch does on the platform is like you're supposed to disclose everything. And so I just take it as given that like, you know, that hashtag exists, you know, in the stream title and there's no non-disclosure, which of course there will be non-disclosure, but that's just impossible to observe unless I actually know like who the contracts that are signed. So.
With that, I guess we'll conclude this session on information disclosures and gaming. Thank you again for sticking so far, and we're going to reconvene at 2:25 p.m. for our second to last section on detectability and disclosure in consumer markets.
Did you get the fixed slides? Were you able to pop them in? This morning? Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I found a glitch. It's okay. Well, good afternoon, colleagues. Nice to see you today. Nice to be back at the FTC. So my name is Jan Papalardo, and I'm at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, where I'm currently serving as Deputy Associate Director and Acting Associate Director of the Division of Research, Monitoring, and Regulations. And I'm delighted to be back here. I think I was called back because I started here many, many years ago in 1986. I was here for almost 35 years. And during that time, I was involved in a lot of the research that we did and policy analysis on the role of health information through marketing and how that affects consumers and their outcomes. So I was asked to talk about the historical context of what that work was. It was like a walk down memory lane because I was just a cub economist when my boss asked me to work with Jack Calfee on a paper on health claims and how to think about regulating health claims. Let's get to the title slide. The wrong green button. So I was asked to talk about historical context, and what I really thought I would do is focus on work that was done by economists in the Bureau of Economics, mostly in the Division of Consumer Protection, or in a research division that we had. I forget what the actual name was. It was policy analysis or policy planning. Before I get very far, though, talking about disclosures, I have a disclosure to give. I'm really having problems with this button. Oops, now I have to go back. My disclaimer. So, this presentation is being made by a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau representative on behalf of the Bureau. It does not constitute legal interpretation, guidance, or advice of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Any opinions or views stated by the presenter are the presenter's own and may not represent the Bureau's views. Am I doing something bad? Oh, sorry. And may not represent the Bureau's views and does not apply any affiliation, endorsement, sponsorship, sanction, or recommendation by the CFPB or the United States government of any reference to individuals, businesses, organizations, activities, products, or services. Is that like a high-type disclosure? So I only have a few minutes, and so what I'm going to try to do is walk very quickly and a very surface level over some of the key issues that we faced in the 1980s regarding the flow of health information in food advertising. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the policy debate, a few key things, FTC Bureau of Economics staff research, including conceptual policy analysis and empirical research, something called these FTC staff policy advocacy comments. These are comments that we would make to the FDA in response to requests for information on their policies. And the bottom line, if I don't get to the end, is I think this all shows that research and policy analysis matters. So here's a slide where you would think that the conceptual paper, as a paper that I worked on with Jack Calfee that I was asked to work on soon after I arrived at the FTC. Wrong slide. Health claims policy debate. So the health claims policy debate started in 1984. That's when the Kellogg's company began an advertising and labeling campaign that cited the National Cancer Institute's statements on the link between fiber and cancer. Why was this remarkable? Because up until that time, specific claims linking diet to specific diseases in foods products was something that was typically not allowed. And so when Kellogg's made this campaign, it was very, very controversial. Around the same time, soon after the campaign, in 1984, FTC official Carol Crawford publicly praised Kellogg's all-brand cancer prevention ad And a review notes that the FDA's approach was complicated by the fact that the National Cancer Institute had helped to develop the All Brand campaign, and by support of the campaign from the FTC's director of the Bureau of Consumer Protection. So it's kind of a complicated history on the regulation. I can't get into the details, but the FDA focuses on food labeling. The FTC's focuses on food advertising. There's some overlapping issues there. But the key issue is really, to what extent do prohibitions on labeling affect the flow of information in food advertising? So during this time period between 1984 and 1990, there are a lot of different proposals, lots of policy debate. I regularly read like food chemical news and food labeling news. And finally, Congress stepped in 1990 with passage of the Nutrition Labeling and Education Act, which directed the FDA to issue regulations allowing health claims on food and dietary supplement labeling only after FDA review and authorization using a significant scientific agreement standard to ensure that claims were supported by well-established scientific evidence. Now, an issue there was whether or not that type of standard would prohibit the flow of useful information to consumers, information surrounded by emerging science and scientific uncertainty. Many, many things happened in between 1990 and 1999. Key in 1999 is the DC Circuit in Pearson v. Shalala, decision held that FDA's blanket denial of certain dietary supplement health claims violated the First Amendment, requiring the agency to allow qualified health claims rather than suppress them outright. And although the case was originally about dietary supplements, eventually the FDA applied a change to labeling as well. Now, FTC Bureau of Economics, key research timeline. Now, one might think that the conceptual paper that I talked about, conceptual research, would be the first one in this timeline in 1989. Actually, I realized that this is reversed. The first paper was the second one in the timeline, the one by Al Matthews and Pauline Ippolito. But let me go back to the conceptual first, because it really sets the stage for the regulatory analysis, and then we can talk about the empirical work. The regulatory analysis is really a simple application of basic economic principles, cost-benefit analysis, economics of information, thinking about the way markets work, and we ended up coming up with the idea that you should have an expected value approach to regulation, an approach that balances both type 1 regulatory error and type 2 regulatory error. And the idea is that if you're a regulator and you're regulating information in the marketplace, you can harm people in two ways. You can harm them by allowing information that turns out to be harmful as science marches on and becomes more well established. But you can also harm them by prohibiting information that would turn out to be helpful as science marches along. And a key question is whether you have to have a set level of like a consensus or scientific agreement before you can have any claims, or whether or not it's possible to modify a claim to say something like, well, emerging evidence is beginning to show that X may affect B, and should firms be allowed to use that information in their advertising? Alan and Pauline, so Alan and Pauline had a paper that's an empirical paper, and they found that producer advertising and labeling expanded market information, reached underserved groups, that's very important, and caused approximately 2 million more households to consume high-fiber cereals. So the allowance of this type of information in the marketplace seemed to be helping people get information that they might not have gotten through other means. The paper by Pauline and Allen was subsequently, an academic version was published in the Rand Journal of Economics. I would say that is really a seminal piece of research. The Ippolito and the Matthews piece, people would call it like the serial paper. Oh my God, I'm out of time already. Okay. Jack and I published ours in Journal of Public Policy and Marketing, updating it to talk about what was happening in 1990. 1996, there's more work on saturated fat and cholesterol by Alan and Pauline. We have a generic copy test that people worked on. It was Dennis Murphy working on it with colleagues in the Bureau of Consumer Protection, with Michelle Rusk and Ted Hoppick, and they basically showed how comprehension really matters, that people didn't really necessarily understand complex, even maybe it didn't seem complex, but like quantitative disclosures, they did better with simple disclosures. And then there's this question about how how did the regulation really affect the flow of advertising? So I happened to be at a conference. I was talking to some marketing professors saying, after having done this stuff that was more conceptual, like how do I really think about measuring the effect on the actual flow of advertising? And they said, oh, you've got to meet Deborah Ringgold because she knows how to do content analysis. So Deborah and I worked together on a content analysis where we basically found that examining margarine and oil advertising from 1950 to 89, that regulatory policies limited diet and health information reaching consumers relative to professionals. We looked at advertisements to professionals versus, am I over time? Okay, so then we did these things, lots of these advocacy filings at the FTC, before the FDA, mostly arguing that you want to have like a flexible substantiation standard. And so bottom line conclusion, marketing can help consumers by providing information they would not have otherwise. Understanding of the science, firm behavior, and consumer behavior is important to develop policy appropriately that balances harm from type 1 and type 2 regulatory errors. And rigorous research and policy analysis matters. It can change the level of debate and policy outcomes. I would note that in Pearson v. Shalala, they did cite work by the FTC that had been done about 10 years prior. So with that, I'm looking forward to learning more about what is new in the world of how firms are reformulating products. So it's my pleasure to introduce Young-Un Lee, talk about product reformulation, a suitable substitute. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the introduction. I am Young-Un Lee. I'm an assistant professor at Boston College, and I'm very excited to share our project on product reformulation. And we're also going to be talking about cereal for a bit. So this is when firms change what sits inside a package. So firms innovate products for various reasons. And we could think of them broadly in terms of supply side factors and also demand side factors. Now, on the supply side, firms innovate to respond to cost shocks, such as ingredient shortages, or to respond to regulatory concerns and changes, and also to meet and differentiate from competitors. Now, on the demand side, firms would innovate their products to meet shifting needs and shifting consumer preferences, for instance, for healthier products. Now, there are two strategies that firms can take. And one is to launch and introduce a new product, and another is to modify their existing products. Now, this project focuses on the latter. So what we look at is a strategy called product reformulation. And this occurs when firms modify the ingredients or their composition within that package, the formulation of existing products, while maintaining their brand and product identity. Now, what exactly is product reformulation and what does it look like in practice? Let me show you an example. So this is an example of Cocoa Pebbles that was reformulated in 2020. So on the top panel, you see the ingredient list before reformulation, and on the bottom panel, it shows after reformulation. So you'll see that what Cocoa Pebbles did was they replaced hydrogenated vegetable oil with canola oil, while keeping all other ingredients the same, the packaging design the same, and also prices did not adjust with this ingredient change. Now, this may seem like a small change in ingredients. They're just swapping out hydrogenated vegetable oil with canola oil. But even a small change like this can lead to a more complex change in the nutritional profile of a product. Now, you can see here that there's increases in calories, total sugars, sodium, nutritions that we would typically want to limit, but also increases in protein and vitamin A, which are nutrients we would like that are more beneficial than the others. Now, this is not a single case. We see other cereal brands reformulating their products within this category in different ways. So this raises a broader question on whether products are becoming more similar as a result of reformulation, perhaps reflecting a broader trend in the category, or whether firms are leveraging and using reformulation as a way to strategically differentiate their market offerings. And really whether consumers would detect these changes and actually respond to these changes. So this leads to 3 research questions we have in this project. Now, the first is to really understand and document whether reformulation is a prevalent strategy and what firms actually do to employ reformulation. Now, the second question is understanding what impact reformulation has on the product quality of the market offerings in the category, and also how it relates to product differentiation. Now, finally, we look into the demand side and try to ask whether and how consumers respond to these instances when we see reformulation happening in existing products. Now, consumers may perceive these products as superior products, and we'll see an increase in sales. They may perceive these products as suitable products, something very similar, and not see any meaningful demand responses, or as inferior products, where they would actually backlash, and we'll see a drop in sales in terms of demand response. Now, from a policy perspective, the most concerning case will be when we see a negative decline, a decline in nutritional quality from these products, and consumers are not changing their purchase behavior. So we use data from 2 different sources. One provides a product panel of ingredient list and nutritional facts. Another provides data on store sales. We match the 2 data sets, and as a result, we have a final data that covers 225 product categories, representing a lot of different food and beverage products that are branded. Now, using this data set, we first identify products that go through reformulation. We define reformulation as any change in a product's ingredients or their nutritional facts label that you would see on a package. So this table summarizes the 4 possible combinations of what can happen, and we flag a product as being reformulated if we see any change either in nutrient facts label or in any ingredient list, and also in both. Now, with this in mind, we start by documenting reformulation in our sample period. So what we find is that reformulation is widespread. We observe it in 99% of food and beverage categories in our sample data. And these products, reformulated products, account for a small market share in terms of total UPCs, but it accounts for a larger market share in terms of quantities sold, suggesting that reformulated products may be the more popular products in the market. Now, this is not a one-time event, and we observe reformulation happening persistently throughout the entire sample period. Now, next, we categorize how firms employ this tactic in the market based on whether there are changes in ingredients or whether there's changes in their composition. So on the ingredient side, we see firms adding ingredients, such as adding a preservative, removing ingredients, or substituting ingredients, as we saw in the Cocoa Pebbles case. On the composition side, we see firms adjusting the amount of ingredients, for example, adding more water, which would lead to dilution, or changing the flexibility of sourcing these ingredients in their labels. Now, we know that so far, reformulation is widespread, so we ask the next question in how this impacts the quality of these products. Now, first, we use a measure of ingredient quality by focusing on a specific ingredient, whether it's added, removed, or substituted. For example, we look at whether organic ingredients become more or less present following reformulation, and currently we don't really find the trend in products becoming more organic. And we have other following plans on looking into specific ingredients that are of more concern. Now, today's talk is going to focus more on the second quality measure in terms of nutrient quality, and we're going to use the Nutrient-Rich Foods Index, the NRF index. So this index is a way of profiling the nutritional density of a product by balancing beneficial nutrients, like protein, against limiting nutrients, like sugar or saturated fats. Now, the higher the NRF score, it means that the product is more nutrient dense. So this allows us to use a common scale to really have more generalizable results across categories. So how does reformulation reshape the nutritional quality distribution within a category? To build intuition, I'll start with the average nutritional quality change within a category that will lead to overall the dispersion of nutritional quality changes across products. So if reformulation leads to an improvement in nutritional quality and products become more nutrient dense, would see an increase in the average nutritional quality within that category. It may also decline and decrease the nutritional quality in these products, or result in actually no change. It may be either because products are not changing as much through reformulation, or because improvements and declinings are happening at the same time, thus offsetting the effects. Now, when we look across all categories, what we find is that the average nutrient change is close to 0 for most categories on average. Now, but if we look at the absolute nutrient changes, the magnitude is non-trivial. It's moderate. So typically, we see a change within 5% and 15% in terms of this NRF score. So what likely is happening is that there's products improving in nutritional quality within a category and those declining, and so they're offsetting what's happening. So what we look into next is how this dispersion of nutritional quality is occurring and reshaping the nutritional distribution within a category. So for example, reformulation may reflect a category-wide trend where products are becoming more similar and converging to a common nutritional profile. Or it can show that firms are trying to differentiate their products, widening the nutrition gap. So again, if we see patterns of convergence, it would mean that healthier products are reducing in terms of and declining in terms of their nutritional quality, whereas less healthy products are improving, and thus there would be a smaller variation in the distribution following reformulation that reflects more of a common trend in that category. In the divergence scenario, we would see healthier products becoming more healthy and less healthier products becoming unhealthy products becoming and declining more in its nutritional value. Thus, we see an increase in variation, widening the nutrition gap, which is more so firms trying to differentiate their products from each other. So we're going to start with a simple case study to see what patterns emerge following reformulation. So in cereal, what we find is that after reformulation, the variation drops. So there's less spread in the nutritional quality across these products. Now, if you look at the bar chart here, on the left, you will see products that have lower NRF scores. So they're the less healthy products. And they tend to improve in terms of nutritional quality as we see a greater bar of green. Those indicate increases in nutritional quality. Now, the other bar is products that are more healthy, that have a higher NRF score. And we see a greater portion of those products decreasing in their nutritional quality, which is represented in orange. So taken together, these suggest that there is a pattern of convergence where less healthy products become and improve in terms of their nutritional quality, where healthier products decline in their nutritional quality. So there is a divergence to the mean quality in this category. Now, we formally test this across all categories and find that 58% of the categories show consistent patterns of convergence happening following reformulation. So to highlight some of the categories here, we find that happening in yogurts, in canned soup, and also frozen pizza. So we see that reformulation meaningfully changes the nutritional profiles of products. Now, in most of these cases, we find that prices do not adjust accordingly compared to the nutritional change. So the natural question is, do consumers actually detect these changes and do they respond? So we begin by simply estimating the change in store sales before and after reformulation occurs for these products, while controlling for any systematical differences across markets and over time. Do consumers respond? The short answer is not much. So for majority of the categories on average, we do not see a meaningful response to reformulation, despite the fact that we do see a moderate change in the nutritional quality. So at the median, we see an increase of 0.5%. Now, this is most concerning if there is a negative or a decrease in nutritional quality and consumers are not changing their behavior, especially if they're still paying the same price. So we focus on those cases by looking into Here in the scatter plot, you'll see that in the x-axis, this is the change of NRF, or nutritional index, and on the y-axis, you'll see demand response. If consumers respond to decreases in quality in terms of nutritional value, we would see a negative response in the shaded area in gray. So what we find is that even when nutritional quality declines, there's a very small demand response, a limited demand response, even to greater decreases in nutritional quality. So consumers are not changing their purchase behavior despite this nutritional quality changing. So in summary, we find that reformulation is widespread, that it tends to lead to convergence in nutritional quality within a category, and that consumers tend to not detect or not respond to these significant or meaningful changes in quality, even when it decreases in terms of nutritional values. So one possible interpretation would be consumers are unaware of these changes, and there's information frictions that do not help them make informed decisions. So our next steps are really understanding whether greater transparency around these changes can help consumers make better decisions and protect consumers from making uninformed choices. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Gibbons. I'm an economist in BE's Division of Consumer Protection. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Dr. Stacy Bosley. Dr. Bosley is the William Callert Endowed Professor of Economics at Hamline University, and she is the preeminent scholar of multi-level marketing, or MLM. In case you didn't know, an MLM is a business that supplies products or services through a network of participants who can earn income through selling the products directly to consumers and through the activity of other participants that they recruit into the business. The breadth and depth of Dr. Bosley's research and expert testimony on MLM, compensation structures, income representations, and the relationship between multi-level marketing and pyramid schemes is unparalleled. Dr. Bosley served as the FTC's economic expert in Success by Health and in VEMA, both of which were shut down after courts determined they were operating as pyramid schemes, in no small part due to Dr. Bosley's analysis and expert testimony. She is frequently quoted in the press on all matters MLM and pyramid related, including in outlets like USA Today, Marketplace, Morning Consult, Canada's Globe and Mail, Truth in Advertising, Fortune, and The John Oliver Show. She also helped produce the TED-Ed video, How to Spot a Pyramid Scheme. In terms of scholarship, Dr. Bosley has published, by my count, no fewer than 10 articles in peer-reviewed economics or marketing journals on MLM and pyramid-related topics. Her research has focused on the informational environment in which ordinary people decide whether to participate in MLMs and the financial outcomes that result. A particular focus of Dr. Bosley's research, including the paper she will present today, are MLM income disclosures and disclaimers. The potential benefit of income disclosures and disclaimers in the MLM context is worth considering carefully. FTC investigations and outside research have found that MLM participants can end up feeling misled by the income claims that drew them to invest their time, money, and effort in the opportunity. These income claims can reflect best-case hypotheticals that can turn out to be extremely unlikely. Unlikely for two distinct reasons. The first is that, for most people, selling and recruiting turn out to be very challenging to do well. The second is that even if selling and recruiting were easy, these outcomes, the advertised outcomes, typically presume that the successful participant has amassed a quantity of recruits that, by construction, only a tiny fraction of the total pool of participants can possess at any one time. In any case, the low likelihood of success is not always conveyed clearly, and for this reason, a disclosure or disclaimer could help align a recruit's expectations more closely with reality. Currently, MLMs are not required to publish income disclosures, and while some do, these may not be helping matters much. In 2024, the Federal Trade Commission published its staff report on MLM income disclosure statements. The report documented that the format of disclosures varies widely from MLM to MLM, and that disclosures very often employ misleading or uninterpretable statistics, emphasize the exceptional outcomes of top earners, use undefined jargon, and downplay entirely or omit mention of expenses. It seems that there is much room for improvement. Why don't MLMs voluntarily disclose the earnings information that prospects would need to know to make informed decisions? Dr. Bosley's presentation will shed light on that question, but I would just point out that MLMs are business opportunities that sell themselves first and foremost on their ability to make participants money. And yet, FTC investigations and outside research have found consistently that many MLM participants either break even or lose money, even before accounting for all expenses and the value of participants' time. Thus, truthful disclosure of actual net earnings might threaten an MLM's ability to recruit new participants. Well, given the status quo, one can see that the right kind of disclosure could help people compare different MLM opportunities and make more informed choices. It could also stimulate competition and reward MLMs that offer the best products and the most lucrative compensation plans. At the same time, one can also imagine how getting disclosure right could be very, very tricky. To that end, Dr. Bosley's research on what could make an MLM income disclosure or disclaimer effective is extremely helpful to the FTC and to the broader public. Finally, I would like to say there's something exceptional about Dr. Bosley's research. MLM can be a controversial topic, controversial business model. The discussions of MLM in the media, online, in policy circles, and in court can be dominated by extremes. On the one hand, disturbing accounts of participants who lost thousands of dollars, and on the other, benign story of a kind of entrepreneurship with low startup costs and unlimited upside potential. Amid these conflicting narratives, it can be hard to make out the truth. But Dr. Bosley's careful work is helping us to see it, and I hope there's a lot more of it to come. So with that, I will turn it over to Stacy.
Wow, thank you for that wonderful introduction, David. I really appreciate it, and I'm happy to be here to talk about this issue of claims and disclaimers in the multi-level marketing context, and particularly my focus today is on the influence of self-regulation on those practices. And so I will begin, if I get the clicker right. Yeah, thank you. By just noting that this is joint work with colleagues at Hamline University, and you can find the paper online now at the Journal of Public Policy and Marketing if there's details that I, of course, will not be able to cover here today. And so I just want to note that, just repeat what David had said very briefly, which is that, again, there's a dual offering from MLM firms, both the products and services that they offer to the public, but also the income opportunity that they offer to potential independent contractors. So when you sign up, and there's some legal challenges to this right now, whether or not MLM distributors are actually, in fact, independent contractors or should be classified as employees. But I'm going to, articulate what is usually in the contract, which is that they are defined as independent contractors who have the right to sell, who have the right to recruit, and every single participant who comes in has those same rights, building what you see here as usually referred to as a downline. Now, some people might wonder how common it is to participate as an MLM distributor, and the AARP Foundation did a very helpful national survey which showed that 1 in 13 U.S. adults reported being an MLM distributor at some point in their lifetime. Now, of those who had participated in MLM at some point, over half had participated in more than one MLM. And so, they stopped counting at 6 or more, but there's a lot of repeat MLM activity as well. And what we know about this space is that it is gendered for a variety of reasons that I won't have time to go into today, but that in the United States, the most recent data shows that this is about 75% women. In many countries, it is much higher than that in terms of being women-dominated. And again, many reports, including the FTC's own 2024 analysis of income disclosure statements, has found that most people make little or no money or lose money in this endeavor. The AAIP survey asked people, knowing what you know now, would you have engaged in that same MLM experience, or would you engage in a different MLM experience? Overall, 8% of people said that they would participate in a different MLM, and of the people who reported that they broke even or lost money, which was the majority of participants, 7% said that they would repeat that MLM activity, knowing what they know now, indicating some allocative inefficiency in this marketplace. And so there are multiple issues. David raised a number of them, including the design and structure of an MLM compensation structure, whether it may be operating as a pyramid scheme. I'm not going into that today. I'm focused on the earnings claims and the corresponding disclaimers that might modify those claims. And so I want to start by establishing and again emphasizing something that David indicated, which is the widespread use of earnings claims in this space. Also lifestyle claims that might imply earnings, okay? And so Truth in Advertising, a nonprofit group who has analyzed earnings claims in this industry 2 times now, have developed a database. If you'd like to see it, it's publicly available, of materials for, in their most recent analysis, 100 MLM firms, which included all of the members of the industry's trade group, the Direct Selling Association. When they analyzed the marketing materials for these firms, they found that 98% included atypical representations of earnings or lifestyle. So very, very widespread use of earnings claims in the industry. Now, I'm just going to show you one example that they have on their website, and this is EXP. EXP is a growing MLM company that some people might not have on their radar yet. However, it's the 3rd largest multi-level mark company in the world as of the latest industry data, the top 2 being Amway and Herbalife. And EXP has had a very meteoric rise. Just a few years ago, it wasn't even on the industry's list of top 100 direct selling firms. But now, again, a 3rd with almost $5 billion in annual revenue. This offers agents, just to give you an example, again, of what types of claims might be relevant here. This gives potential real estate agents the opportunity to both sell real estate, but also recruit real estate agents who are underneath them, who also have the same right to both sell real estate and recruit. And again, then representing that this might be a pathway to, for example, as you see underscored here, financial freedom, without giving any indication in this material what the typical earnings are for the EXP agent. Now, I won't have time in this presentation to discuss the regulatory responses to this, although I'm happy to do so in Q&A. They have been numerous, and so I don't want to understate the role of the FTC and other agencies in attempting to combat this problem, both through warning letters, notice of penalty offense, enforcement actions, rulemaking procedures, analysis of public documents through their disclosure report, numerous ways in which they have attempted to make a difference here. I'm focusing on the self-regulatory response today and its impact. So in 2019, the industry created what's called the Direct Selling Self-Regulatory Council in partnership with the Better Business Bureau. So this is a third-party entity that's intended, its stated mission, is to curb the use of earnings claims, and to provide guidance on claims and also on disclaimer practices. So one of the things that they did, among other things, is that they issued a document on the guidance on earnings claims. And that guidance document include very specific recommendations or guidance on what should be done in the form of disclaimers. So the guidance document says that every time an atypical claim is represented or included in marketing content, that a disclaimer, and they repeat this disclaimer in their document over and over again. There's no confusion, I would say, if you looked at this document about what they are suggesting should be practice. They show this disclaimer underneath every single image that they include, a statement of the annual income earned by the typical distributor. Now, and I'm sure regulators might take issue with some of these aspects, and we discussed some of the concerns we have about this guidance in the paper, including that they don't define whether typical, they don't really define what typical means. And so again, you could argue about whether that's average or median. This is a highly skewed income distribution. So they also discuss the fact that this income number should be net of mandatory expenses when and this aligns with the FTC position, that it should include typical expenses. So while we have issues, or I certainly have issues with some of the recommendations in the DSSRC guidance, we wanted to see whether or not firms were in fact following this guidance and the impact that it may have on consumers. So our first study asked this very question: are firms aligning their practices with DSSRC guidance? What is the impact of disclaimers, if they were to be included, on consumer expectations and interest? And lastly, we dive into sort of the details about whether or not it's prominence or content or both that make a difference in disclaimer impact. Now, I'll just briefly say, I won't go into all the motivations for this hypothesis, but they're in the paper, about why we expect that firms will not align with DSSRC guidance, both in use of disclaimers and in the nature of the disclaimers when they do use them. But to test this hypothesis, we used Truth in Advertising Amassed database to look at over 21 instances of MLM promotional content. We use multiple raters, independent raters. We, of course, check for inter-rater reliability. And we first ask, when there's an atypical claim, is there a disclaimer present? And if so, does it align with DSSRC guidance, both in terms of content and appearance? And we lost a few due to, if it wasn't in English language, we narrowed the sample just slightly. But we find that about 87% of the materials do not include any disclaimer at all that would speak to the claim, meaning that they don't have a disclaimer that speaks to earnings or lifestyle claims that might have been made. Of those that did have disclaimers, none of them matched the DSSRC guidance. So the ones that did exist were largely vague in language, and I'll show you an example of that, the sort of the results not typical or results not guaranteed style of language. And also they weren't generally prominent, and sometimes not proximate to the claim themselves. The very few that did have specific content were generally, again, or were not prominent or proximate. So again, with limited time, I won't go into all of these expectations, but we expected that the earnings expectations would be lowest for a specific and prominent disclaimer. Again, I'm not suggesting that this is the prominent disclaimer. I'm suggesting that it's more prominent than what is typically used in the industry and aligns with DSSRC guidance. That would generate the lowest earnings expectations. And again, study 2 kind of compares these two worlds: current practice, which is no disclaimer by and large, or vague disclaimers, against the DSSRC guidance directly. And we use real world marketing materials to conduct that experiment. The third study then goes into really disentangling content versus prominence. So that's the one that I'm going to focus on today. I also just want to demonstrate that there is a relationship, or we anticipated a relationship, between disclaimer and interest in the MLM income opportunity, but as mediated through earnings expectations. And so we check for a mediation relationship there. So again, I'm going to focus on study 3. We created our own fictional MLM company. It's called Optiliving, and it is a supplement company. We mimicked the claims that we saw in real life marketing materials. And again, we use, in this case then, academic prolific as our subject pool. We use a between subject 2x2 design. The control group saw, of course, everyone saw the same marketing content, again, that mimicked real life marketing content and claims. And the control group, of course, saw no disclaimer, whereas treatment 1 saw this vague, non-prominent disclaimer that was reflective of actual practices when a disclaimer existed at all. Treatment 2, you can see we then made that more prominent. So now this gives you a chance to see what this statement actually included in terms of vague language. All income is based on product sales and will depend on your effort, skill, and the market available to you. No guarantee of your earnings. Okay, so that's what we mean by vague language that is very, very frequently used within the industry when a disclaimer exists at all. Treatment 3 has the DSSRC content, as you can see, a statement of the typical earnings, but is in a non-prominent way, matching the prominence that we observe in real-life marketing materials. Now, I just want to spend a second to note $25. Why did we include $25 in this disclaimer? So this was modeled after the real-life marketing content and the company that we used in study 2. And when you look at, if you were attempting to abide by the DSSRC guidance, and you looked to income less, and again, they say mandatory expenses should be deducted. This was our judgment of what the average income was in that company in real life, net of mandatory expenses. Again, this is not median. The median would have been negative. And so the average was $25. This is gonna come up later, so please remember 25. And then again, here's what it looks like, right, when we're modeling the DSSRC guidance in both content and appearance. Okay, so of course I have limited time to show you exact results, but I'm going to show you the results for typical earnings. We asked subjects a number of different questions about their earnings expectations in an effort to really try to flesh out the mental distribution they might have in their head. And so we asked them the least they think they would earn, the most they think they would earn, the chance that they would earn $500 a month or more, but also asked them the typical earnings they think they would expect to earn in a year. And you can see that, that in this particular study, without any disclaimer at all, their expectations, and this, by the way, this data is for a subject, the predicted number for a subject who has median values for non-categorical variables and mode values for categorical variables. And so this is, again, about a $4,100 on average expectation of what they think they would earn in a typical year. Okay, and we can see what happens when they receive the vague disclaimer, whether prominent or not, right? If anything, we see a little increase there, but of course not measured precisely. And so we see no improvement or, or no significant change in expectations when they see even a prominent vague disclaimer, matching, of course, historical literature on vague disclaimers and their lack of efficacy. Now we see what happens, right, when they receive the specific disclaimer, and I'll point your attention to that last bar. That's a 91% drop in earnings expectations relative to the control group, right? And so we're talking about expectations of about $400. Now that doesn't pull that all the way to the 25, right? And we do in the paper also check how many people's expectations actually fall to 25 or below, and that's, of course, very significantly moved as well. That said, there's a top quartile who still has high expectations, and I think it's important to recognize that this disclaimer, again, is certainly going to be, there's going to be inattention, there's going to be many reasons why it might not be salient to people. It's also a single number, and I'll address that, right? Any single data point may not be necessarily influential for every consumer. When we look at the indirect effect, we do find that using a mediation model, the specific and prominent disclaimer does have a depressing effect. It reduces interest in the MLM opportunity significantly as mediated through earnings expectations, right? So it drops their earnings expectations and then leads to a drop in interest. We find no direct effect. And we find that the non-prominent specific disclaimer in our, controlled setting, right, did still have some influence on interest. It depressed interest somewhat. But generally speaking, when we look at our results as a whole, you would see that the non-prominent specific disclaimer often moved in the same direction as the prominent disclaimer, but the effects are very muted, less statistically significant, lower effect sizes. And often, again, not significant at all. As expected, vague disclaimers have no impact on interest. They have no impact really at all that we can discern. And so what we find between these studies is that self-regulation is not altering MLM behavior. They are not adopting the guidance that their own self-regulatory body has proposed. And again, that we find that in our environment, we'll talk about the limitations quickly, can alter judgment and in turn interest in the MLM opportunity. Specific content is critical. Prominence is also important. As I said, most of the time, the non-prominent disclosure, even if it had a disclaimer, even if it had the same information, was often not statistically significant. And usually we were able to detect a statistical difference between treatment 4 and treatment 3. And so one of the things I want to note that makes, of course, this really challenging is that the information environment, the use of mobile, to view some of these things might really challenge any single piece of information that is presented to people as they see it at the bottom of a very small screen. We, of course, were using a dispassionate environment, so people weren't exposed to interpersonal influence that might be involved in the recruitment process. And again, we generally put this forward to prolific respondents without screening, so it could be useful to see what happens to an even more interested sample, though we find that, again, there may be various reasons why people might be interested in MLM at different points in their lifetime or for different product categories. One thing I really want to spend a moment on with the limited time I have left is that it's a single data point that you're providing with this type of disclaimer. And one of the risks that you have is that that's going to create confusion. So when we asked people about their disclaimer recall, first of all, even in our study too, if you read about it, they were exposed to this disclaimer not just once, but multiple times, every time a claim was in the material. And even then, 18% could not recall they couldn't remember the disclaimer at all, which is probably not surprising. What's maybe more surprising is that they were confused by $25. So some of them they said, well, that must mean $25,000, surely, right? Or it must mean $25 an hour. And so one of the things that I think is an open question is testing, right, the difference between that distance between claim and disclaimer. And as that distance shrinks or expands, and I see some of you nodding, and I just want to put in a plug for MLM research because seriously, there is so little. So if anyone's nodding and they're interested, please talk to me. But this is really important, right? Confusion and inattention, of course, as well. This addresses open questions that the FTC has asked in its own rulemaking procedures and informs enforcement outcomes. And I just want to note that disclosures, for example, in the state of Washington, in 2 MLM cases have been part of their settlement terms with MLMs, and I think it's possible that there are many avenues by which this could, that firms could be compelled to include more information, and that settlements may be one of those. Or, again, other litigated results. There's also, some of you may know that there's right now an effort in Delaware to create a bill to force disclosures in MLMs. And so actively working with them to figure out, what that might look like, and hoping that other states take up that potential ability to legislate related to this. And again, I just want to note again, lastly, that this is a single data point. We also have a lot of research on disclosure documents, which would provide maybe more comprehensive information. And so I think any single shot or any single piece of information may not be enough, both due to confusion or ability to kind of market around that single data point, say you are not typical, that typical number doesn't apply to you, right? And so there's many reasons why, again, we may want to think, in addition to disclaimer, about other possibilities. And I know I'm over time. I want to leave you with the words of a consumer who wrote into the FTC as part of its announced notice of proposed rulemaking a few years ago and said, I was basically, I was promised all these financial outcomes. I never experienced any financial freedom. I was more financially stressed than ever. Give people the information they need on the actual real financial opportunity. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay, and now I'll invite both of the speakers back up and we'll do a Q&A.
Hi, I have a question for Yang, and I think it's an interesting paper. And given that you focused on the food industry, the category, I wonder if you have checked the changes in taste beyond the nutritional changes, because I feel like for most of people, not all, like they actually overestimate their preference on healthiness over taste. They actually hope to have tasty food. If so, and then it could be the channel to explain the outcome that you find that there's a little reaction from consumer to the reformulation, because it could be an offset of the positive and negative effects, and the positive one could come from the improved taste conditional on no nutritional changes, right? But the negative one would be the sacrificed taste or the sacrificed healthiness for some brands.
Thank you. That's a great question. So we thought of different ways in how we can actually measure quality, because nutrient quality is more standardized and a bit more objective. Whereas, as you mentioned, there can be taste and texture that is not reflected in that. So the way that we're thinking about the quality there in terms of more subjective quality of what the consumption experience is going to be is more so the demand response we observe. So if we observe an increase in demand response, the reformulated version and the experience they have with the reformulated product is probably more positive, and thus the taste and texture and whatever is captured in that demand response would reflect that. But currently, we cannot disentangle what exactly is happening underlying the mechanism. So we're planning to look at the household panel and observe how they make choices after this reformulation happens to see if they repeat purchases, and that would better reflect whether the taste and texture and the experience that comes from reformulation is also reflected in their demand response as well.
So this is also for Young-Yeon. So I think I'll take off my Avi hat and put a macroeconomist hat on instead. And so I think a lot of these are probably being driven by cost shocks. So you can think of the reformulation as a way of avoiding inflation, which is, substitute the expensive hydrogenated oil with cheaper canola oil. So I wonder if you could get at that and maybe get us some of the welfare implications of that. This is one way to lower prices, and it seems like consumers don't care about the changes.
Yes, that's a great point, and that's what actually started this paper, and trying to understand whether firms are passing through costs to consumers in a way that is not obvious to consumers because they're slightly changing the quality, potentially substituting to a cheaper ingredient. At the current stage, we haven't been able to relate it back to the cost shocks or the cost changes in these ingredients. But when we do observe, for example, in cereal, when reformulation happens, if this is a response to cost shocks, we would observe a lot of brands doing similar things at similar time frames. But we actually do not observe firms responding in a response of reformulation during a simple cost shock. So we look at different ingredients like cane sugar, different sugar costs to see if that's happening. So far, we don't find evidence of that being the main driver for at least generalizable across categories of what we find. But that's potentially what firms would do in particular categories.
This is Professor Bosley. If self-regulatory programs described as promoting transparency, accountability, and trust are not adopted in practice and do not affect consumer outcomes, what sort of evidence would need to be presented to the Commission to assess whether they are providing genuine protection or a misleading sense of protection that may enable ongoing harm? What sort of evidence would be needed to trigger an intervention?
Thank you. Well, the proposed rulemaking provided, again, a set of questions. We attempt to address some of those questions, and I think, additional work in this area would always help give the Commission more evidence to move in the direction that they have signaled that they would like to move, at least in the NPR and ANPR that were issued, I think, at the start of 2025. So I think more research is better, right? An accumulation, and so I think we'll, and hopefully others will, continue to add to that set of materials.
Hi, Stacy. I want to thank you for the great public service you have done for the public and for encouraging other people to do the research in M&M area. I have a question for you. It seems like the targeted audience for the whatever MLM material are those maybe in financial stress and sort of really eager to get some financial outcome. So maybe because of that, they sort of, maybe they only will hear what they want to hear. And so I want to see what your comment on that. Like, does that mean that the disclosure material, whatever FTC want to advocate, should prove effectiveness on that targeted population? And given they could be very different from the public population, that's how you think about that, and how would the future research in that area could help?
Yes. So, I mean, one thing to note is that even in our sample, there was a high degree of exposure to MLMs in their past. So, in study 3 that I showed you, over half of people had been new people who had personal family or friends who had been in an MLM. Nearly 40% had been recruited by an MLM themselves. They had reported, of course, this is a gig platform in itself, right? Prolific. I think it was 16% had participated in an MLM at some point in their lifetime. About 7% of them, of our respondents, were currently involved in an MLM. So, I think it would be useful to replicate this with a, sort of currently active group or recently active in MLM group and see how it fares there. One of the things that I think is just really important, I'll come back to this question of a single data point. I think no matter, even if we narrowed this to a pool of people who we think are especially keen on income and again may kind of hear what they want to hear, I think that begs this question of whether, again, a single data point and a disclaimer is enough. So we also have a recent paper on disclosure documents, and we test, for example, a pictograph style format that shows the percentage of people who lost money and try to use recent research on disclosure practices rather that might really clearly communicate the distribution of outcomes, because I think that I'm concerned that a single data point on central tendency could very easily be overcome by one's own personal willingness to, hear what we want to hear, but also by, interpersonal influence and recruitment tactics. So, that's where we argue for what we call I think in the marketing literature, sort of the front and back of label type approach, where you get maybe short bits of information that give you sort of the typical person's outcome combined with longer form more detailed information that's still comprehensible. And I don't know if that addresses your question, but I really think that kind of suite of responses would be more effective.
Any other questions? We have time for one more.
I have a question for Young. Sometimes when companies reformulate, they make it very salient. It's a benefit that they're trying to promote, and sometimes it's obfuscated and hidden. Do you have access to that in your data?
So the current data does not include images, but we have done it at a smaller scale throughout several categories in trying to figure out whether it would be salient in the package design. And for the sample that we have looked at, it's actually not as salient. The packaging design is pretty similar across all the reformulation cases that we see. So what we expect to see along those lines that you said, if they do make a big improvement, I think they would launch it under a new product and brand identity, whereas we're not focusing on those cases, more as a new product launch.
Thank you.
All right, and that concludes our session on detectability and disclosure in consumer markets. We're now going to move into our break, and please meet us back here at 3:45 for our final session on privacy.
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to practice, so I had it. Okay. All right, welcome everyone to the final session of the conference. We have an excellent session here on digital privacy. My name is James Thomas, and I'm also a staff economist in the Division of Consumer Protection. So before jumping into the session, I wanted to talk briefly about how digital privacy research connects to FTC work. So as Devesh was mentioning yesterday, the FTC has sort of become the de facto regulator of the digital economy, and that includes a lot of work on digital privacy. In particular, we enforce the Children's Online Privacy Law, COPPA, sector-specific privacy laws in finance and health, and we regularly bring enforcement actions against deceptive or unfair data privacy practices under our general Section 5 authority. So as such, economists at the FTC spend a lot of time thinking about the benefits and costs of potential digital privacy regulations. In fact, Dan Wood and I have are working on a literature review trying to discussing what the literature says about the costs and benefits of those regulations. And so I want to just take a few minutes to talk about that work before getting into the rest of the session. So I just wanted to make 3 points. One about potential take-up of new privacy regulations, one about estimating the benefits of new privacy regulations, and one about estimating their costs. So first, if you have a new data privacy regulation that requires consumers to take some active steps to protect their privacy, so think declining cookie notices or enrolling in some kind of a universal opt-out mechanism, it's really important to understand how many consumers you think are going to take those active steps, and in particular, which consumers are going to take those steps. And so the point I wanted to make about this is that while it's probably true that the consumers who take active steps to protect their privacy are those that value their privacy more, it's also could also be true that because those consumers value their privacy more, they also had other pre-existing methods for protecting their privacy, things like clearing cookies or using a privacy-conscious browser or a VPN or something like that. So if that's the case, then the new regulation might not actually be providing any additional protection to those consumers. And that might look a little weird because if you elicit their willingness to pay for privacy protections, it might be very high. It might look like they value their privacy a lot. But in fact, because they were already doing taking preventative efforts beforehand, the additional protection provided by the regulation would not actually provide that much value to them. So I hope that future research will think more about this, looking at not only how many consumers would take up potential new privacy protections, but how much value those new protections provide above and beyond what they would have done in a state of the world without these additional protections. So the second point I wanted to make is about benefits, measuring benefits. So a really common strategy for measuring benefits of potential privacy protections is to elicit consumers' willingness to pay for new privacy protections or the related willingness to accept to forego existing privacy protections. There's a lot of issues with this, which I won't get into now, but I just want to say that if you are going to measure benefits based on willingness to pay, it's really important that it's willingness to pay for protection that is ongoing and comprehensive, like the type of protection that you would get from a comprehensive regulation. So I think a lot of the literature, for design reasons, tends to focus on valuations in single transactions. So how much would you be willing to accept to share this particular set of data from this website with a particular third party in a one-time transaction? And I certainly understand the design limitations, but it's then very hard to think about how can you take that valuation from a one-time transaction and scale that up to all the data transactions that people make in their day-to-day lives. So to make this concrete, if yesterday I agreed to sell my geolocation data from yesterday for $10, if you came to me and you asked me again, how much would I be willing to sell my geolocation data from today, it's probably still not zero, but it's going to be a lot less than $10 because there's a lot of redundancy in where I was yesterday and where I am today. You could say the same thing about sharing similar data from different websites or sharing the same data with multiple third parties. So there's a lot of nonlinearity in the marginal cost of how much it costs me to share an additional unit of data relative to the first unit of data. Those nonlinearities make it really hard to extrapolate estimates from one-time valuations to the kind of comprehensive protection you would get from a regulation. So ideally, it'd be great to have work that estimates sort of willingness to pay for ongoing protection. If that's not feasible, I hope that researchers will at least sort of think about how you can extrapolate one-time estimates to the type of comprehensive protection you would get from a regulation. So then finally, one point I wanted to make about costs. So I think at this point there is a fair amount of evidence that digital privacy regulation would reduce advertising revenues by making it more difficult to target advertisements. But what I want to say is that it's important to notice that these lost advertising revenues in of themselves represent a transfer rather than a social cost. And that's because every dollar of advertising revenue that is lost by websites represents a dollar of advertising spending that is saved by advertisers. So in of itself, this is a transfer. Now it's a transfer that does have important downstream consequences. It's just important to think about actually measure those downstream consequences. So the one potential consequence you could have is that lost advertising revenue could degrade the quality of digital goods and thereby decrease the amount of consumption utility people get from those goods. There has been some really interesting recent work on this, including the paper that Cristobal is going to present. My reading of this literature, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but my reading of this literature is that it generally finds pretty modest effects of regulations on proxies for consumption value, things like website visits or app downloads or things like that. And I think this presents somewhat of an interesting puzzle. So, if we're pretty sure that digital privacy regulations reduce revenues, why aren't we seeing that show up in proxies for consumption value? Is it a measurement issue? Is it that the proxies that we're using just don't do a good job of capturing the true consumption value? Is it a timing issue? Could it be that we're mostly measuring short-term effects for identification reasons, but it actually takes several years for lost revenues to translate to layoffs and underinvestment and types of things that would translate to lower quality? Or could it be an equilibrium issue? So if all websites are being degraded and it's difficult to substitute between online and offline engagement, maybe people continue to visit websites and engage as before, but just receive less utility from that, from those interactions. So I do hope that this trend continues and we see more work that tries to connect lost advertising revenues to downstream effects on consumption value of digital goods. So with that, I'll turn it over to our first speaker, Ozge Demirci, presenting In Privacy We Trust, the effect of privacy regulations on data sharing behavior.
Hi everyone, my name is Ozge. I'm an assistant professor of marketing at Imperial College London. The paper I'm going to present you today is about privacy, and specifically it asks a super simple question, which is, when you introduce a new privacy policy, privacy protection, what happens to consumers' willingness to share information? So this work is co-authored with two amazing co-authors, Eva Askarza and Ayelet Israeli from Harvard. Okay, but before answering this question, let me give you some idea about why this question might be really important. Well, consumer data is essential for digital economy, right? Firms are using consumer data to improve their targeting, their personalization decisions. On the other hand, consumers also benefit from sharing their data through more personalized or more personalized offers, or overall its convenience. Although this looks like a win-win situation, of course there are growing concerns about data privacy. The main questions are, who controls this data? And more importantly, how much control consumers have for their own data? So as a solution, there are some privacy responses that aims to protect personal data by giving consumers more control over their collected data. And this naturally brings the question of how do stronger privacy regulations impact people's willingness to share data? So what do we know so far about in the empirical literature is that, so we can imagine, in a very roughly, we can imagine two different scenarios, right? In the one scenario, if there is a new privacy policy, people can think there is more transparency, there is greater awareness about data practices or privacy, and this can end up with more awareness and more being cautious, heightened privacy concerns, and this can end up with less data sharing or more opt-out decisions. On another scenario, you can also imagine that if there is a new privacy policy or protection, then this can come up with greater trust and end up with sharing more data, more trust. So eventually, which scenario will more likely to happen, or which one will overweight, is an empirical question, and this is the central question we are trying to answer in this paper. So particularly, we are focusing on two privacy policies in this paper. The one, California Privacy Rights Act and Virginia Consumer Data Protection Act, that both happened January 2023. In a nutshell, what these two policies are doing is, first of all, they bring more control to consumers, as in, together with these policies, consumers have rights to access, delete, or opt out from their collected data's sharing or sales to the third parties. The other thing these policies are bringing is there are certain limitations on the collection of sensitive data, as in precise geolocation or financial information. And lastly, these policies also require firms stronger obligations for data minimization of their collected data and consent requirements. So given that what we define as treatment in this paper is that if you live in California or Virginia, and if you exposed to these policies, either through publicity of these privacy law announcements or updated terms of services, or changes in the user interfaces in these websites, then you're a treated user. So our empirical setting, to answer this question, is a customer engagement platform in the US. So imagine this is a mobile app that rewards user by uploading their shopping receipts. So users or consumers upload their photo of their receipts, and in exchange, they gain some rewards. The app also provides some personalized offer to incentivize users to share more data. And at the end, the points can be redeemed as gift cards, right? So specifically, what we do in this paper is that we look at the impact of privacy policies, the two policies I mentioned in California and Virginia, on data sharing behavior. Specifically, we look at effects on the volume of the data they share, as well as the content of the data they are sharing. As an empirical method, we are using synthetic definitive by exploiting the variation across US states in the policy implementation. Our main data set comes from, as I just explained, the platform data, and that helps us to measure changes in the sharing of consumption data by users. As a supplementary analysis, we also use supporting evidence from consumer expenditure survey metadata. I will explain in more detail, but in a nutshell, the metadata of this survey gives details about respondent interactions during surveys, as in, did they reply to question, or did they raise any privacy concerns during the consumption survey interviews. Lastly, we also explore some mechanisms that can potentially drive these results. First, we check, is there any changes in the public interest to privacy terms? And for this, we will be using Google search data. And we also check, are there any changes in the stated privacy concerns during consumption surveys? And for this, we will be using, again, Google CE survey consumer expenditure surveys metadata. So let me go through the data sets we are using. As I just mentioned, the main data set we will be using that comes from a consumer engagement platform. This is a receipt level data where users upload their purchase information between October 22 and March 23. We particularly focus on a cohort that just joined the platform in October 22. And the main variables we observe in this data set is receipt uploads, so basically how many receipts you are uploading, and pretty much everything you can observe on a receipt. That includes the items purchased, spending, or retailer information, purchase or scan dates. As well as we can also observe some in-app incentives, as in how many, let's say, offers or points were available when consumers were uploading receipts. And then as a supplementary analysis, as I just mentioned, we also use consumer expenditure survey metadata. You may be familiar with this survey because it's a common, like very commonly used consumption surveys collected or conducted by a Bureau of Labor Statistics. So here what we do is actually we focus on slightly different part of this survey, which records respondent interactions. So the aspects we will be focusing on, we will first look at what is the share of expenditure-related questions answered in the survey, as well as we will also observe whether are there any privacy concerns were raised when respondents were asked about their consumption. So let me very briefly describe the identification strategy. We are using synthetic definitive. So the main logic between this estimation method is pretty much in line with any definitive type estimator, which is we compare changes in sharing behavior in California and California and Virginia to those who lives in untreated states, like control states, before and after the policy. So mechanically, synthetic definitive combines standard DID estimation with synthetic control reweighting to match pre-treatment trends. Our main outcome variable is log number of receipts uploaded by user I at each week T, and we control for individual and week fixed effects. So here is our main results. So overall, we find that actual privacy laws increased receipt uploads by around 9%. And as a next step, we divide sample into two groups based on their baseline sharing activity. So first group includes people who used to share less below the median level, basically, and the second group includes people sharing above median level. So when we look at this, we see that actually the increase in receipt uploads is more pronounced among less active users, right? So these results are robust to different estimators such as doubly robust DID or different alternative outcome variables such as row count outcomes as opposed to logged. So okay, so far I just show you that after the policy change, there is more data being shared. Now let's look at, is there any change in the content of this data being shared, right? So now I'm changing the outcome variable from number of receipts to different metrics, such as number of unique stores visited, number of unique zip codes, or number of unique retailer category visited. And in all of these dimensions, we find a consistently positive effect, meaning that consumer actually shared data from larger variety of stores, meaning that they not only share more data, but they also share diverse data. Okay, so far we set it up that people share more data, people share data from larger variety of stores. Now there are a couple of more checks we are doing. Of course, I'll be just summarizing because of the time limitation. But yeah, let me go through this. So now we are trying to understand what could be the reason for this increase. So the first reason could be that, okay, maybe people are sharing more consumption data because they are consuming more. So first we wanted to check, is there any change in the consumption patterns? And we want to rule out this explanation, right? So for this, we look at, again, consumer expenditure survey consumption data this time, and we test, is there any change in the consumption patterns? We find no significant changes, so we rule out this explanation. Second, it could be that now people are sharing more data because maybe platform changed their incentive to share data, right? Maybe there's a privacy policy, the data is more valuable for the platform, so they may change this differentially in treated states. We use platforms offer and points data to analyze this. And again, we find no significant platform incentive changes differentially across treated and control states. And lastly, we also wanted to test another thing, which is, are there any spillovers to other contexts that are not directly affected from the policy, such as consumer expenditure survey, right? So for this, we go back to the CE survey metadata, and we try to understand, are there any changes in the disclosure behavior in this paper? So our main measure for this is we look at the share of expenditure-related questions answered in this survey. So in the survey, basically, people are asked questions, they can answer, or they can say, I want to skip, for different reasons. So we look at the share of answers. So overall, we find there is an increase in the willingness to share for the survey. And this increase is mostly driven by people who were less reluctant to share before. More reluctant to share before, less inclined to share more. So this is pretty much actually mirroring the platform results we find. And when you think about it, this may suggest a broader change in the privacy attitudes. Okay, so let's try to understand why this change might be happening. So let's remember again, at the beginning, we started with two different scenarios from the literature. So now we try to understand, is there any change in the public attention to privacy, right? So we do this analysis by using Google Trend search activity for privacy-related searches. But when you think about it, if there is more searches for privacy, this could go either way. Again, this can be because people are more cautious and they will share less, or this could be because people feel kind of greater transparency and they will share more. So the first question is diagnostic, and in the second question, second mechanism check, we will try to understand kind of again which one overweights. And for this, we will go back to consumer survey metadata, consumer expenditure survey metadata, and we will look at expressed privacy concerns. And we will try to see, is there any change in California and Virginia again. So let's start with the first check and try to answer changes in privacy searches in Google. So in this one, we find around the policy time, actually treated states saw a larger volume of privacy-related searches related to the control states, as we expected. And in the second mechanism check, as I just explained, so we are going back again to consumer expenditure survey metadata, and in the survey, people are asked, if they don't answer any question, people are asked why you're not answering. It could be simply because I don't remember the answer of this expenditure, or it could be because I'm concerned about this privacy, my privacy. And for this analysis, we especially track these answers. And we find that actually these answers or these stated privacy concerns are less now in treated states, in California and Virginia. And again, the largest decline is coming from those among who were less willing to share information before. So this is pretty much very consistent with the previous findings. So let me conclude here. So this paper was about how privacy policies are affecting people's willingness to share data, right? So we find that stronger privacy regulations increase data sharing, and specifically user shares more data, and user shares data from larger variety of retailers. And this data sharing increase was more prominent among those who were less likely to share before. This increase in data sharing is not explained by changes in the consumption patterns, changes in the platform side incentives, but rather it's operated through increased awareness for privacy topics and also less concerns about privacy. So we also run some analysis for the economic significance of these results. Let me summarize you very briefly. So basically the question we are interested in here is that first, how much people value their privacy. So we run some back of the envelope analysis to calculate how much people value their basically privacy. So think about this as a kind of exchange rate in terms of the receipts I'm sharing and the rewards I'm receiving from the platform. So we calculated this. Next, we compared this exchange rate to the one people respond to the privacy policies. And we find that actual privacy protections can be as effective as the monetary incentives. And when you think about it, this is more cost-effective way. And this is more kind of permanent way. So what does it mean? It means that privacy regulations can actually shift some privacy perceptions, and it can lead to greater data sharing through mechanisms like trust. Thank you.
All right, next we have Cristobal Chere presenting Did Apple's App Tracking Transparency Framework Harm the App Ecosystem?
Hi, thank you for the introduction. The work I'm going to present today is joint work with Ben Liden from Cornell, Sagar Baviskar from Carnegie Mellon, and Alessandro Questi from MIT. The motivation of this work was that on 2021, Apple introduced something that's called the App Tracking Transparency Framework. And what this new framework did is that it allowed users on Apple devices to shift from kind of having to opt out of tracking, like app by app, to being able to, so instead of tracking shifted from an opt-out regime to an opt-in regime. So users, developers, before having to track users, now have to ask the user whether they want to be tracked. And not only that, but also there is a setting in which users can opt out of tracking across all apps in the device. Effectively, this made the opt-in rate on Apple devices very low. It greatly decreased the number of users that consent to be tracked. And this presents a very good opportunity to study what happens with app-supported goods when you restrict the availability of user data. To explain the motivation, I like using this image. This is an advertising campaign that Facebook did at the time, opposing this change by Apple. The title is very telling. They said, like, this is Apple versus the free internet. Apple is going to change the way the internet works. And basically their claim is that this is going to limit the ability of developers to run personalized ads. To survive, they're going to have to start charging subscription fees, adding in-app purchases, and this is going to make the internet much more expensive, and it's going to reduce the availability of high-quality free content. So what we wanted to do in this paper is try to vet this claim and see if, after the framework was implemented, these things really happen. The rationale is that if the profitability of app developers that rely on advertising to sustain themselves is affected, this is going to change the incentives to participate in the ecosystem, and we may see an increase in exit. We may see that they update their apps less frequently. They may change the business model that they use. They may move from ad-supported to in-app purchases or just straight sold apps. The valuation of the apps that remain may change. Maybe there is not going to be much of an effect on apps that already exist. Maybe this is going to be something that's going to affect new apps. And we also want to understand what happens from the user side. I mean, is there going to be any change on downloads, evaluations, etc.? So at the end of the day, what we're trying to study here is what is going to be the cause of this policy in terms of the availability and the quality of these free apps. We use data from a data provider, and this data provider tracks all the apps on the App Store and on Google Play. We're going to focus on the 18-month period around the time the policy was introduced. We don't do a longer period to minimize the potential of confounding effects. These ecosystems are very dynamic. There are many things changing, policy updates, changing terms. So the longer we use, the more possibility for other things to get into analysis. But still is long enough to look at long pre-trends, short effects, long-term effects. We want to look at the universe of apps. And we're also going to analyze heterogeneous effect, like what happens with freemium apps, so apps that are free to download, but then have in-app purchases, with apps that are in both ecosystems, that are just on one ecosystem, the top-performing apps, etc. Just to give you a sense why I was saying this ecosystem is very dynamic, this is the number of apps over time. It has changed a lot. The period that we were studying, things were roughly stable. And as I said, we focus on the 9 months before and 9 months after the policy was introduced. So we're going to assume this framework is an exogenous shock. This is partly true. The policy was announced before, so people knew that Apple was going to do this. They didn't know how. And developers only got about 1 week notice on, like, this feature is finally going to be rolled out in the next update of the operating system. And we're also going to assume that this is going to affect the Apple ecosystem and not the Android ecosystem. We use a difference in difference framework, CM matching to make apps more comparable. And then in the full paper, we do a lot of robustness analysis, alternative specifications, to make sure that this is not being driven by our model selection. The idea of using CM matching is because the apps in each of the ecosystem may present some systematic differences. What we do is like CM coarses continuous variables and then performs exact matchings on these discretized variables. We do the matching 1 month before ATT, and we match on whether the apps have in-app purchases, their age, the ratings, whether the experience of the developer, whether they have multiple apps, the average ratings that they receive, the number of ratings, and the app category. So this is kind of the before and after matching. You can see that there are differences in the ecosystem, but after we do the matching, we can control for those differences. Okay, so we're going to be interested on analyzing 3 sets of variables. First, we look at market dynamics, and here we're interested on entry, exit, and update of the apps, and this is related to the incentives that developers have to keep investing in the app and keep innovating for the ecosystem. Then we look at the use of software developer kits. These are pieces of software that companies interested in developers using their services provide, so developers can integrate these tools and these functionalities in their apps. This helps us see if developers adapt their business model and what they do in their apps. And to look at consumer side effects, we look at the number of new ratings and the average rating that apps receive. Okay, so for entry and exit and updates, the rationale here is that if the ability to monetize investments in app development is affected negatively because of ATT, we should expect that there is less entry and more exit. The entry and exit decisions are kind of asymmetric. Remaining in the market is not very costly. It only costs about $100 a year to have an active developer account and keep your app in the system. So exit does not really tell you anything about incentives that much. Entry is a bit more telling. Something that has been used a lot in the literature is looking at update frequency, because this signals more the continued commitment of developers with the app. If the app keeps getting updated regularly, it means that the developer is still interested in the ecosystem. Obviously, this is not perfect because update is also related to app quality. Apps that are good and well-liked, the developer has fewer incentives to update. The apps that are poorly rated have more incentives to update. So yeah, it is a better measure of investment, continued investment, but is not perfect in any way. Okay, so our estimation is a very standard difference in difference model. To look at entry and exit, we're going to calculate the number of apps that enter or exit the market by platform, genre, and month. We use the inverse hyperbolic sign instead of the logs because doesn't really matter that much. It's because we also look at net entry, it could be negative and logs are not defined there, so we just use inverse hyperbolic sign. POS-ATT is a dummy after the policy was introduced, and we use time and genre fixed effects. For updates, we use app-level data rather than entry and exit aggregated by genre, using the same framework as before. Something before showing you the table, something worth highlighting is that our sample is very large. So we can estimate coefficients very precisely and detect statistically significant effects when really these effects are really small. So we're also in the paper evaluating things not just in terms of statistical significance, but doing equivalence testing and evaluating the how meaningful the effect sizes are. So we use two usual tools for this. One is CoNSD that benchmarks the estimated effect size to the overall variability of the outcome, and we use a standard threshold to determine whether the effect is economically meaningful or not. And we also do two one-sided equivalent tests to assess whether the distributions of the two groups are different or not. The same logic applies for pre-trends. We use this test by Dete and Schumann to determine if the pre-trends are equivalent or not, rather than just looking at the significance of the coefficients. So what we find in terms of entry and exit is that looking at the overall sample, we do observe a decrease in entry, and looking at the CoNSD, this is above the threshold of a significant effect. We do observe an increase in exit that is kind of in the threshold of a significant effect, and we observe a very small effect on updates that is well below that threshold. So this would indicate that there seems to be a negative effect on entry. However, when we start looking at how this is distributed over time, what we observe is that what's going on is that when the policies roll out, entry almost stops. There is a huge decrease in entry and lasts between 3 and 4 weeks, is about a month, and then entry picks back up again. So to us, this means that more than a decrease in interest by developers, this is more consistent with an adaptation period. As I mentioned before, Apple announced that this feature was going to be introduced in the next update of the operating system, with about a 1-week notice. So it's conceivable that developers that were about to introduce their app took some time to realize what they had to do, and then they enter anyway a little later than what they were expecting. Okay, so next we look at the use of software development kits. As I mentioned, these are third-party tools that developers use to incorporate functionalities in their app. We're going to focus on 4 types of SDKs that we believe are useful for our analysis. One is monetization SDKs. These are used to monetize apps through advertising. So examples of these are things like the Facebook Audience Network, Google AdMob, IronSource. So you incorporate this SDK in your app, and then your app is going to show ads from these networks. There is another group of SDKs that's called ad mediation. These are very similar to monetization. The difference is that instead of connecting to a single network, they connect to multiple networks. They're trying to get kind of the best price for the impressions that are going to be shown in your app. Like examples of this is this AdMob mediation adapter, IronSource mediation adapter. They're usually called mediation adapter. Then we're going to look at payment SDKs. These are used to process credit card payments. So the MasterCard, the Stripe, the Square, Venmo SDKs, and authentication SDKs. These allow apps to log in users using credentials from different platforms. And these are meaningful here because they can substitute for user identifiers. Once a user logs into your network, you obtain indirectly an identifier for that user. Okay, so what we find looking at the overall sample is that there is a decrease in the use of monetization and ad mediation SDKs. So apps seem to rely less on advertising. It's worth noting that these effects are not very big in terms of economic significance. And there is an increase in the use of authentication and payment SDKs. So this seems to suggest that there is a shift towards revenue models that are less centered on advertising. However, it's worth noting that while these effects are statistically significant, they are small, and equivalence testing indicates these are really not very significant, economically significant differences. It is worth noting that not all apps rely on advertising to the same degree. Typically, larger apps, so the apps that you would typically find in the top charts, rely a lot on advertising or on in-app purchases. We do in the paper analyze all these subgroups. The effects are largely consistent. The effects are larger for top apps and are smaller for like not long tail apps, but everyone else. Okay, so finally, we also look at changes in users valuation. The idea here is that ATT may lead to changes in valuation. For example, if the app is getting updated less frequently, bugs are going to stay in the app. Maybe there are more in-app payments. Maybe there are more ads in the app, and all these things may degrade the experience. Maybe it can have a positive effect if ATT leads to reduction in predatory practices regarding to privacy. Users may value this. What we do is look at the number of ratings and the average rating that apps received. We find a small reduction in the number of new ratings. The average rating seems to go up, but it's like really small. It's 0.03 on a 5 scale. And the number of apps that receive no ratings increases a little bit. So seems that the average rating doesn't seem to be that different, but apps are getting fewer ratings. So something that we wanted to understand is where this is coming from. And one difference that we can look at is whether this is coming from established apps or new apps. So the next thing that we do is we look at how rating change for apps that were introduced before ATT or after ATT. To do that, what we do is we analyze the number of ratings and the average rating that apps received during the first month that they were listed in the ecosystem. And here what we find is kind of the reverse of what we were finding before. We see that apps that were introduced after ATT perform better in their first month in the platform than apps that were introduced before ATT. So new apps are performing better after this framework was introduced, and there is no significant change on the average rating they receive. As I mentioned, we do a lot of different things. We look at freemium, multi-homing, single homing. There are some differences across the groups, but overall, these patterns are very consistent among all the... Okay, so I'm going to just skip because I'm almost out of time. So overall, what we find in terms of market dynamics, very short-run disruptions, rapid stabilizations. Developers seems to adapt rather than exit the market. Consumers' valuations indicate that ratings are largely preserved. And well, what we take out of this paper is the privacy interventions seems that they don't need to come at a cost as the platform vitality. Seems that the app ecosystem on Apple devices seems to be doing pretty well after ATT. So thank you.
Thanks, Cristobal. Next, we have Ankit Sisodia presenting Consumer Value of Privacy, Evidence from an Online Retailer.
All right, last talk today, finally. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, FTC, for inviting our paper. So actually, my co-author was supposed to present, and she couldn't come, so I'm presenting on her behalf. So this is joint work with Mimansha Bairati from UCL and Mayur Chaudhary from Indiana University. And I'm going to talk about consumer value of privacy with evidence from an online retailer. So we all know that consumers are very concerned about their personal information. In a survey conducted by Pew, more than 80% of Americans said that they are worried about their personal information. And they are right to be concerned. You know, in 2024, there were more than 5.5 billion data breaches, which meant that their personal information was compromised, and this has gone up by 8 times than a year before. And some studies have tried to estimate what's the average cost of a single data breach, and it was estimated to be around $5 million. So it's a big concern, and naturally regulators have responded by giving consumers more control over their personal data. We already heard in the first talk about GDPR, CCPA, some allowing consumers, to opt out, and some requiring firms to opt in, like GDPR, and CCPA requiring firms to allow consumers to opt out later on. But despite that, we have seen that consumers share a lot of data on social media app or by giving permissions to mobile apps to collect data. So this is a paradox, well-known paradox, that consumers say they care about privacy, but they act as if they don't. And literature has tried to explain this. And one way literature has explained this is using the privacy calculus framework, which says that essentially consumers are rational, and they are evaluating the cost and benefits, and they will disclose their personal information when they feel that the benefits exceed the cost. And we all know that in the digital world, firms rely a lot on data for their business operations. So it is important for researchers, for policymakers to understand how much value do consumers place on personal data. Now, there has been related studies which have tried to examine the value that consumers place on their personal information. They've relied on Qualtrics experiments, control lab experiments, artifactual field experiments, and they've tried to get to external validity. Now, these studies show themselves that privacy is context dependent, and this is as Nissenbaum has also theorized. So today I'll be talking about the context of a real field setting in which we are going to observe actual consumer behavior on an e-commerce platform. And here consumers are going to face, are in a repeated interaction with the firm, and then they have to decide whether the benefit of disclosing this personal information is more than the cost of their disclosure. And also very interesting part about this setting is the fact that consumers can get the same benefit that they can, from disclosing information, and there are other ways also to get the same benefits. So this is altering their privacy calculus in a way, in a way that one-shot designs, which have been done in the past, cannot capture. So both these aspects are possible in our data, and I'll explain this in a bit. Right, so the 3 questions that we are tackling in this paper is, 1, do consumers care about personal information? Does it carry any economic cost? So we're trying to quantify the valuation of personal data. Second is, we have different types of personal information. Some could be about financial data, some could be about your contact information, some could be something else. So we are trying to say that, these different types of data probably have different risks. So does the valuation of different types of personal data differ? And the third question we are trying to answer is there any consumer heterogeneity in how much they value their personal information? And is that heterogeneity shaped by the institutional context? And that'll be more clear in the couple of slides. So our data comes from a major online fashion retailer that's based in India. And this retailer, you can think of it as similar to Zalando or ASOS, which is a lifestyle fashion retailer. And this retailer operates a tiered loyalty program. So when you join the loyalty program, you start with 0 points. And as you purchase more, you move up and you can get to 500 points, which is when you would upgrade to the next tier. Once you get to the next tier, you get some benefits, you get some priority access to certain discount promotions, you also get some additional discounts. And consumers are all aware, who are part of the loyalty program, that 500 points is the upgrade threshold. So this is not unknown. An interesting point about this loyalty program was the fact that you could earn points by two ways. One is by making a purchase. Second is by taking part in certain activities that the firm would conduct from time to time. They would call them activities. They could be games. There could be some other campaigns. Now, one such activity which this firm conducted, and they conducted it 2 times, once in 2018 and once in 2019, that they were offering points in exchange for personal information. So they were asking for your date of birth, for your mobile phone number, for your payment card details. It could be credit card, debit card, both of those. And then they were offering you a fixed number of points. So one example is in case of mobile phone number, they were offering 50 points when they conducted this activity in December and 30 points when they conducted this activity in June. Now, consumers did not know that this activity was going to take place. It just started on 15 December, ended on 19 December, and then the next opportunity came 6-7 months later. Right. So I'm going to spend some time talking about the identification strategy. Now, as you saw in the previous slide, the firm was offering a fixed number of loyalty points in exchange for personal data. Now, ideally, we would have liked that, the firm would have varied these points and randomly allocated to consumers. Then we would have got like good exogenous variation, but that is not what takes place in our setting. But luckily, we are able to exploit the tiered loyalty program structure. And our identification comes from the fact that consumers who are closer to the upgrade threshold will derive more benefit from the same number of points as compared to those who are far away. Now, why is that so? If I am very far away from the upgrade threshold, there is a likelihood that I might just churn out. So, even though I might gain a few points, I probably know that, I might not ever reach the upgrade threshold. So for me, the same number of points, maybe the value is less. Whereas if I'm very close to the threshold, maybe, I know very well that, maybe I will not churn out, so I will upgrade. I will be closer to upgrading, so these points matter a lot more. And this identification strategy, a similar one, has also been used in quant marketing in the Salesforce compensation literature. Right. So I'll just give an example again. So suppose in this loyalty program, we are starting with 0 points. The threshold to upgrade is 500 points. All consumers are aware about it. And suppose we have 2 consumers. Consumer A is at 375 points. Consumer B is at 125 points. So now suppose the firm is conducting this campaign and they were offering 50 points in exchange for mobile phone number. If consumer A would give their mobile phone number, they would reach 425 points, and consumer B will reach 175 points. Now, our argument is that the benefit that these 2 consumers derive from giving away their personal information differs, and that is because the consumer which is closer has a lower chance of churning out. So for the same number of points matters more to that customer. So the effective marginal payoff for A is more to than for B, because A is closer to upgrading. So we see this in model-free evidence. This spans out in our data that as consumers are closer to the upgrade threshold, they are disclosing their personal data a lot more. Now, one concern might be that consumers are inherently different in their privacy valuations, and maybe the folks who are spending a lot more are closer to the threshold, but those are the people who are also concerned about their privacy more. So take that into account. What we will do is, in our specification, we will have consumer fixed effects, the alpha I term. Now here, we are trying to, my dependent variable is the choice to disclose or not. and it is dependent on the distance, which I said is a proxy for the benefit that I will derive from disclosing this. Now, one assumption that we maintain is that a person's valuation of their personal information, the cost, is independent of the distance. So that does not change. So whatever value I place on my mobile phone number or my payment card details stays the same. As I'm reaching closer and closer to the tier threshold, the benefit is increasing, the cost is staying the same, and we are essentially trying to see whether the privacy calculus holds true in this setting. So we included this, and we found that essentially as consumers are getting closer to the upgrade threshold, even within the same consumer, because this is taking customer fixed effects into account, the probability of disclosing your personal data increases. And to translate these coefficients into more meaningful terms, essentially what the first coefficient is saying about a date of birth is if you are closer to the threshold by 1 standard deviation, then you are disclosing personal information by around 3% more. For mobile phone number and for payment card details, it's much lesser. It's around 0.1 to 0.3%. So it does not move so much. So it also shows that perhaps consumers are more easily sharing their date of birth, but they are still cautious about sharing their mobile phone number or their payment card details. Right, so next we wanted to actually put a dollar value to their personal information valuation, and we are going to essentially use our identification strategy, which says that distance to the threshold is independent of the cost that they have for their personal information. Distance is just a proxy for the benefit. And we will use this feature to back out the distribution of valuation. And so now we wanted to model how do we model consumers who are closer to the threshold, they derive more benefit. So to do that in a very parsimonious way, we assume that consumers are churning at a rate of delta, Poisson rate of delta. And so if you are closer to the threshold, your chances of churning out are lower. If you're far away, your chances of churning out are higher. So I'll just illustrate this with an example. So here we are plotting the benefit that you would get, which is on the y-axis, and you against the distance that you are away from the threshold. So this is dependent on your churn rate, this is dependent on your distance, and the points that are being offered. So two things to have a look, that consumers' cost of disclosure is constant. This is CI. And let's say at time t equals to 0, the consumer is at DI 0. So the expected benefit that that customer will have is lower than the cost. So this consumer will not decide to disclose. And let's say now at time t equals to 1, this consumer is now going to benefit a lot more by disclosing, and this is greater than the cost of disclosure. So this consumer will disclose. Now in data, we actually observe a consumer's disclosure decisions. So we know that, where did they lie when they did not disclose, and where did they lie when they eventually did disclose. So we are we can bound this cost by using our data. And once we, get the cost bounds for one customer, we can essentially aggregate this over all consumers and then back out the CDF of this cost distribution. And once we are able to back out the cost distribution, we can fit some sort of a distribution and calculate what is the average cost of personal data. So this is, I'm not going to go through the math, but essentially this is what we did, and this was the intuition behind it. So next, what we did was we fit the gamma distribution to the empirical distribution that we obtained, and then we were able to calculate what is the dollar value that consumers are putting on these pieces of personal information. So for birthday, we saw that consumers are, putting a dollar value of 10 cents. For mobile phone number and for payment card details, it was around 50 cents. Now this is corrected by taking PPP into account because we are translating from India to US. So whatever is worth 50 cents in the US is what they were valuing the personal information as. Now notice that this is much lower than what other studies have found in other papers. Right, so next what we wanted to study is consumer heterogeneity. So in this firm's case, we know that consumers can earn points through two different ways, through making a purchase, through taking part in other activities. So they can get the same benefit which they could have got from disclosing personal information other ways, by spending, by just being more active on the platform, by taking part in other activities, other games, etc. So we wanted to divide consumers into two parts, like who are heavy spenders, who are light spenders, who are more active, less active. I think similar to what I think the first paper was also trying to do, trying to see heterogeneity along those dimensions. So, so I'll just take you through the first one, which is what happens in case of purchase. So we essentially divided consumers into two parts. The red ones are the heavy spenders and the blue ones are the light spenders. And then we calculated their cost distribution, and then we fitted this gamma distribution to them. And essentially in all three pieces of information, we see that heavy spenders have a higher cost threshold. So they are not willing to disclose at a lower cost. So they will disclose only much later. But light spenders are willing, because maybe heavy spenders can get to that benefit without needing to disclose personal information. Similarly, in case of activity, we found that people who were more active, their threshold to disclose personal information was, much higher. And yeah, finally, I think since I have little time left, I'll just take you through the last slide, which was about what are the differences between heavy spenders and low spenders, and more active and less active. So even though in dollar terms it might seem less, but actually heavy spenders, their cost valuation is 10% more in case of date of birth, 14 to 15% more in case of mobile number or payment card details. And similar percentages exist for less active versus more active consumers. All right, so to conclude, I think this study for managers, I think what this is saying is that data collection is most effective when incentives align with the sensitivity of information, because like we showed, payment card and mobile phone numbers differs a lot versus date of birth, and the institutional structure. And the second aspect that managers need to consider is that consumers with alternate pathways might have a higher valuation. And for policymakers, I think it also shows some limitations of notice and consent frameworks, because we saw that the valuation that we obtained was much lower. So effective regulation should also take into account the context, because privacy is context dependent, and the behavioral influences. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ankit. Now we have discussion by Malika Korgan-Makova.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much to the organizers for organizing this conference and for inviting me to discuss these amazing papers. I also want to thank the authors for writing them. I think it was a huge fun to sit and read 3 papers on privacy, the topic I'm really excited about, and kind of sit and think through how these papers are connected. So the way I want to organize my discussion is, first I'll talk about the big picture, the common thread that I think connects all of these papers, and then I'll try to give some personalized suggestions to the authors. So in terms of the big picture, I think the current belief that is based on the current academic papers is that privacy and market participation are kind of substitutes a bit. And what I mean by that is that we have research that shows that stronger privacy restrictions, such as General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union, California Consumer Protection Act, and Apple's tracking transparency rules, that they all lead to consumers sharing less data. And so consumers kind of participate less on the market. And similarly, firms are also hurt on the supply side. And so firms are also kind of participating less. More nuanced literature says that it's not uniformly bad and there are heterogeneous impacts on consumers and firms. So not all firms are impacted as badly. But I think these papers are kind of talking about something different. They're saying that technically, privacy and market participation can be complementary to each other. And this relationship is kind of more nuanced, and it will depend on the context, consumers' privacy costs, and institutional design. And so what I mean precisely here is, for example, given the current literature on privacy valuations, we always saw that consumers, when stronger privacy regulations would lead to consumers sharing less data. And Özge and the co-authors' papers are basically saying that no, privacy regulation actually may increase consumer data sharing. So privacy and market participation is not necessarily substitutes. Now, on the supply side, ATT, given the existing literature, was always viewed as something that kind of will decrease the participation of app developers. It will hurt the supply side of app market. Now, Cheira et al. Paper is actually saying the opposite. They're saying that ATT rules did not cause ecosystem to collapse, and if anything, developers adapted and it was all okay. And I think Bayrati et al. Paper, it does not necessarily talk about the privacy and market participation relationship, but the way I read the paper is it tells us something about why this might be happening. My read of the paper is that it's telling us that there is this monetary margin that can easily switch consumers from not sharing to sharing their data. And this monetary margin is actually quite small, and as a result, there will be consumers will participate more on the market. I study personalization. I practice what I preach, so I want to give some personalized suggestions to each author. I'm not going to go through details of the papers too much in the interest of time. So, for example, the Demirci et al. Paper, it tells us that privacy regulation, instead of decreasing consumers' data sharing, it actually did increase it. Their setting is receipt upload app, and they're looking at the shock of California and Virginia Privacy Protection Acts. And basically, throughout the board, they see receipt uploads increasing. And in a separate data set, they find that in the consumer surveys, consumers are actually expressing less privacy concerns after the regulation. And my understanding is that the core mechanism here is that more protection leads to more trust, less anxiety, and more data sharing. And I think this is quite intuitive if we draw parallels with finance literature, where technically SEC regulates financial markets very heavily, but it's not necessarily true that investors do not participate in those markets. If anything, investors are more willing to participate in the markets if they know that they're going to be regulated. A couple of suggestions that I hope will help improve the paper. So the main estimate, something that we're learning here, is more about the intensive margin. So we're learning about how much more do existing users share after regulation. And it is just by design because the authors use the sample of existing consumers on the platform as of October 2022. But technically, these are consumers who are already comfortable enough to upload their receipts. It is already kind of a bit selected group. But I think from the policy perspective, it would be super interesting to understand the extensive margin. How many new users chose to join the platform, or how many users exited the platform altogether? And I think then we will have a story about both intensive and extensive margin. Now, the second question is about who shares more data. I really thought the survey evidence was very interesting. It is obvious that we cannot match the survey respondents with the actual platform users. But had it been possible, the authors would be able to say something about whether it is consumers who are less or more concerned about privacy that disclose more or less. But I think like one approach which I thought about, if the authors have data on platforms' clickstream information, then I think it would be possible to do within the platform, because then you could say, okay, let's take users who read the updated policy, who clicked through the updated policy, who clicked through privacy links, and basically try to do the heterogeneity analysis where we will understand whether those are truly privacy-concerned users who became less concerned as a result of the privacy regulation or not. Now, the third point I had is, maybe it's beyond the scope of this paper, but I think it would be super interesting to understand the supply side value of the data, because the paper teaches us something about the quantity effect on the consumer side, but I think it would be super interesting to understand what is the value of this additional data to the platform. And my take is that it would be possible to do, even within this paper, if you have advertising effectiveness or targeting effectiveness measures, revenue metrics, and then that would be possible to disentangle too. Cool. So this was a paper about the market privacy and market participation on the consumer side. Now, on the supply side, I thought the Chayres paper was amazing because Johnson et al. Paper that was published, I think, in 2024, it showed us that after ATT, there was a significant app exit. There was less innovation as a result of ATT rules. And this paper, which I think has a very broad data set, it shows us that, yes, apps did exit the market, but then there was a re-entry. And then basically the market stabilized and developers adapted and found a new way of revenue generation. Couple of things that I thought about, is I think it's super interesting to see the more entry on average after the ATT collapse. At the same time, I think what's interesting is entry composition. I think it would be super interesting to understand the compositional shift post-ATT entrance versus pre-ATT entrance. What kind of apps entered or exited the market? And given your data set, it seems like it would be possible to do, because you can check the genre mix, whether these apps had Android twins, whether the developer had multiple apps, and maybe they found a new way of diversifying across different app platforms. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because you also in the presentation, you mentioned that advertising might not have been impacted as much. But I think if there is a compositional shift and more apps are entering who are not dependent on the ads by design, I think then that would mean that there is actually significant effect on the advertising market. And this is something that policymakers would be very interested in. Now, on this second suggestion is robustness to Android changes. I thought the paper did a great job in terms of like a robustness analysis. At the same time, it seems to me that your post period, it actually overlaps with Android changes, where Android made the Google advertising ID an opt-in, and that policy was very similar to ATT. And if, for example, Android developers also proactively dropped from Android, what that would mean for your DID estimates is that the control group is also trending down, and you're underestimating the effect on the Apple side. Cool. Now to the last paper, by Ratti et al. Paper, I thought it was very interesting. To the best of my knowledge, this is one of the few papers that does this empirical analysis of privacy valuations of people, because most of the existing literature, there are very prominent papers like Susan Acey, Catherine Tucker, Tesseri Lin's papers, which usually do lab analysis, lab experiments, versus here we have a real retailer. It's an Indian online fashion retailer, where the authors are trying to understand what is the value of the personal data. And something that kind of was very interesting here is that the authors use this variation in the closeness to the tier upgrade as a quasi-experimental analysis, and then they show that actually the valuation of people, like privacy valuations of people, are not that high. Now, in terms of my first suggestion is, I think, in general, I worry a bit whether that this kind of results could be explained by the choice architecture and not necessarily privacy preferences. But I think the good news is that this is something you can actually test in your data. So in behavioral economics, we have all these theories about goal completion framing, loss aversion near thresholds, round number salience. And so it might happen that this closeness to the tiers is actually the artifact of the behavioral rationale of people, that they want to be closer to the threshold rather than privacy preferences as such. One direct test, which I think is very much doable with the existing data, is to compare the disclosure rates for consumers whose threshold distance and the points offered for the data are exactly sufficient to cross the tier threshold. Because then I think like these are the if this is happening, then I think these are consumers who are driven by the behavioral like goal completion patterns versus the privacy preferences. So I think if you observe this discontinuous jump at the exact crossing point, that would be more of an evidence of behavioral distortion. Great. And second point was about the non-disclosure population. So I think, as far as I understood from the paper, the current results are conditional on monetary results, are conditional on people actually disclosing their information, which is, again, a bit of a selection in terms of these are the privacy elastic minority. But I think from the policymakers' perspective, it would be super interesting to understand the entire privacy cost distribution of people, right? So there are a lot of people who did not disclose anything. What was their privacy valuation, right? Because in some sense, you're measuring the lower tail of the privacy cost distribution. And something that I thought would be very much doable given your data set right now, if you have additional clickstream data, one thing which you could do is you could take the non-disclosing consumers, and if in the clickstream you observe that they were actually quite close to disclosing, like they started clicking, maybe started typing, and then decided to bounce from the website, then these are consumers who this variation will give you some estimates of on the non-disclosing consumers' privacy valuations. So, and then I think you will be able to recover at least like some parts of the entire distribution too, which I think is very important from the policy perspective. Great. So I really enjoyed reading these papers. Again, my take from reading them was that there is this new, they teach us something new about privacy protection and market participation, not necessarily being substitutes, but being complementary to each other. And I think this is a kind of a bit new view on the existing literature, and I really loved reading the papers, and I again thank the authors for writing them. As the last discussant of the day, I also want to say a huge thanks to the organizers of the conference for organizing it. It was a great conference. I really enjoyed all the talks. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Malika. And I'd like to invite Azge, Cristobal, and Ankit up to the table for one last Q&A.
This question is for Aska. Thank you all to the presenters. I was wondering if you have like a sense of how familiar consumers were with the law changes, and in particular the content, because I think there's like an important difference in the perceived, like the consumer's perception of what the privacy increased privacy protections were and potentially what they actually were. And I kind of wonder like if potentially there's like an over response of consumers who sort of the fact that there's a regulation, they just sort of like assume that the regulation maybe takes care of everything, and then they don't actually, check the nitty gritty of like what sort of their protections are. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that, if you could speak to it.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, thank you for the question. So I think it's a very good point. We cannot directly observe, for instance, how consumers are engaged within the platform with the terms of use and everything. I think our best measure in that respect is maybe Google search trends that we are already showing. Yes, there is some increased interest in privacy. To what extent it's in the content of the privacy, like policy changes, I'm not sure of that. But the way we are seeing this shock is more of a saliency shock rather than the like what this policy really is bringing. So I think the way it must be affecting consumers more is that the fact that in the news they are like hearing about this policy change. So yes. It's a kind of partial answer in the sense that, yes, I'm not sure how much consumers are really knowing the content of the privacy changes, but we are showing some empirical evidence in the sense that there was some increased awareness at least.
So for Cristobal, a couple questions. First, I was curious, Tesseri Lin has a paper showing negative effects on YouTubers from privacy impacts. And then Michelangelo also has an interesting paper on impact between ad revenue and welfare of content creators. So I was curious if you had thoughts about why those creators, those businesses in particular, seem to be more vulnerable to the impact of ad revenue. And then the second question was whether you are able to look at platform level or industry level profitability at all. So I'm curious whether by revealed preference, advertising was the profit maximizing business model, or if it was just something that the app developers were choosing by default, and whether the app adaptation is not actually hurting things as much in the long run.
Yeah, no, those are great questions. Unfortunately, we don't have any revenue data. So yeah, it may be the case that they suffered losses. If that happens, they don't seem to be big enough to get them to withdraw from the market. Yeah, I mean, I would love to explore those questions, but we don't have any revenue data.
So this is actually to Oscar as well, a question that is related to the earlier question. So I thought your data was very rich and it was really good, and you could probably do some more things. I don't know how rich, how much details you have with the receipts. So one question, the two related questions. One is, do you know who are the retailers whose receipts are being loaded? You know that. And that could potentially answer that question, because now you can think about the benefits and the privacy costs for different categories of retailers whose costs could be very different. And if there are differences in what is getting uploaded, then that might answer the question that this is not just an a CCPR general privacy effect, but actually people are thinking about the benefits of that. And relatedly, GDPR, of course, is more than just privacy. It's also about data security, right? Like, so there is, and around that time we had the Target breach and things like that. So there are clearly places where, especially Target, and so where there are differences in the effects on Target's receipts being put up as opposed to, and therefore, I think this is one of those gaps that the privacy literature, especially on the empirical side, has not really been making a distinction between privacy versus data security. And I thought it might be an interesting opportunity for you to take these receipts and really add to that literature. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great point. So we did some analysis on the type of retailers, like type of receipts that comes from different type of retailers. I think our findings was like people were more likely to upload receipts from stores like groceries or like main retailers like CVS, etc. And then after the policy, it pretty much continued. Like the most increase comes from these most common shops. So we particularly checked, for instance, is there any increase in the disclosing sensitive receipts, such as like pharmacy receipts, etc. We find very minimal effects. Yeah, but I think you're right. We can maybe dig into this. I wasn't aware about that, the Target specifically, the thing about Target. We can potentially check that.
Mostly my thought was that some of this could be theorized up front.
Mm-hmm.
And and then whether what results you get is different than actually the theorizing that might help the later literature build on it.
Yeah, definitely. We can add that. Thank you.
I want to thank all of you for the excellent presentation and the discussion. I have a question for all of you, because some of the some of the regime shift we can see is from the government and some is market-driven. Of course, these two could be potential substitutes. If the market-driven mechanism works so well that we may not need government intervention. So I want to hear comments from all of you on how you think of these trade-off, and based on the findings in your paper, do you think which approach is better, or how to get the best out of the two?
That is something that I wonder about a lot, especially with the Apple paper. After doing all this analysis, then I thought to myself, like, this is obvious. I mean, why would Apple change anything that would undermine their main complementer of their devices? I mean, that's the way they make money, that's the way they sell phones, that's the way they make money out of the market. That does not mean that it's bad, in the sense that they could have designed the intervention in a way that it doesn't hurt them, or they may only done it because they knew it was not going to hurt their business. It's not inherently bad. I think ATT does increase privacy. It has had good effects on reducing identity theft and sharing with third parties. The other case that I think is interesting is all the attempts that Google has done to change the way they collect cookies and how they are just keeping cookies at this point. I think probably it's the opposite that what Apple thought at the time, that they haven't found a way in which they could do away with them without hurting their business too much. So I think they serve complementary assets. There is one point that some interventions that industry is going to be willing to make, and those are going to be governed by how good or bad it is for them, and for the rest, the government has to intervene if the industry doesn't do it.
Yeah, sure. So, I'll address one part of the question. So, I think when we're studying privacy, I think there are certain, research like Oxay's paper, which tries to study, what happens to consumer behavior post policy change. And there is some other research, like the one I presented, wherein what I'm saying is that the policy regime is the same. It's not changing at all. And the consumer's privacy preference, we are assuming that they are stable. And then what is their inherent valuation of personal data? I think in the other research, what I think they are trying to study is because of the policy change, their privacy preferences might also change, and how does that lead to a change in sharing of data, etc. So I think both these research have a place according to me.
Yeah, I agree with Ankit actually. For our paper, I like the paper, I like the question, particularly because the answer is not very obvious. As I said it up at the very beginning, it's a total empirical question. It could go either way. The result even may sound a little bit counterintuitive, that we all hear all the rhetoric about like people become more cautious with the privacy policies. So I think it's a nice contribution if we can continue with writing this as a consistent story. It could be a nice addition to the literature because it is showing something like something in a very consistent way across different data sets, that there could be other side of the story as well in terms of like more positive note actually.
Yeah, and so that concludes our Q&A for privacy. Thank you so much. And now I'll hand it off to Devesh for our closing remarks.
So it seems that I'm the understudy at this conference because now I'm Yeshim. So unfortunately, Yeshim got the flu and couldn't make it. So now for these closing remarks, I want to start with where this conference started, and then talk about some of the changes we've made in the intervening years, and then go to where it's going in the future. So the first version of this conference was about 10 years ago. It was actually in this room, although I think it was only about half the room. So we've maybe doubled in size since that time. Now, the main reason for this conference was to have a venue or a forum for research in marketing on public policy and consumer protection topics. And so at that time, there was no real forum for that to exist. So the purpose was both to create that forum here and also encourage interaction between practitioners of the FTC working on these questions practically, and then academics who are doing some of the empirical and theory research on that. So if you think of what's happened since then, I think we've made a few changes, so I'll just go over them. So the first is, in this conference, we had an FTC policy session, a research session. We also had intros done by FTC economists. A lot of the goal of that was both to provide context of why the questions academics are studying are interesting, what the policy context is. It was also to expose academics to what we're doing inside the FTC, and lastly, to provide incentives for some of the economists at the FTC to do that research, because there's a forum for it. Second, I think we had the first conference had a bunch of marketing and economists, marketing academics and economists present. We had a couple of CS papers this year too, which I think was new, but I think that highlights that a lot of this research is being done across fields, and it's important to have people across these fields here. Third, we had a reception, which is a really nice reception at Johns Hopkins. So I want to thank Andrew Ching for arranging that. But the goal, again, was to encourage interaction between people at the FTC, between academics in different places, and I think that worked very well to get people to talk to each other. And then lastly, we had a bunch of joint discussions. So Malik, I just gave the last one. I think we wanted to do that to encourage some of the synergies between the different papers, and I think that worked well. But all of these, I think, were changes we made. The second conference, we had lightning rounds. We didn't do this year because people thought it was a bit too rushed. So please let us know what you thought of this conference, what you thought of these changes, and we'll think about what to do for the next time. And you can email marketingconf@ftc.gov, and Catherine will register your complaints or reviews. And there will not be any review suppression. So, so now I'm going to go a little bit of where this conference is going. So this is actually the last month we're going to be in this building after about 12 years here. So we're moving next month to the GAO building. So as you know, the history of DC, this is the first government building after the introduction of air conditioning. So it is 2 city blocks long with no interior courtyard. So the FTC is going to have 1 floor of that gigantic building. So we're now exploring what the space is going to look like there. I think the second big change is that for the last 2 conferences, Catherine Chang has been the main organizer and arranged everything. Everyone give her a round of applause. So I think this conference has run remarkably smoothly, but that's because Catherine has been running around and fighting fires the past day and a half. I don't think we can replace her. One of the RLAs said he was about 40% of her, so we're going to have to find out what to do there. But I think we're hoping to do this either next year at this time or 2 years later. So you should also let us know if you think it's better to have it at an annual or biannual frequency. So with that, I want to thank everyone who presented, all the discussants, a scientific committee, and the organizing committee here who made this a success. So please give everybody a round of applause. So lastly, I have the housekeeping items that Catherine has told me I have to tell you. So the first is that if you have an ID tag, please leave it here with us so we can recycle them for the next conference. Second, obviously we have to go with an escort from one of our statisticians or RAs to go down the elevator. So please wait for that. And then lastly, please throw away your trash, because otherwise Catherine will have to throw it away, and she has a ski trip to go to tomorrow. So, did I forget anything? All right. Thank you all.